Hello everybody, my name is Markiplier and welcome to Final Fantasy XIV. What's up? Oh, I can turn alerts back on finally. Let's go! Hello everyone. How's it going? Welcome to the stream. I had a nice recovery day. I'm back. We're chilling. I was able to sleep good. Stayed up last night watching some movies with friends. Just been playing around. It's been good. Hope everyone had a nice, what was it, Sunday yesterday? Yeah, it's Monday now, which means we got a couple of things to do before reset tomorrow, including my Unreals, which we will do at some point. But before that, today for stream, we're going to sit down and look at our clear poll of FRU, and we're going to completely, start to finish, explain not how to complete every mechanic strategically, but how every mechanic works and what needs to be done to successfully get through it. And this is going to be one of those special streams where not only do I allow, but encourage lots of questions about the fight. The about the fight part is important. So, after we do a couple dailies and stuff, we'll sit down and we'll go through it together. Would this be turned into a video? I don't know yet. Jill's kind of busy, so probably not. But still on Twitch. How much the Savage Prep help you guys? Just wait. Just wait until we're on question time, okay? Not yet. Think of a good question if you want to ask one, and then wait until we sit down and start doing it. I'm gonna start by just doing some dailies because I need a level white mage. So let's do it. Yeah, Jill's got a lot of Minecraft VODs to go through, unironically. And it's the end of the year. Jill is working on the best of. Best of 2024 should be hopefully coming out on Christmas Day. And that's in between all of the Balloon SMP VODs being worked on, so she'd be quite busy. Yup. Yup. Christmas. I like putting out long videos on Christmas. It's just a habit I've gotten into. Be jolly now. Anyone being jolly? Anyone full of the Christmas spirit? I'm so jolly. All my airships keep blowing up. Yeah, long videos on Christmas do go super hard. It's like a gift from me to you, chat. Do we get Christmas gifts at Fox? Yup. It's a secret, though. I'll give you a hint, though. It rhymes with beat and bead too. Yeah. Let's just say we're gonna be splurging on the FC actions. I need this minion. Is it cheap? I haven't gotten it in multiple runs, so I'm just gonna buy it. Yay! So that minion is a big one because that means, not counting unobtainable minions, I have every minion in the game now that I've redeemed that one. That was the last one I needed. 514. I've been trying to get that Spinetsaurus from Central Blue submarine trips for like a week now, and I haven't gotten it, so I gave up. It's only $1 mil. Just buy it. What's up, Mav? Thank you for making those awesome Twitch collections, Mav. Mav made a clear pull one, and our first time seeing each phase, afterthoughts, and then all the just prog days in general. It's very convenient to be able to watch it after the fact now. Willoweeb, welcome back. It's on-sol day. Yay! Let's play some Astrum. Rakisaur, welcome back. Yesterday was awesome because I just got to sit down and like craft stuff. I've been wanting to craft potions to make some gil. I made myself the new crafter set. I gathered all the stuff, made that. Then I sat down and just made some potions for a few hours, and I watched other teams prog FRU. It was nice. Yesterday was really nice. Got to just chill. Yeah, I lost a shit ton of materia, unfortunately, melding my new gear. It didn't hurt too bad though. I didn't get my Mahjong wins. I won one game because I brought in some FC members. We all queued up for like French Mahjong quick match at the same time. And obviously I won that one. But then the second game, there was a random in there, so I was like, okay, let's just play normally. And then we played normally, and then I was winning until the random on the very last turn of the game played just like a fucking gigantic hand and pushed me to third place. Then I lost points, and then I lost the same amount of points as I previously gained in the match before that. So it was like just like minus 1 hour for no reason. Like there's like no point change at all. It's great. Loved it. Really awesome. Yeah, I'm happy to say that the clear pull does indeed have me showing my Chocobo, my Mahjong rating, and Mr. Happy's adventurer plate. And it's in the emote. It's great. Ow. Ow. Good times. Damn. Killed the fuck out of that guy. I think we should kill the enemy team. Oh, I lost my Oracle. No! Yeah, a lot of the unlisted emotes don't show up on the 7TV chat overlay yet. I need to hit up the person who makes... It's called Pop Chat. Is that special overlay I use. You pay $10 and then like you get access to the code basically that you can put on whatever overlay site you're using. And then it just looks all nice. But it just doesn't show unlisted 7TV emotes for like a few days. It's very strange. Yeah, see, like after a while, some of them start to show up, like the Sphere, or not the Sphere, the Sphere, the Reen Sphere. It's just like it feels random because some of them are listed now, and they still don't show. That guy's fucking dead. Get him! I'm fucking ulting. Kill that guy! Kill that guy with bombs! This one's literally ours. Literally. Literally. Yeah, I want to go back into the fight too. Part of me wants to PF, but also part of me wants to keep a positive mental image of this fight for a while before I taint it with PF individuals. So I think I'll wait until at least after our first reclears, at least, before I have to start dealing with dumb fucks who just like can't even do mechanics right when they have auto markers. Because that shit would piss me off. Like really bad. So I'll just wait. I heard there's a lot of people going into FRU PFs with not BIS, which I don't know. I didn't PF top too much, but I don't remember being a community-wide problem until now. Apparently. Oh, I'll just get Zontet's kid, I guess. But yeah, there seems to be a lot of people being like, eh, it's probably fine, and then they just go into the PFs without BIS, which you need to participate in the newest ultimate. It's like the only reason you actually need BIS in this game. If you want to allow people without BIS in your party, by all means go ahead, but it should not be a question that it is a standard to have, you know, the eye level requirement to enter the hardest content in the game. So very odd, very strange. Yeah, if you go in like what Ginger just said, like it's not just like it'll be harder thing. It's a you will die to things you're not supposed to die to thing. It's not just like, oh, I'm gonna have a hard time keeping the party topped as a 7-10 healer. It's the raid wide's gonna go off and you're gonna fucking die. No matter what. Like, you're just done. And then they'll wipe and be like, damn, this must be the party's fault for not keeping me alive. That's a lot of people. Run! I really want to just like play around in PF on other jobs, but I just don't have all the BIS for it. So I'm not going to. Some PFs lock it at 727 because of white mage damage BIS. Interesting. If somebody told me that their eye level was lower because of damage BIS, whatever the fuck that means, I would tell them to get out. Actually, I wouldn't even tell them to get out. I would just kick them. Personally. Fuck a damage BIS. We don't need damage. You need to not fucking die, bro. Get this fucking guy! Oh shit! That was a big ass macrocosmos. I didn't expect to hit that many people. It is a very battle high warrior. This Dark Knight is pissing me off. Oh. They lived. Maui, I'll answer that later, buddy. Use the time later when we're gonna go over all the questions that you guys have from the last week. I want to get it all in one section. If you've got questions about the ultimate or whatever this week, save it for after I finish a few more dailies. We're gonna sit down, we're gonna go through the entire fight, and then we're just gonna have a big Q&A with chat. Ultimate time gets chat frothing at the mouth for questions, so if I can just get it all in one singular section of the stream, that'd be good for all of us. That's a lot of people. Where's my team? Oh, is everyone dead? Dude, we're losing so bad. Will the VOD of the Q&A be on YouTube as well? Probably not. Yahoo! Oh, yippee yay. I can make a highlight of the Q&A. We can link that when people ask how ultimate. Sure. Sounds like a plan. Let's do an alliance raid. Hopefully I can get an Aglaya. An Aglaya. I'd say Dragoon V. If you have enough poses, that is. Yeah, the grind for that umbrella was ungodly. As soon as I get White Mage finished, I can finally go unlock Picto and Viper and then start playing this. Getting the ninja weapon next? I don't know. Haven't decided yet. I don't know. Oh, wait, I have a gap closer. Where that bitch at? Here we are. Yeah. Whee. I saw a clip of an 8 slide this morning. I was right. As soon as the ground turns to ice, you just have to start fucking sliding and pray. I'm gonna do it in re-clears. Just gotta fucking send it and pray. Vamp Rat, Fox Girl Echo, thanks for the resubs, by the way. Welcome back. Oh, I'm fucking around like crazy in re-clears, dude. There's so many things that I want to try. I just was like stopping myself. Oh, it's gonna be great. Can't wait. Holy Circus Tower. Are you gonna stay on Dragoon for re-clears? Maybe. Fellas, alright, I'm gonna pin a message. Please save your questions for question time. We'll do them all at the same time once we start. Smile. If you've got a question that you want to ask about the ultimate re-clears, stuff like that, just wait. Just wait. When we start, then we'll answer them all. Is this Mr. Whoops Monday? Dude, I'm starting to realize why Mr. Happy does that, man. That shit's fucking genius. It's actually so smart. He just makes one video a week just answering questions. That's all he does for like 45 minutes once a week. That motherfucker don't miss. Whoops Wednesday. Perhaps. Where do you have Question Thursday? Maybe we just make Question Thursday a real thing. It already is kind of real, but like a scheduled, like organized thing. That's gotta be the move. We gotta do it. Will this be on the test? This raid is literally so hard. I about wanted to slap some motherfuckers commenting something on the clear VOD on YouTube. Really? I haven't really checked. I expect there to be a lot of discourse about this ultimate because people are fucking insufferable, but I just didn't even bother to check yet. Oh yeah, I have short holy cast times now, right? Oh, that's awesome. Oh yeah. God damn. Yeah, there's somebody in Twitch chat when we were doing phase 1 that was saying that we were using auto markers. They watched me have the macro on my hotbar and press it, and then they're like, that's auto markers. Can't even be mad at the guy. He's just like legit brain dead. I'm actually happy for him that he was able to put the words together on his keyboard and press enter. I think the craziest one so far from Prague was that guy that just chimed in during chat when you guys were talking about like whether or not it was okay to have an emote of Rin and Gaia aggressively making out, which we deemed to, you know, be a little weird, because it's not weird that they're, well, they're not even like confirmed gay. That people call them gay, like that's not like super weird. That's a little weird, but like I could get over that. Having emotes of them kissing is a little too much for me, you know, because they're minors. And that's basically the conversation we had in chat. Anyways, it was short and sweet, but then some guy came in and he was like, they're cartoon characters. And then everyone did the slow turn at them and we're like, what did you mean by that? And then we banned him. And then he sent an unban request and he's like, yeah, they're just cartoon characters, man. I'm just stating a factual point. And I'm like, okay. I said something to the effect of like, don't go outside and talk to people ever again, please. Because, you know, let's not have people around that keep pictures of young girls making out with each other. Anyways. Bro sends me like a fucking 2-paragraph long email. Just like exactly what you would expect it to say. That was my favorite one. That was my favorite Psycho Prague chatter. There's always one every tier. This dragon do be red. Whee! Ethereal shift. Hello, Amon. Surely we will not be seeing you again. Dude, we have so many 7TV emotes. I wish we could sort them by usage in our chat. Then every month I would just get rid of like the bottom 200. I'm small. Yeah, 68 damage stone. Yeah. Whoops went 511. Hey guys, okay. Good heavens, I forgot the timeline. Yeah. We made it. Short motherfuckers be telling stories about their childhood, saying something like, when I was little. Bro, when I was little, you mean this morning? Have you guys seen clips of that fucking boxing game in VR that everyone's been playing? It's like Thrill of the Fight 2, I think is called. That shit looks so fucking funny. We got to play that at some point. Gotta bust out the VR headset again. Aw, shit. Let me just take this. Stack 'em! No, Linda! She was so young. You know, if I had a nickel for every time Lynn died to the stack in the Zonde encounter in Circus Tower, I'd have 2 nickels. Which is like only 2, but it's weird that I have 2. Zonde be like, whatever, go my Starfall circle. Will your group do reclears of FRU? Please read the pinned comment. Very soon, I will answer all of your burning, desiring questions. Soon, soon. Just hang on. Okay. I think that's enough dailies for now. Now, let us find a place with good background music. Probably just in the FC house. Did anybody put on the new song yet? I think I did. Did I? I can't remember. I recently put a song on the orchestration here. Oh, it was Awakening. Yeah. All right, banger playlist. Let's now go over FRU and have question time. Okay. If you have any questions about the ultimate prog, whatever, as long as it relates to Final Fantasy and the current state, feel free to ask. Starting now. Oh. And in between that, we're going to be going over the entirety of FRU, and I'm going to explain every single mechanic. Okay. How would you think the ulti would have gone without Picto? Much harder? Not much harder, no. Picto definitely made it easy, but I mean, other jobs do damage too. How's Dragoon feel? Good. Favorite mechanic? Crystal. No, Ultimate Relativity. The hardest one is Crystallized Time. Current state of the game. Which ult would you say is the hardest to clear in PF? With AM in top, I guess. I understand the first half of that question, not the second half, so I don't know what you want. How do you contain your composure on tilting pulls? Just understand that getting mad at your group is not going to help anyone, especially yourself, on getting out of there faster. Getting mad solves literally nothing. It just makes more problems. So when your goal is to get out of there by winning, just understand that getting mad is not going to help. It's actually going to make you stay in there longer. Do you think they reused too many assets in this fight? No. Don't think so. After you had some time since FRU clear, has your opinion changed about overall enjoyment? No. It's awesome. Did you like the extra voice acting in this ultimate? Yep, it was awesome. Yes, it's possible to slide 8 times. I saw a clip of it this morning. How do you do your 2 minutes as Dragoon between each phase row, at least aligning them out of curiosity? Does it say semi-consistent, or does it realign normally after P3? How do you your 2 minutes at Estelise, if you could retype that in English, I'd be happy to answer that. There's a lot of really important missing words. I'll answer that, but I don't know what you're asking. It sounds like there's a question there. If you're to add another boss from the Eden raids, which one would you add? I'd make Titan a door boss. Someone was doing that stupid fucking meme arrow thing where like they quote me and then they put a meme arrow afterwards to like make me look like a dumbass. You know what I'm saying? One of the YouTube comments was quoting me saying this fight is missing a phase, and then they did meme arrow 20-minute fight. Like, yes, dumb fuck, it is missing a phase. It's missing Titan as a door boss, and then the checkpoint is Thancred. That would have been awesome. And then if they did that, they could have made Thancred and Shiva a little more difficult. Just a tiny bit. Maybe just add a little bit more RNG. What do you think is missing from this fight to make it the best ultimate? Nothing that it can reasonably get, because it's not from Heaven's Ward fights. That's it for me. DSR is on top because Nidhogg's in it, bro. Nidhogg and Estinian. You can't just put that in anything else. How do you do your 2 minutes as Dragoon between each phase? Does it realign after add phase into P3 after 1 minute? Or do you actively change it between phase even after adds? It depends on your kill time. And I know that's not what you want to hear, but you're going to join many different groups for this fight, I'm assuming, that have many different compositions and kill times. You're going to need to put more things in different phases to complete the phase. You're going to need to hold things to not kill a phase too quickly. Stuff like that. You need to understand that while it is the best thing to align all of your buffs with your burst, with your party, at the end of the day, the damage check on this fight is much lower than all of the other ultimates from when they came out. And you need to just press your buttons and not break your combo. Really, as long as you do that, it's fine. And before you start thinking about your ultimate parse, start thinking about getting your ultimate clear. And then maybe you can start thinking about the former part of that. But kill the boss first. And if you want to see exactly what I was doing, just out of curiosity, we are going to go over the entire poll and I'll explain alongside the mechanics what I was thinking for my Dragoon buffs and combos. Okay? Hopefully that answers. You think FRU or top is harder? That's not a question. No question mark on the end of that. You're telling me my opinion. I think you need to rephrase that. How's the rate difficulty-wise compared to the other ones? You need to be more specific. Adding difficulty-wise for prog, difficulty-wise for reclears, difficulty-wise for playing melee, difficulty-wise for healers. What? Because that's just a really broad statement that you can't really fairly apply. For prog, probably from easiest to hardest would be Uwu, UCOB, T, FRU, DSR, top. Any mechanic you feel could be taken out and the fight wouldn't be worse for it? Not off the top of my head, no. If I would have to sit here and think about it, so not really. Would you recommend this as a first ultimate for a new group? Yes, absolutely. I would always recommend the most recent ultimate for a new group that wants to do ultimates. Because the current ultimate is basically an indicator of like the penultimate like state of combat in the game. The Dawn Trail ultimate is the hardest Dawn Trail combat, if that makes sense. Top fights, if you remember, around that time, like P8S, were really fucking tight DPS checks, and so was top. It's just kind of the thing that just comes and goes with like expansions being relevant and stuff. You're never going to get the same experience as somebody did doing DSR for the first time if you've never done it. Because they did it when it was relevant, if that makes sense. So, yes, I'd recommend FRU. Right now, for a new group. What information do you usually look into / gather when you encounter a mechanic for the first time? I usually shadow play after I see it. I take a look at my replay myself, and then I look at screen shares with my team. We put together all of our different POVs, and the most important part of dissecting new mechanics, especially in Ultimate, if they're present, is debuffs. You need to look at what debuffs you got. Hopefully, preferably over multiple pulls so you can see the assignments of the debuffs, because some things in this game get applied only to specific roles debuff wise, and if you can find a pattern in that, it'll save you a lot of time in creating a strategy. For example, in this first phase that we're about to watch, Thancred picks 4 players and randomly assigns them as a lightning or a fire tether. We got there maybe 5 times, and we just collected all the data of who got the tethers and when. And if we would have realized that 2 supports always get a tether and then 2 DPS always get a tether, it would have been much easier for us to come up with a strategy, because then we just would have separated the supports and the DPS, right? But we learned after collecting data and dissecting the mechanic, like you're asking, that it's random. It's literally just random whoever gets debuffs on that mechanic. So we had to come up with a strategy that accounted for that, which was making a conga line and then automatically marking ourselves with auto markers. Just kidding. We used the fucking, what's here? It's the one that Noober uses for shit like uwu and stuff. MK attack me. So it's mark with the attack marker and then myself. And then the M icon just makes the macro icon look like this. So when you press this, it marks you with the first one available of the attack marks. And then when you press it again, if somebody already has 1 in your party, I already have 1, so it's going to give me 2 when I press it again. And now when I press it again, because the only taken one right now is 2, it's going to check 1, 2, 3, and see that 1's available, and then just give me 1 again. That's how that works. But now I need to do this. This is just assigning the actual 1 marker to myself. Because if you press 1 while somebody has 1, it gets rid of it. Anyways. I'm slowly scrolling through chat trying to answer all of these. So one of my monitors is caught up and one of my monitors is scrolling through slowly answering all the questions. Somebody else asked, would FRU be a good starting point as a first ultimate? Yeah, I think so. Do you think your time will go in... Do you think your time will go in and do a re-clear without Picto? Just curious because all the clears till now use Picto. Do you think your team... Oh, I don't know. We'll probably use Picto because it does a fucking bazillion damage and Noober already cleared it on Picto. So like, why wouldn't we, you know? Which job has it the worst? That being which job has a lot of things to juggle while doing mechanics? Well, I don't know. I only played Dragoon in this fight, so I can't really speak on anything else. I would imagine for this fight, probably tanks. For most fights that are like relevant ultimates, it's usually tanks. Only because in the last phase, there's like always a tank mechanic that if it gets fucked up even a little bit, 16 minutes into the pull, you're all just done. And it's only the 2 tank players that have to interact with that. The rest of the people are just like, please don't fuck up. Please don't fuck up. SpongeBob, he's 1 tap. Don't flub this. Like, it's pretty rough. Everyone else usually has a similar level of responsibility. Do you think FRU or top is harder on release? Top, yes. Top was definitely harder on release in pretty much every aspect. Damage checks, mechanically, flexing, most things I can think of. Heal checks, mitigation. Yeah. Did you rest well on your rest day after clearing, Mr. Streamer? Yes, I did. It was awesome. I slept in. I woke up. I had some nice breakfast, and I sat at my computer, and I crafted potions to sell to make money. And then I just like chilled on Final Fantasy and just crafted stuff, and then I watched some movies later in the night. It was nice. Immediately after I cleared, I went out and I got a burger though. Here, let me find a picture of it. I got a burger and a cider. scroll up and find it. Hold on. Oh, here we go. It is a very good burger and a very good cider. Yummy! And those were some Cajun flavored tater tots. Scrumptious. Okay, what else? I'm scrolling down slowly. Is there a mechanic, concept, or design philosophy you wish 14 would try out for these endgame fights that they haven't yet? Yes. But a lot of people aren't going to agree with me on this. It doesn't need to be an intense, like, mechanic heavy thing, but like, I'm going to use an example. It's not the perfect example, but imagine you're running through, fuck, what's the near raid? It's that near raid with the hallway, you know? It's that near raid that has the gates and then like the laser robots at the end, and you have to push your way through that. I think that's Puppet's Bunker. I want an ultimate or a savage in this fight that isn't just staying in the same circular arena the entire time, but at some point you finish something, the encounter's still going, and you need to fucking book it somewhere. Like, there's movement involved. Like, your team has to run to the next area while doing something. When DSR came out, I had a really big hope that after you finished the Knights phase, you would go on that airship and like chase Thornton through the sky or something, and there'd be like some kind of cool like sequence or whatever. I don't know. Just like something that involved like moving instead of just staying still the whole time, like in the same arena, which is like, it's fine, but I don't know. I think it'd be cool to like actually travel. Okay, continuing to scroll. Let's see. Will this Q&A be uploaded to YouTube? Probably not. My YouTube audience is like 80% people that don't give a fuck about Final Fantasy XIV. So me uploading an hour-long video of me just sitting here talking while the same screen is going on and I'm not saying any jokes would do horribly. That's just how YouTube works, unfortunately. Are there any jobs you want to re-clear on other than Dragoon? Ninja and Machinist are the two I want to do. Hopes in chat, congrats on the clear. I'm making a static with some friends who have never done an ultimate before. Do you think it's realistic to clear FRU before the next major patch? No. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. No. If you make a group of 8 people who have never done an ultimate before, it's gonna take you more than 3 months probably. Unless you spend an unholy amount of time raiding. But most groups that haven't done an ultimate before aren't going to sit down for 12 plus hours a day for 2 weeks straight. If you do that and they're turbo gamers and they can, then yeah, I can see it, but realistically probably not. Do you think Picto is overtuned for this fight specifically? Not really. A lot of people are pointing fingers at Picto. Like, yeah, it's strong or whatever, but overtuned? I don't like calling things overtuned. I think it's just good. I'm like confident now that I've cleared this fight that you don't need a Picto to clear this fight, but it sure does make it easy. Okay, what else? You mentioned that I was missing a phase. What other boss from Eden would you like to fight? I did answer that, but I'll say it again. I wish they would have beefed up Thancred and Shiva a little bit, and then they added Titan as a door boss. That would have been awesome. How much meals do you have left over from Prague? A couple. Not many. What movies did you watch? Oh, last night we watched Thor, the first Thor, and then we watched Alien Romulus again. Was Dad Crit a good phase 1 for FRU? IYO, or was it lacking something? Oh, in your opinion. Yeah, it was fine. I think the Burnt Strike should have been randomly northwest or east south, and they should have been a random order. But it was still good. When is the Skull Prog? Like Skullvolver? I don't think he's going to prog anything in this game. I'm like sick of telling him that I'm down to play whenever he wants, and then he just doesn't. So, I don't know. I don't think he finds it fun. He calls himself a casual MMO gamer, like consistently, so I don't think he would have fun doing hard content. I've tried to drag him into shit to see if he'd like it, and like he seems like he does, but I don't know, it's just not his thing. I know comments were made on how recoverable the fight is already, but just how much of the fight is recoverable? A lot of it. Every single phase you can die or get a damage down, and it's fine. There's moments where you can get people back up. However, there's also some moments where that's absolutely not possible. But it really, really depends. What's your favorite ultimate weapon design? Like DSR design, FRU design, then your favorite ult weapon in general? I think UU has the best weapons, if I'm being honest. And then my favorite ultimate weapon, it's probably the Dragoon weapon from UU. Second favorite, Gunbreaker weapon from FRU. How do you prep mentally / physically for the long days for world racing? I try to flip my sleep schedule a couple days in advance at least, so that I'm waking up on like server uptime, which is like 2 a.m. for me. I'm still kind of close to that sleep schedule right now. I'm still waking up really early when I usually don't. Mentally, I don't have to really do any prep. I'm lucky that I'm kind of just mentally stable, and there's not a whole lot of like meditation I need to do for things like this, because my favorite thing to do is to just wake up and play video games all day and then go to sleep. So when I get to do that for my favorite game with friends, like, I'm just excited. I literally couldn't go to sleep. I was so excited. Was there any awkward positioning for Dragoon that made jumps sketchy at times? Surprisingly, no. I was ready to swap to Ninja in the event that was a thing. I didn't find any problems at all with Dragoon jumps in that fight. In fact, I actually found them beneficial in most cases. I was using my jumps a lot of the time to help me do mechanics, which is not something I'd recommend a lot of people to do, but when you've been playing Dragoon for as long as I have, and you could elusive jump onto a fucking nickel then yeah, it was pretty gas. In Ultimate Content, what is your favorite aspect of difficulty of the encounters? Mechanical complexity, damage checks, healer checks. I'd have to really think about it. I don't know. Picking a favorite difficulty isn't really a thing that I think of. I guess I'll just say I'd like them to all be equal and not have one thing be like ridiculously harder than the rest, I suppose. What would you have changed in prep for the fight? IRL prep or specific raid training? I think our prep was really good. I would have liked to play a little closer to when we actually started, because we took like a 2-week break before we did one last session, and then it was just into the ultimate. I would have liked to play regularly every week, but we didn't do that. And then IRL prep, nothing really. I think my IRL prep was fine. Only thing I want to know is, why did yous have Jitter do last LB over you? Any specific reasoning behind that? So the reason why a monk LBs over almost anyone else in a melee LB situation is because monk has an ability called Six-Sided Star. I'll show you in case you haven't seen this button before. This button right here, Six-Sided Star. Delivers an attack with a potency of 780, which is huge. Potency increases by 80 for each chakra open. So monks get chakra randomly because of weapon skills, and just think of it as they get them randomly. Unless you're playing monk, you don't really need to understand that. When they get chakras, they can expend them on top of this 780 potency ability. But the big part of this is that it's a 4-second recast timer, but it's a GCD, which means they press that and their GCD takes almost twice as long to come back to be available as anyone else, melee wise. So the reason why a monk LBs is because they fucking slam Six-Sided Star, hit a fuckload of potency, and then miss less GCDs, probably one less GCD than any other melee. If that doesn't make sense to you, just trust me when I say a monk presses this button, hits LB3, and they lose less than any other melee would by spending their time LBing. That's why. So in that last moment, when we're coming off the end of a 2-minute buff, where Dragoon GCDs are very potent, but they're all on 2.5 seconds, I need to be pressing those constantly. Even though I broke my combo in our clear pull, which you'll see, but in theory, yeah, monks want to LB over almost any other melee in most situations. Will you do FRU again with your 9th man so they can get clear and weapon? Yes, we're gonna get a clear for Pingu, Revenge, and mid. Probably this week. I'm not sure what time though. Obviously they're gonna have to like prog through it and get a feel for all the mechanics, but yeah. Will this be uploaded to a VOD channel? Probably. There is a VOD channel that's managed by a viewer. They export and then upload all my Twitch VODs to a YouTube channel if you prefer to watch them there. I'm not affiliated with that. I just gave them my blessing to do it, as long as they, you know, will listen to me if something goes wrong, basically. So yeah, it's all on YouTube. You should be able to just search Woops VOD archive. It will be like the first result. You guys run pretty long days for multiple days for prog. How do you keep focused for that long without burning out? Love the game that you're playing. Is really the only thing I can say. And eat food and drink water. There's a lot of people who do world races like this in Final Fantasy that just fucking hate the game. And so they just get mad and don't like the game. So yeah, just I like the game. So I don't have any problem playing it for 18 hours a day. Not even when I'm raiding. I'll play this shit for 18 hours a day any day. You know what I'm saying? No, I don't manage that channel. It's managed by a viewer. I've tried to manage VOD channels in the past, but it requires terabytes upon terabytes of storage space, and it requires daily like uploading and downloading. It's a lot of fucking work, and then it makes no money at all. So as much as I've tried and I've wanted to like pay somebody to do it, it's just not something that makes any financial sense for me. Especially when the easiest way that I can create a quote VOD channel is by just streaming and then Twitch saving the VODs, which is what I've already been doing for years now. All the important stuff that I stream gets saved as a VOD on Twitch. And it doesn't really make sense for me to just download it and then re-upload it to YouTube just because a couple people want to. So the person that's doing the VOD channel, like, great, thanks for doing that. I'm not giving them money. It's not official. It's just something that they want to do. It helps other people enjoy my content, so no problem. Go for it. Good luck, though. Because that shit's annoying as fuck. And going back to the how do you stay focused? Somebody brought up, took a lot of breaks. Yes, we did take a lot of breaks. Whenever I take a break, I take the chance to actually stand up, walk around my house, go outside, have a drink of water, etc. That helps me stay focused. Someone said it's so shocking your YouTube base isn't all FFXIV guys. Well, FFXIV YouTube likes content that's about drama, tier lists, guides. All three I despise participating in. So yeah, it's like doomer content and like some random mentor telling you what job is dead and what job is alive. So just fucking slop. So not something I'm really participating in too much. I do upload the occasional, like, here's a raid I did where me and my friends were just being silly and funny, but those are all right. People don't watch those a whole lot. What ultimate do you want next? I kind of hope they just forget about Stormblood and they just go on to I'm thinking about Endsinger Ultimate quite frequently. Hades would be a good one too. Hades and Warrior of Light. I want Hades and Warrior of Light or Endsinger. That'd be great. So I'm scrolling through questions right now. I'm like 14 minutes behind in chat right now. I probably should have organized this a little better. All right. Continuing on. We're not going to get to the fight breakdown for a while, but it's okay. I said it was going to take a while. I hope you guys don't mind. I'm just scrolling until I see question marks. Do you have any regrets from when you were world racing? Something that you wished your group did differently? Yeah. I came up with a lot of working strategies the first time I saw the mechanic. And I brought them up to my group, and then when I was told no, I should have doubled down on the fact that, hey, we need to listen to me. Because we ended up going back to those strategies that I initially came up with on at least 2 different occasions. I had trust in my team that they would just complete the strategy that we went with correctly and consistently. But I think it would have been better if I had just put my foot down and said, hey, we need to do this because it's better. But at the end of the day, it really didn't lose us that much time, so like I'm not complaining because we killed on day 5, which is fucking insanely good, so whatever. Favorite prog snack? Definitely the spam musubis. And I ate like half a bag of Ricola cough drops because I fucking love those. Will the VOD stay up so we can go back and look at questions and answers? Yes, it will be highlighted because that's really easy for me to do. How would you feel if they did an Eden Ultimate, as in you fight Eden Prime and other derivatives? I do not understand how that is different from what we just did, so I can't answer that. To be clear, I'm at the point in chat where you guys were talking about favorite ultimate weapons. I'm a little behind. I'm gonna try to speed run. Now with ultimate clear, is there any content you're looking forward to outside of reclears? Yep, field content. I forget exactly what day or patch it's coming out, but the new Eureka Bosja equivalent, basically. Very fucking excited for that. How would you rate the difficulty of this ultimate relative to others? Where would you place it in the to-do order for ultimates? I answered that one already, Furion, and I don't know how exactly you want me to answer that because difficulty is a really broad statement when referring to Final Fantasy encounters. So you need to be a little more specific if it wasn't already answered. In the to-do order for ultimates, I'd put it as first because it's relevant to Dawn Trail job design and encounter design. Which mechanic was your favorite in terms of figuring it out? Do you prefer a particular balance between puzzles and a tight execution? I think Ultimate Relativity was really fun. I think Crystallized Time was kind of fun too. But in my opinion, even for an ultimate, Crystallized Time was kind of like the AoEs were really big, if that makes sense, and you were basically forced to stand in very, 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 very tiny safe spots that like weren't necessarily like that RNG. Like, so I can understand some mechanics having like a weird pattern and then like you have to have a really small safe spot dodge, but Crystallized Time was straight up just like 8 people standing in precise pixels like 12 minutes into the fight, which is like some people like that, but not really my thing. Let's see. What's Monk looking like in ultimate content? There's part of me that wants to try and do Uwo again and or maybe trying other ultimates, but I am not sure anymore. Okay. Listen to me when I say this. Everybody listening, okay? Play whatever job you want. They are all good. Period. That's it. But But FF lock, shut up. It don't fucking matter. It doesn't fucking matter. I genuinely, wholeheartedly believe that this game would be much better and much more enjoyable if we didn't see damage numbers at all. I really, really believe that. Play whatever you want. They are all fine. What's your favorite bit during Prague? Favorite moment was probably when Zeph was trying to say passage, but he was laughing at something that I still don't know what he was laughing at. And that was like the hardest I ever heard him laugh. That shit sent me, man. I still don't know what he was laughing at. But favorite recurring bit was probably the skeleton please spamming during phase 3. That was really funny. He linked it in chat afterwards. It was some Beans video. God, that was so funny, man. Okay, let's see. Do you think in future Prague you will need to talk to the team about not ignoring and shrugging off what you say with how often it happens? I don't know. Because it's tough. You can't say how much time we would have saved if we had just listened to me or anyone else that gets ignored. I'm not the only one who gets ignored during Prague. It's just a group issue with every group. I think the healthiest way to approach that issue is for like the next Prague that we do to really just like sit down before and tell people that we need to like give each other the benefit of the doubt, even when we're heated, even in the heat of Prague. Like, we need to explore every option, especially if we're progging the way we want to, which is elegantly finding good, consistent solutions, and not just blitzing through the fucking fight with whatever works first. That's just something we need to talk about as a team. Okay, now I'm on the six-sided star conversation. Holy shit. Would you say to someone who hasn't done an ultimate before when they go for a clear? Oh, what would you say to someone who hasn't done an ultimate before when they go for a clear? Good luck? Have fun? I don't know. There's no magic thing I can tell you to play better. If you're looking for advice, I guess just watch your own footage back whenever you make a mistake. Watch other people's footage when they make a mistake as well, so you don't make the same mistake. Ask questions if you're confused at all, and don't waste your team members' times. And a really important one is understand that everybody learns differently. In my case, I have very good photographic memory. I can rotate the cow in my head, if that makes sense. When something is explained to me and it clicks for me, I will not forget it. So our team had a Miro board, basically, which is a tool that just basically makes a giant like collaborative drawing / image space. We would put diagrams in there, we would put images in there, we would put timelines in there. I will be honest with you, I looked at that maybe twice during our FRU prog. I just don't use stuff like that. I remember the conversation. I remember it visually in my head what the solution to the mechanic looks like, and I just do it. And I just remember it the entire time. So I need to understand as a raider that not everybody I ever play with is going to work the same way. Some people need to make physical flashcards and tape them to their monitor. Some people need to write sticky notes on windows and have those overlaid with their game. Some people need to repeat back instructions. Some people need to have drawings on Miro. Some people need to have a Discord channel with like rules. You know, it's all different. And you need to accommodate everybody in your group, everyone, in every single way that they think. Otherwise, you are not going to succeed consistently, which is how you clear an ultimate. Everyone needs to succeed consistently because it's a 20-minute encounter where 8 people can't fuck up. Okay, now we're talking about breaks. Let's see. Do you think it's possible to stick to doing ultimate through the weekend with a full-time 9 to 5? Yeah. Just don't play for a bazillion hours. Just play for like a couple hours a week with your group. Scrolling for more questions. Currently learning Dragoon. Any tips for doing big damage? Not really. Do your rotation correctly. There's no magic trick that's going to make you deal more damage than other Dragoons besides getting better gear and doing your rotation correctly for long periods of time. There's no secret. And if you don't know your rotation, learn it. Congrats, you are now a top percentile Dragoon if you can just do that. Okay, let's see. More questions. What would you include with an Endsinger Ultimate? Hydaelyn and Zodiark, maybe? Yeah, that'd be cool. Do like a Hydaelyn and then a Zodiark and then an Endsinger phase as the main phases. As much as I hate to admit it, probably a Xenos phase, like maybe like a door boss or something. Yeah. I'd rather not have a Xenos phase personally, but it very well could happen. So I'm not gonna count it out yet. Okay, we're catching up. I'm 12 minutes behind. I'm still falling behind. Oh, shit. Will your group do a FRU post-meeting to discuss these pain points? I hope so. There's actually an announcement in our Discord right now. Let me check. Oh, schedule for re-clears plus 9th attempts are up. Nuber will be stepping out for Revenge, Theo will be stepping out for Pingu, and Jitter will be stepping out for Mid. I gotta plan all of them, bruh. First static re-clears will be done on OCE to get Theo and Zeph their mains a clear. Fuck. Any alts at BIS? No, we don't need alts. We can just DC travel. Yep, time to lag, baby. They did it for us, so we do it for them. And we're not going to complain about it. What advice would you give a Dragoon going into this fight? Same advice as anyone else. Do the mechanics right. Respect your team. Do your rotation the best you can. If you're looking for specifically when to press what buttons, it doesn't really matter as long as you just slam everything on cooldown and don't break your rotation. You'll clear the entire fight doing that. But coordinate with your team to align buffs if possible. What ultimate would you recommend to a beginner? I think Uwu is a good first one, personally. And then probably FRU, because it's relevant to Dawn Trail. But if you really just want to dip your toe in, try Uwu or Ucob. They're very old and not, you know, relevant, obviously, but like relevant to like the current game design. They're just old, but they are fun. Short and sweet. FRU isn't too bad, TBH. Says Damu, a guy definitely who has cleared already. Thank you for the advice, my friend. Okay, let's see. I want to do an ultimate, but I'm scared. I have FRU unlocked. Just do it, bruh. Just do it. Hop in a blind party finder. Just go nuts, as long as you're bis. I wasn't done typing Smash. Well, unless you're about to type I cleared, by the way, here's the link to my log. I don't really care what you have to say about the fight. I don't think anyone should, if I'm being honest with you. But yeah, hop into the Q&A, man. You want to hop and call with me and answer all these people's questions about your experience clearing this fight? We can get you in here, man. I'm at the part where Zeph was laughing now in chat. Were the invisible AoEs during ads an issue? Not for me. All my fucking range players were like, man, this sucks. And I was like, yeah, this probably does suck. Scratches my belly. Yup. I'm having a good time right now. How do you feel about the gotcha mechanics in Ultimate that trick you into doing a mechanic wrong, thinking it's right, and kills you later? What? How do I feel about that? I feel like you read the mechanic wrong and then you just did it wrong. There's no trick. The fight tells you what to do and then you don't do it. If top was my only ultimate experience / clear, how would you compare FRU to it? Well, I'd have to know when you did it. I'd have to know how many hours you were playing to do it. I would have to know who you were playing with. Like, there's so many factors that go into clearing a fight in this game that I can't just compare it one-to-one with a different fight. And anybody that tells you that, oh, it's going to be a better experience or it's going to be a worse experience is purposefully, intentionally disregarding vital information into how it goes for clearing a fight in this game. If you did it with the same group at the same time, it would probably be a better experience, but that's not something you can really know. Have you ever thought about doing raid nights with viewers? Yeah, we have before. We do it occasionally. Do you think a group that took about 8 weeks to clear this tier can clear FRU by the next patch? That's, again, something you can't really know. There's so many factors that go into it. You guys could clear it in 2 days. You guys could clear it in a year. You cannot know that. Chat, did he finish the breakdown already? No, I'm still answering questions from when I pulled up this video, and I said, chat, now if you have questions, you can ask them. And I'm still behind like 10 minutes. We have yet to start the breakdown. We will do it as soon as I can catch up. Hi, Whoops. Question about FRU. If you destroy the dark crystals during intermission on Shiva, does it summon the grapes boss later? I've seen that killing them can progress them, but it's penalized, yes? If you destroy the dark crystals during intermission on Shiva, does it summon the grapes boss later? I've seen that killing them can progress them, but it's penalized, yes. Are you talking about like E12S? Door boss? That just happens when you kill phase 4 with the crystal not being present, either by it being destroyed or not spawning. So, yes? Kind of. You can get past intermission by killing all of the crystals, including the dark crystals, but you will not be able to get into the P5 that will clear you the fight, if that's what you're asking. Scrolling. What phase had the best background music theme song? Definitely P5. For show. What was the item level recommendation to do ultimate? BIS. When a new ultimate comes out, you should be BIS. You don't need to be BIS to queue into it, but you should. Heavy should. It is designed around the fact that you are at that HP level that you're seeing right here to survive the mechanics. It's not necessarily just a damage thing or a healing thing, but like the raid wides will kill you if you don't have enough health. A lot. So like, fuck getting to the end of the phase and not meeting the damage check, you're just dead. You think it'd be viable to run Sage plus Scholar and FRU? Yeah, I mean, you can clear whatever you want. There's no requirements. Been bashing my head trying to figure out exactly how the tower wings / tether fully works as a tank. See a lot of darks involing the first hit. Not sure if you could clarify that. Yeah, we'll go over that in the breakdown of the fight that we do here soon. Okay, I'm almost caught up, guys. I'm only 4 minutes behind now. Let's go. Are you going to do another Q&A in the future, maybe? Yeah, of course. I do like doing these, but I like them to be organized so that I can point people to them when they ask similar questions. But I like to do stuff like this after every like major prog that we do. Any mechs I should fear for my sanity as Black Mage. Group thinking of seriously trying it, and I'm all for it. Not really. What was the hardest phase for you to prog and now that you are... What was the hardest phase for you to prog and now that you are done with it? Question mark. Hardest phase for me to prog? I don't think I struggled with anything in particular. I kind of understood everything immediately. So I'd probably say P4 was the hardest to prog, simply because it took the longest to get to, and Crystallized Time was kind of a mechanic that had lots of different roles. So yeah, probably P4. But it wasn't really hard for me. Will we be having better gear for FRU in the future? Yeah, of course. We should be getting a dungeon, which will have gear that will sync down perfectly to this encounter. And then way later in the future, we'll get gear that will sync down to the item level, but will be stronger than it was at current moment. So yes. How do you feel about a lot of mechanics in this fight not necessarily killing you, but giving you the doom damage down? Do you think it made progging much easier? Oh yeah. Yep. It made progging way faster because smart and good teams at recovering were able to see further, get information, then sit down with that information and, you know, watch replays and come up with a plan, etc. Got in a bit late because of work, but did you give your thoughts on FRU already? That's the point of the stream today. Yep, that's what we're doing right now. From an enjoyment perspective, what would you say were the highlights and lowlights of the fight? The voice acting was incredible, so I really loved that. I loved all of these fights in Savage mode, so it was cool seeing them again. I don't think I had any lowlights per se. I enjoyed Prog and I enjoyed the fight. Nothing I didn't like. How does syncing down work for ult? They keep the same stats but just have low attack and defense, or what? That's gonna be a Google question, my friend. I'm not gonna sit here and break down the math on how gear gets sunk down. You think having the doom damage down makes the fight more enjoyable than just dying? Yeah. Makes it more recoverable. And I'm caught up! Let's go! Alright. I'm gonna focus less on questions now. Hopefully that answered your guys' questions. And we're gonna now go over the entire fight. And I'm going to not explain what strategy you need to do, because there are lots of different strategies for this fight. Rather, I'm going to explain what the mechanic does to your party and what's the win condition for getting through it. And then you'll get to watch, and maybe I can answer a little bit on how we decided to do it. So this is not a guide. This is an explanation for what the mechanics are, okay? Just to be clear. You're not going to be able to watch this and then just go in and clear the fight. This is going to help you understand what's happening. Okay?
You guys got it this time.
Revenge was right. So, that noise I made was because I was pissed the fuck off. Mostly at myself.
Getting more and more comfortable though, which is good.
Okay. Normal Dragoon opener, except for the fact that I sent my high jump early before my buffs so that I could get a second one before the boss leaves for the first time. I'm not going to touch too much on Dragoon stuff. I'm just going to mention times where I do something that I wouldn't normally do in a fight. That's all I'm going to bring up. If I ever catch myself doing something that I wouldn't normally do, I will make a note of it. Other than that, just play Dragoon. Thread closed. Okay, first mechanic that he does is Cyclonic Break. So what he's going to do is a Protean spread is what we call it, where he's going to hit all 8 players with a cleave like this. They're cones, but you can kind of just imagine this. And then depending on what color the boss is, either lightning or fire, there's going to be an in-between mechanic after they first Protean. After that in-between mechanic, the floor marks are going to rotate again. So I think we figured out it was clockwise, but if you're standing in a spread configuration, something similar to this, you can just assume that you can just step into an AoE every time and you'll be safe. But we found out after standing all on one side one time that it takes these initial cleaves and then rotates them a little bit each time. So in this example, the boss is lightning. So Mr. Happy is calling spread. We're going to get hit by our cleaves and then we are going to spread so that we don't overlap with anybody after.
Spread?
You're no match for me.
There's the cleaves. There's the spread. And then we're stepping back into the ground cleaves because the boss is now going to rotate them a few times. And we're going to continue to step into those cleaves as they go out. Easy. There's a tank buster. That tank buster applies this debuff right here. Let me just zoom into it real quick. This debuff right here. Notice how there's two guys. So this works similar to Powder Mark in E11, obviously, if you're familiar with it. It's going to explode high in 15 seconds with AoE damage. It'll only do enough damage for him to mitigate successfully as a tank. But it will also repeat that damage to the player closest to him when this debuff expires. So what needs to happen is, because this is tank buster damage, he needs to be closest to Zeph, who is the other tank in our party. Now, I was joking around in Prague saying that there's a possibility that I could take this as a melee if I got enough MIT on me, but don't do that. It would be funny though, and I want to try it still. But this is implied to be a main tank buster, whoever takes this, and also going to hit the off tank, hopefully, by being closest to them. I'm also not entirely sure the interaction, but I'm pretty sure that if you take damage while you have this debuff active on you, you just fucking blow up. Because that happened multiple times during Prague. Regardless, just swap whenever you get this and it'll be fine. So they do the swap there, the Shirk Voke. Now Zeph's main tank, because High has that debuff on him. Oh, right, that's what it is. It's the fucking Fizzvuln that it applies as well. So this thing makes it so that if High takes any physical damage while this is active, he's going to take a ridiculously high amount of damage, which would then proc the tank buster, which would then, you know, etc., etc.
Later.
Okay, and then here the call is happening. After the tank buster, the boss is going to glow a color again for this intermission phase. You can see that he starts glowing fire, which is the other variation of colors that he can glow. He can either do lightning or fire. Fire for this particular mechanic, Utopian Sky, means that we're going to need to do light party stacks. If fire were to happen during Cyclonic Break, which was that first mechanic we did, it would be pairs. I know that's a little strange, but you can assume that fire means you need to be together with somebody, sometimes a group, sometimes just one person. And lightning means you need to get away from everyone else. Fire together, lightning spread. Just think about it like that. It depends on what exact mechanic he's charging, but the general idea of fire being a group mechanic and lightning being a spread mechanic is consistent.
Show me your
Light parties later.
So he's calling light parties for Utopian Sky. At this point, our entire party is going to go to the wall, because in each one of these spots around the arena, here, every inner cardinal and cardinal, there is a clone you can see on the enemy list here, all these Fatebreaker images. You can only see that Fatebreaker image if you're standing directly in front of them, which is why we spread out and went to the wall. Then what's going to happen is that 3 of the Fatebreaker images, randomly, of the 8, are going to not lift their arms up. So the plan here is that if you see your Fatebreaker clone lift his arm up, that means he's going to hit in front of him. So visually, we're going to see who steps in, aka which clones have their arms up and are about to strike. That should leave 2 people directly across from each other somewhere on the arena with safe clones. Fake clones, we call them. That's going to be the 2 safe spots for the parties to do either their spread or their stack. In the middle of that, the proximity tank buster goes off, which is why Happy wasn't standing right here and instead chose to stand on the side of his spread position. He can still see his clone from there, but he's not the closest to High. So Zeph and High are like that. That means they're closest. 1-3. All right. So I see everybody move in a way that makes it so that the only people who didn't move in that are across from each other are myself and Mr. Happy. So I make the call 1-3 so that everybody can move to that. 1-3.
Light parties.
Light parties, like Mr. Happy reminded us, you can see the blasting zone is starting to go off. So you'll see most of the arena get hit, and then 2 players will get selected. I'm pretty sure the healers for the fire mechanic that the boss was charging. Now the boss comes back but is untargetable and is doing the same mechanic as the first time, Cyclonic Break, but he's charging a different color this time. Instead of lightning, this time he's fire. So we're going to return to our spread positions, but we're going to get close right here so that we can receive healing before this happens. And then we're going to do Cyclonic Break just like we would in the first mechanic, except this time we can't target the boss, is all.
Pairs.
So it's called pairs because he's fire. Cyclonic Break plus fire means you're going to pair up with a buddy. Again, I'm not going to go over exact strategies, but what we did was you can see that these markers right here are color-coded. These markers right here are color-coded. These markers here, these markers here. Makes it easy for us to just say, okay, we'll just go between the colored markers with our partners and take the pair. The cleaves go out. Stack with your buddy. Go into the spreads.
Later.
We're consistently stepping into those so that we don't get hit, because those won't necessarily kill you, but they'll give you a damage down. Also, if at any point you have any questions about anything I'm explaining here or about the fight, feel free to ask in chat. I will answer. Okay, in the middle of doing this cleave plus pair dodge, the Cyclonic Break, 2 clones are going to come out on the sides of the arena now. There's one over here, and there's one over here, and they're always the same element. This guy on the east and west is always going to be lightning, and this guy on north to south is always going to be fire. If you remember how the burnt strikes in E11 work, they're the exact same. The lightning strike is going to go like this first, and it's probably going to hit from like here to here. And then it's immediately going to expand as a second hit and hit like this. A little bigger. This won't kill you, but it'll give you a damage down for sure, which makes things hard. The fire guy, who is always going to hit second in this configuration, is going to do a small line hit down the middle and then a knockback from the middle line. So since we know, just from patternistic polls and doing it a bazillion times, we know that the lightning guy is always going to hit first. So after we complete the Cyclonic Break, we're going to make our way towards A and C, north and south. And we're going to get ready to find the side that we need to go to get knocked back for the upcoming mechanic.
Lightning later.
So Happy calls lightning later because you can see that the fire guy's on the wall here, but there's another one right here. This guy This clone is charging fire alongside those other two I just explained. And he's casting Turn of the Heavens. Turn of the Heavens is the mechanic that makes all the rings around the arena. Like this. And whatever color that this guy is charging when he does Turn of the Heavens, whatever color he's charging is going to expand to these big circles on the ground. Okay? And it's always going to be half the arena is one color and half the arena is another. So, let's just say, for example, that the west side of the arena is all lightning rings when they come up, and the east side of the arena is all fire rings. That would make all of this unsafe because of these rings, right? So we need to go to lightning, which is why Happy calls lightning, because the Turn of the Heavens guy is casting fire. Okay? So we're going to dodge the Burnt Strike, the lightning one. You can see it kind of hits basically to the extremes of the big brown circle in the middle is kind of the rules that we used. Happy calls lightning, so we know that because he was charging Turn of the Heavens fire, these rings right here are going to expand to be like this. The second ring that I'm covering. It's going to look like this. So that means we need to go in between the safe spots of the lightnings. And conveniently for us, there's two of them for 2 light parties. At the same time, more clones are going to spawn, believe it or not. And these guys are always going to be fire clones. Casting Bound of Faith is what it's called. That's the tether. These fire clones that are giving you this tether here are light party stacks that need to have 4 players in them. If you do not have 4 players, it will give you a damage down, the people that are in it. It's specifically called a Mark of Mortality, which is a damage down, and if you get another stack of mortality, you just instantly die. So it's like a don't fuck it up check. It's like a new like damage down type debuff that's like even worse. So we just had a priority to split into light parties. Again, I'm not going to go too in depth into strategies in this because if I did, we'd be here for an entire fucking week probably. But just know that we need to have 2 light parties so that we can properly soak these tethers 4 and 4 as stacks. Burnt Strike goes off the small version initially, and then it's going to do a knockback immediately, so we're lining ourselves up for the safe spot, which is on the lightning side. Take the stacks. All right, that's first 2 major mechanics done. Nice. Next up is going to be the one that a lot of people are going to struggle with in Party Finder, so this is the one that you should definitely pay attention for. Burnish Glory is just a raid wide. And the boss is going to begin casting Fall of Faith. This is going to be 4 tethers in quick succession. He's going to pick 4 random players in a random order. DPS, tanks, healers, any combination of the following. Just 4 random players. It doesn't matter. And they're going to be quick, is the thing. So the boss is going to pick someone first, and then another clone is going to spawn on the northwest, and he's going to pick somebody second. And then another clone is going to spawn on the north. He's going to pick someone third. And then a final clone is going to spawn in the northeast, and he's going to pick a fourth. So there's going to be 4 tethers. These tethers can be fire or lightning. That's it. Fire, the way that it works, I'm just going to draw over this. The person who gets tethered, not necessarily right here where I'm drawing, just as an example, is going to get lifted up into the air, and then it's going to shoot a gigantic cone at the nearest player. And then the game is going to check to see if there's at least 3 people inside that cleave. If there are 3 people inside that cleave, these 4 players combined, the one right here, and these 3 will take shared damage. And they will not get a damage down because there is 4. It's perfectly split like the party. The lightning orb, however, will pick the 3 closest players, and it's a spread just like before. So you need to get into a configuration somewhat like this. And it's going to shoot a big cone, 1 at each player, like this. And if that is done correctly and you guys don't overlap, nobody dies and you take successful shared damage. So you need to read whether or not it's lightning or fire, what order they're in, and then you need to separate the groups into 2. So what we ended up doing was sending the first tether and the third tether north, the second tether and the fourth tether south. And then we had a priority system in this conga line that we made to send the untethered players to whatever side they were closest to, basically. When you do this correctly, the group that handles the first tether will get magic vulns that fall off right before they take the third tethers. Same story for the south group.
Fire first. Oops, all fire.
This ended up being 4 fire tethers. You could get 4 lightning tethers. You could get 2 and 2 of each. You get 1 and 3. It's completely random. And what I'm unfortunately not going to be able to show you in this poll specifically is that these tethers here change color depending on what element they are. So not only is the boss like actually glowing with whatever energy it is, fire or lightning, but the tethers themselves, if they're lightning, will be like, they'll be like glowing blue instead of just like this light orange red. It'll have blue in them as well. So if you're ever standing there going, fuck, what tether is next, and you don't have time to look up at whatever clone it is, you can check the color of the tether is all you need to check. So we're just going to handle this. I'll play it from the beginning so you can see how quickly it's assigned and then handled.
Fire first. Oops, all fire.
No way they messed this up.
Our strategy just had a lot of rules for who's going to go where and when. There's plenty of ways that this can be handled. We just used a visual who's closest and who's furthest kind of thing. Who's marking the order? We all are. So we have, all 8 of us have this marker macro on our bar. And whenever we get a tether, we immediately press it. I'll explain this again now that we're going over this. But this marker specifically, what it does, let me show you, is it's just mark, attack marker, and then me. So it's telling the game to mark myself with an attack marker, which is the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4. What it's going to do as soon as you press it is check to see if anybody in your party already has an attack marker, and it's going to take the next possible available one. So if I'm the first one to press it in my party, since I'm just by myself right now in game, it's going to give me 1 because I'm the only person in my party. If I press this again while I already have this 1, or somebody else in my party already has this 1, it's going to assign me, you guessed it, 2 just by pressing that, simply because the 1 already existed. So what we were doing was, as soon as we saw ourselves get a tether, we just pressed this. It's the same macro for all 8 players. And then afterwards, Noober just had a clear markers macro that just removes them all from everybody's head. And that's how we visually showed everybody whose tether was what number. We didn't have to do that. I'm personally of the belief that we probably could have just counted to 4, but that was something we adopted early on when we were still trying to get consistent at that, and we just kept doing it because it's really not hard to just tap that marker when you're seeing yourself get a tether. For the dot damage on Burnished Glory, is it only mitigated by what's applied at the time the cast goes off plus shields? Yes, it's before the cast goes off. You can't retroactively add a reprisal to the boss and make the bleed that you got 2 seconds ago do less damage, if that's what you're asking. Okay, after this, one more mechanic for phase 1. Pretty quick. Another Burnished Glory, so we're all adding our mitigation here. These bleeds hurt like a bitch. There's another Tank Buster. So they're going to swap. Now it's on Zeph, and High's going to be the closest one later. Now the boss is going to glow again and do a burnt strike from the middle of the room, always north to south. Well, it might not always be north to south, actually. Maybe my tanks have just been placing them north every time. I assume it would probably be north to south every time. Let's just go on that assumption, and you don't have a tank that would turn this sideways for no fucking reason. Anyways, what's going to happen is on one half of the room, Fatebreaker is going to spawn 3 towers. These towers are going to have random amounts of these pillars in them. These pillars indicate how many players need to be standing in the tower for them to not blow up and kill everyone. Okay? We had a simple order. All we did was this.
Hello, Woops. I too
H1 was at the top. D1, D2, D3, D4, and D5. Not D5. H2. That's 6 players, and there's always 6 required players for these towers, no matter what orientation. And then the tanks are going to handle the Tank Buster on the opposite side of the room, kind of like this. Those 2 big explosions right there. So we're just going to count. For my case, I was in the order. If it was H1, D1, D2, I was 1, 2, 3 from the top. So I would, from the top, count 1, 2, 3. And I was always the 3rd pillar, no matter where it was from north to south. Maybe I was in the top tower, maybe I was in the middle tower. Sometimes I was in the south tower. In this case, I see that there's 3 pillars in that top tower. So I'm going top. But the boss is casting a burnt strike at the same time. And this can be either lightning or it can be fire. If it's fire, it's going to knock you back from the center after the initial hit. If it's lightning, it's going to hit here and then it's going to expand here on both sides. So since it's fire, I'm going to get up real close here. I'm going to swing around. I'm going to stand right here. As soon as the initial hit of the burnt strike goes off, I'm going to move up right here. And I used the A-way mark for my group as the perfect spot to get knocked from here into the tower.
Fire.
For Dragoons out there, I do this elusive jump here every time. I'm not getting away from the boss, but I am taking advantage of that new buffed enhanced piercing talon that we got. So I go to the opposite side from the towers. I get that enhanced piercing talon ready, and then I'm going to use that when I have to disconnect from the boss in a few seconds.
A feeble shield protects nothing.
1, 2, 3. I'm at the
Fire.
top. It's a knockback. I'm going to get my enhanced piercing talon ready.
How about you?
I'm going to move to the middle of the A mark. Go there. Throw that enhanced piercing talon.
Chill.
And then we're chilling here. A lot of people were asking why we weren't just killing the boss ASAP. We chose to kill this boss a little slower because, as you can see, this game has fucking cooldowns. Believe it or not. Later on in the fight, if we kill this boss faster than we did, our cooldowns will not be up as soon as they would be for the next phase, if that makes sense. So we're spending the time here that we have while the boss is just standing here doing nothing. At the end of this Burnished Glory cast, we die, okay? But we know we can kill him because he's at fucking 0.8% HP, right? So we're going to take advantage of this by standing here and letting our cooldowns come back faster in the next phase. Does that make sense? So we want to be able to use all of our stuff, but if we kill him right now, it'll be on cooldown for longer for the next phase. So we're waiting here. That's why we chose to do that. You don't have to do this. You actually don't have to do this at all. This is optional. This is like a prog thing. In most PFs, you're almost never going to do this. I would recommend for 99 out of 100 situations in a pug scenario, you just send all of your stuff on cooldown, kill every phase ASAP. Unless your team agrees to hold for a certain specific thing like we were. Yep. Send that Star Diver, and then the boss transitions to phase 2. And then I'm immediately sending that Star Cross.
Stoke the fires of conflict.
Doing my combo. Easy peasy. Just a big tank buster that you can just fucking invuln the whole thing of. Just do a little tank swap to not die to the autos after. Blah blah blah. Also, the Fizzvuln is SNOable, so like it's kind of just a really weak buster. Okay, first cast is Diamond Dust. That's just big damage.
A freeze.
And at the same time, the reflection of Shiva is going to come out of this mirror here, and that's what's going to cause all these mechanics to have two Shivas basically doing simultaneous mechanics. Okay, so Diamond Dust is big raid-wide damage and also starts this bullshit. So a couple of things are going to happen. 2 icicle drops basically are going to spawn in some location, and then some more are going to spawn around that. We're only going to look at the first ones that spawn because these are going to go away by the time that we need to get knocked back. So what we were doing, our group was looking specifically at the red and the yellow markers here, and only one of those ever would get one of these big AoEs on it. I'm going to try not to go too much into strategy. I need to remind myself that, but just so you can be aware of the calls that we were making, somebody's going to call B as north, B for Bravo as north, because we decided red and yellow markers, whatever one got hit would be the north. 4 players of the same role, so either supports or DPS, supports being tanks and healers, and DPS being DPS. 4 of the same role are going to get selected to drop ice needles. Ice needles are those spread markers that we get, and when they hit the floor, they're going to telegraph a bunch of different directions that they're going to hit in. We found a strategy that set basically are called north and south spots to always be safe to not get hit by these. And we found spots that we could stand in for 2 different scenarios. Those 2 scenarios being the boss is always going to do an axe kick or a scythe kick. This one right here. She's going to give you 3 indications of that. So there's no fucking way that you can miss this. Okay? She literally yells, "Cleave!" You can see it above her head. And she has the cast bar right here telling you which one it is. All of those work together to tell you that she's about to do axe kick. The other one she can do is reap. And when she does reap, it's in. So cleave is out and reap is in. So cleave will go all the way to here. This circle. Roughly. So we need to go out for this one. But if she did say reap, we would be in about right here. So again, not going too much over strategy, just explaining how the mechanic works. That's basically what you need to know.
Out.
So out. We do our strategy. At this point, the boss is also, during the axe kick or scythe kick cast, is going to select the 4 closest players to give them a spread. A protean is what we call them. The cleaves like this. And we are in a formation as such that the people with the markers over their head, the ice needles, are the supports. And the DPS, in this case, are going to be the closest players to the boss, to the center. On the other side, the other two DPS look about the same, and the supports with these spread markers are furthest away on the outside of the arena. The axe or scythe kick goes off. The spreads go out on the closest players, and then shortly after, the ice needles will drop on the players with the indicators over their heads like this. We're all then going to run back and reconvene, and we're sending Group 1 north and Group 2 south to get knocked back to our new relative north that we made up. All of this being done successfully makes it so that the players who drop the ice needles don't die to the cleave, and all of the players who don't drop the ice needles take the cleave away from them so that their buddies don't get killed. Is there a difference of doing close baits on IC and C rather than this? I have no fucking idea what you're asking me right now. Knockback's coming, so we separate into our groups. Lots of people were asking why Noober was making these clockwise or anti-clockwise calls with different distances. He was looking for the best way to rotate our parties, considering we have to take 4 stacks together and move out of puddles, so that we would end up either behind Shiva or directly in front of Shiva.
Delta, BD.
So what Noober would do was he would look to where the inner Shiva would jump to. He would look at where we're getting knocked back to, and then he would determine if both of our groups were moving in the same direction, clockwise or anti-clockwise, which direction should we go and how fast should we do it. His specific reasonings for which I can kind of understand, but all you need to understand is that you need to take these stacks coming up and you need to end up either in front of Shiva or behind of Shiva. You don't need to be absolutely completely coordinated on that, like in a PF scenario, but as long as all 8 players understand that you need to rotate in a fashion which either ends up behind Shiva or in front of Shiva, you're fine.
Clockwise, medium, clockwise.
Noober was just coordinating all of it for us, so it was super easy.
Medium.
The medium, the fast, and the slow calls were sort of arbitrary, but you know, it helped. So I know that Shiva is in this direction right here, so I know that I need to go like probably like here to be on the opposite side of her, if that makes sense. So I was just kind of looking around visually, taking the stacks, and I was also listening for the other one who's doing a redress somewhere randomly on the outside of the arena. You need to not be looking at that one by the time that cast goes off, otherwise you get stunned. So I was utilizing I play on Legacy, but so like when I run with my camera like this, I'm like facing in a direction that I'm not even looking at with my camera. What I do is I bind Alt A and Alt D to be my strafe keybinds, so that when I hold down Alt, which is a button bound to my mouse as well, as I'm strafing, if I just press it, my character strafes like this. So I'm not facing to the right of your screen right now. I'm facing to the center of your screen right now, if that makes sense. See when my character stops? Because I'm strafing, I'm looking constantly out. Whereas if I'm not strafing, I'm looking to the right of your screen right now. I'm looking to the left of your screen. But when I strafe with that keybind, I'm looking out no matter where I'm at. Right? So if I ran into a situation where like I could hear the redress Shiva on the outside of the arena somewhere, like as I was coming up to it, I'd be like, oh, I don't need to strafe right now this direction. So I'd flip my camera and then strafe looking inwards. You don't have to do that. It just made it easy for me. That's all. Yeah, and you're only looking away from the Shiva on the outside of the arena. It's never the one on the inside. Never, ever.
In peace.
So I can actually see the like particles and stuff coming from over there, so I know I'm safe to look right here because I'm at the wall and she's not there. So look out. flip my camera. And then she's going to say one of two things. Stillness or silence. However you want to remember that. The one in the blue outfit now is going to cast stillness or silence. Stillness, you need to start in front of or behind her and then move to in front of her. Silence, you need to start in front of her and then move behind her. It's always behind her or in front of her. Stillness, you start behind. Silence, you start in front. The way I think of it is that silence has to do with mouth, like talking. So I want to go in front of her. That's the only thing that I would remember. And you just kind of get used to it after doing a bazillion pulls. For these slides, I would recommend either facing her or directly facing away from her, depending on where you end up when the ice floor spawns. Keep that camera angle, and then I would turn my camera a lot in Prague just because whatever. But in hindsight, the safest way to do it is to hold your camera in the same direction and then just press W to slide. And then don't even turn your camera, just press S to slide back the exact same direction. That way you'll never risk going into the wall. So just W, S. Every single time. If you do that, it'll be consistent.
Stillness.
So stillness is called, so behind and then in front.
Go.
And you move on the cast bar. Cast bar being... show ya. Cast bar being this one. It'll say stillness or silence. Also, the boss will literally say it out loud, very loudly, and have the chat bubble above her head of which one it is. So you, again, have 3 indicators of what the mechanic is.
Stillness, freeze.
Go.
All right. We know that the boss comes back to the middle every time, so I would just spam my gap closer so I can get up to her. For Dragoons out there, if you're doing a similar kill time, you'll notice that I just fucking send everything on cooldown here, basically. The reason I do that is because I don't really give a fuck about the exact precise alignment of buffs in this situation, because at this point, we've killed this boss 300 times of me doing the exact same rotation every single time. There's no fucking good reason ever, if you're consistently killing a boss hundreds of times in a row, to ever change anything that you're doing. Even if it's more damage, even if you change something slightly a little bit and changed your timers by like 10 seconds to do more damage, that would probably cause more harm than it would do good. Because you'll change the kill time for others, or you'll change alignment for others. You'll change other things that other people are used to. If you're already killing a boss hundreds of times in a row, consistently, there is no reason to change anything that you're doing, even if it's suboptimal. Question: if you can't see those cast bars, how do you turn them on in the HUD? What cast bars? You mean the ones on the enemy list here? Like on this thingy? Those are on by default. So if you can't see them, you need to move them to somewhere where you can see them, because they're on your screen, you're just not looking at them. That's specifically, let's see, the enmity list right here. That's where those ones will show up. Besides that, though, I would recommend that you take your target info and you hit display target info independently. That'll show all the information about your target, their HP, their status, which is their debuffs, and then the really important one is the progress bar. They're not on my screen by default. They are, Arrow Knight. The enmity list is not hidden by default. That is a default setting. So if they weren't on for you, that means you turned them off or you hid them. I promise. I've been playing this game for nearly like 15 years. But I would recommend you take this target info progress bar. You make that bitch 200% size and you put it in the middle of your screen somewhere. That's a really good one to have, because not only will the cast bar show on your enemy list and like over here really small, but you'll have the boss cast bar that you can target at least. This is the one for your target info. You'll have at least this one really big in the middle of your screen. You'll see that happen in every raid I ever do, because it's a very good setting. Make that literally as big as possible. Put it in the middle of your screen. Super important. Anyways. Boss comes back. Looking at these timers for debuffs, many dragoons would look at this and go, okay, my litany's up in 10 seconds. My Dragonfire dive is up in 13 seconds. I'm going to wait to press my litany, or I'm going to wait to press my life window and my lance charge until all those are up so I can do the most damage possible. Is what most Dragoons or players would do. And that, yes, that's the correct choice in most situations. However, in this one, during prog, we were sending everything on cooldown, because that's what you do during prog. You send everything on cooldown because there's more phases coming up. You don't know when you're going to need things. You might need them ASAP. Just send stuff on cooldown, and then if it doesn't work, you go back to it later. Is a really good mindset to have during prog. So, after we killed Shiva fucking 800 times or whatever it was, I just had been pressing everything on cooldown as soon as it came up. And she died every time by a lot. So, I'm not going to risk changing the alignment of anything else for future phases, or risk changing the kill time, or risk confusing another player in my party. I'm just going to press the stuff like I do. So like a lot of my burst just goes out there before litany even comes up. There's some things that I save, like my Star Diver, because I can do that. I probably could have saved my Nastrin too, but like at the end of the day, I know the boss is going to die, so I don't really care. All right, next mechanic spawns as the 2 minutes go out. Mirror, mirror is what it's called. The boss is going to spawn 1 gray mirror and 2 red mirrors. What's going to happen is that the boss is going to do a scythe kick, which is an in. The boss is then also going to select the 4 closest targets, just like Diamond Dust, for a cleave. So we're going to get in this kind of fashion. The melees. Your group might do something different. Just explaining the mechanic here, rather. The boss is going to do a scythe kick and cleave the 4 closest targets. The gray mirror is going to instantly, simultaneously copy what the boss is doing at the same time. So because of that, the gray mirror on the wall is also going to do a scythe kick and then select the 4 closest targets. Does that make sense? And then after that, in a few seconds, the red mirrors are going to repeat the same thing that they just saw, which is another scythe kick and another set of 4 cleaves to the closest players. So what our group did was just pulled the boss away from the gray mirror, the ranged run to the gray mirror. We do the double scythe kick and double set of proximity cleaves. And we make sure that we don't hit each other. Next up, gonna do the red mirrors. I know just from doing this a bazillion times, this is going to be when it's going to go off again on the enemy list. The reflected scythe kick is coming from the mirrors. There's another mirror right here that the ranged are handling, and we're gonna make sure that I'm standing like this so that I don't fucking shoot them, because I know they're over here. You see that? Because I know that the ranged mirror is over this way, I aimed this one in a fashion that wouldn't hit them. These mirrors can spawn in all different kinds of like orientations and stuff. So as you're getting used to this, like I didn't look up because I just knew where it was because we've done it so many times, this exact pattern. But as you're doing it, you're going to want to look in this direction or this direction to see where the ranged mirror is if you're a melee, or vice versa, to make sure that you don't shoot the other group. Our tanks, if you couldn't tell, were giving us as much space as possible for this to be lenient, and they were going really close to the wall so that they would give us room so we don't shoot the ranged group. Simple mechanic, just a scythe kick with 4 proximity cleaves, and then it's repeated on the mirrors. Just make sure you don't hit each other. Make sure you don't get overlapped with the scythe kick. Easy peasy.
Darkness be gone.
Right.
Next thing she's going to do is another mechanic from E8, which is these orbs over her head. Multiple orbs means spread. 1 orb means partners. That's all. It's going to pick just 1 roll only, so you need an opposite roll partner. So we did tanks with melee since we were already together, and healers with ranged since they were all together. But this is a spread since it's multiple orbs, so we're spreading out. Easy peasy. Top up, and then light ramp it. This is the first, like, you need to turn your brain on mechanic in this fight, in my opinion. Everything else kind of gets autopilotable. This is one that you actually need to check your debuff, check with other people, and then, like, really, like, think of the strategy that you come up with for whatever group you're in. And again, I'm not going to go too much into strategy for this. I'm just going to explain how the mechanic works.
Assume you.
So here's what happens. Light ramp it. Big damage. Okay. Let's go back a second. Always, 2 players are going to get selected with these AoEs. It's random. There might be some sort of rhyme or reason to bait it, because we found out that standing around the circle always makes the what's it called, the chains always spawn like without any crisscrosses, if that makes sense. But 2 players are always going to get selected with those AoEs, and then the other 6 players are going to get chains. You need to orient these chains in a manner that sets up 3 of the chains players to end up north and 3 of the chains players to end up south. It's always north and south. Next steps and next important things to note is that 2 of the players in the chains have these big glowing balls over their heads. These big glowing balls from right now have 14 seconds until they explode. And when they explode, it's going to be a light party stack. 4 players. Something else to note is that these 2 balls players, the big stack players, are always going to spawn next to each other, adjacent to each other in the chain lineup. So it could have been me and Zeph, it could have been me and Theo, it could have been Jitter and Theo, could have been, you know, they're always adjacent. The strategy that we ended up coming with made it pretty static. There was just a little bit of left-right shimmying that you needed to do. Again, I'm not going to go into too much detail about the exact strategy that we ended up settling on. Just understand that the chains need to not be too close to each other, first off. They need to end up with 3 on the north, 3 on the south. And these chain players need to be put into towers that are about to spawn behind us. 6 towers are going to spawn. There's going to be 1 in the northwest, 1 in the north, 1 in the northeast. It's going to be 1 in the south, 1 in the southwest, 1 in the southeast. Like that. That all being considered, you need to have 1 of these stack players end up south, 1 of these stack players end up north, and then there needs to be 3 on each side total. These AoE players right here are going to drop 5 puddles under their feet. They need to drop the puddle and then step out of it. Drop the puddle and step out of it. The drop of the puddle doesn't necessarily do any damage. It does give you a magic vuln, though. So you have to make sure that you don't drop this initial one on top of somebody as they're taking a tower. Otherwise, they will die to the tower damage, if that makes sense. Because you'll be applying a magic vuln to them, and then the tower will kill them, the chains will blow up, and everyone will die. So what we did, and what a lot of strategies do, is they just put these puddles in the middle like this, and then they have them kind of like yin-yang rotate to north and south like this. That ends up having one stack on each side, one puddle guy on each side, and 4 players total on each side, north and south. There's many ways that you can do this. There's many ways that you can logic this. Just know that's what needs to happen. So the chains go to their spots. We've got 1 stack on each side. We've got 3 chains on each side, and we've got 1 of the puddle guys coming to each side. So 4 and 4, 1 stack each. Stay in the tower till they blow up. And then at this point, you're going to start seeing these big other balls spawn. And they're either going to spawn on north and south first, like cardinals, or they're going to spawn on inner cardinals first. What you need to do next is find out where the safe spot is going to be, because these ones are going to blow up first, and then another one's going to spawn here and blow up behind it. We ended up always going to the northeast and southwest all the way over here. That's where we would converge, and we would make sure that all 4 players on each side stood around here next to the dangerous AoE and stepped into it as it went off. So everybody groups up. We make sure that we're close here to the stack. Something important to note is that you would initially think, after playing this game for a really long time, that this stack and this AoE would go off at the same time. However, they don't, which caused a lot of problems for us early on. So what you need to do is make sure that first, all 4 players on your side are inside this stack. No server shenanigans. This happens pretty fast, and somebody's joining late because of the puddles. Everybody needs to make sure that they're hugging the fuck out of whoever has this stack, and they're waiting until they see the damage for it. And then they're not getting baited. They're waiting until this blows up. Or if it was the other way around, they would wait till this blows up as they're standing here to step into it. You see this orb here? These can blow up in either order depending on how they spawn. So we're going to take the stack, and we're going to visually wait and watch this burst cast on the enmity list. And when that burst cast goes off, that's our sign that, 1, the stack has already gone off a few seconds ago, and we're ready to step in here. Stack goes off. We're waiting. Waiting. Burst goes off. Now we step here. And the other team is all the way over here doing the exact same thing on the opposite side, and they're stepping like this. Shortly after, the chains will disappear, and this is when you need to check that, first off, you're out of the AoEs that are coming up next, and you need to check the debuff bar. Oops. Boop. Let me open this. Okay. 4 players, if this is done correctly, will always have 3 stacks. And 4 players will also have 2 stacks. There's a tower in the middle that spawned right now in the mechanic that requires 4 people to stand in it. Taking this into consideration, and taking into consideration that afterwards there will be an 8-man spread that will add 1 stack to everyone in the party, and knowing that we can only go to a maximum of 4 stacks before these blow up and die from reading the debuff and from learning that in previous polls, all the players with the 2 debuff need to step into the tower. I'm just going to explain this really logically so that some of you understand why that has to happen. If a 3-player goes into the tower, that will give them to 4 afterwards, because the tower gives them a stack. Then, afterwards, the boss is going to cast House of Light, which is going to give 1 stack to everyone after that. If anyone hits 5, they fucking blow up and kill everyone. So the 2s need to step into the tower. If everything up till now is done correctly, you will always have 4 3s and 4 2s.
Two's in.
That's why Nuber would always say two's in. And then we would get ready to go to our spread spots because immediately after, the boss is going to do another Banish 3 cast. We're looking above to see if it's spread or if it's pairs, just like the one on mirrors. This, weirdly enough, like you would assume, since it's in the middle of this mechanic, would give you a stack. It does not. This has nothing to do with these light stacks here.
On.
The tower is soaked correctly with the 4-2 players. We're spreading. Everybody spreads because the boss had multiple spinning balls around her head. And we need to get this phase below 20%. If she's above 20%, the raid wide that she casts, absolute 0, just kills everyone. If she's below 20%, it's just heavy damage and it moves on to the intermission phase.
Brilliant.
Next step is House of Light. This is the 8-man spread that I was talking about. That's going to add +1 light stack to everybody. And since we're all at 3 now, we'll all get sent to 4 instead, which is safe. And then we're done with the mechanic. You can't just sit on your marker for that spread? What do you mean? Just before this? What do you mean? Like this spread? Oh, are you wondering why I'm way out here instead? I'm way out here because the boss isn't targetable right now, and there's no reason for me to be any closer than I need to be to somebody else. Yeah, please don't be the guy who is like, let's try to make these spreads as close as possible just because I fucking want them to be. That's a really weird mindset to have. If the boss is untargetable and there's a spread happening, fuck off. Get the fuck away from everyone. My healer's right here, so I'm definitely still going to get heals, but don't be like, yeah, let's just stand right here just because I like living on the edge. That's weird. Don't do that. Then I come in when the boss is targetable. Making sure we stay on our Proteans because this is baited 1 on each player. Good job, everyone. As you can see, even with me doing that suboptimal 2-minute burst earlier, the boss hasn't even started the enrage cast yet and is already below 20%. Because this happened hundreds of times, over and over, there is no reason for me to change my rotation whatsoever, unless it causes a problem later, which it didn't. So I kept it the same.
Nice work.
Still you resist. Then we shall unleash the light within. No, I won't let you.
We had her 12%. 8% extra. So there's no fucking way in hell there was any thought ever that I had during that 2-minute burst after the sliding mechanic that I was like, yeah, I need to do more damage here. No, absolutely not.
Green!
All right, intermission phase is the puzzle mechanic, I guess you can say, of the fight. It's is there any reason to do damage to her beyond 20%? Yeah, there is. That's actually a good question. So, like, you see boss is already at 13%. Why are you still hitting the boss if you said you don't care about damage? The reason is because we want to build gauge. Building gauge is not necessarily a thing that all jobs have, but Dragoon specifically has one, and that's this little gauge right here. My Wormwind Thrust gauge. Every time I press a right-in thrust in my combo, I get a stack here, which lets me do my really powerful move, Wormwind Thrust. Lots of other jobs have other things that, like, when they hit the boss or they complete a combo, they get more damage abilities that they can use. So we're going to keep hitting the boss so that I can get as many right-in thrusts as possible. And you'll see that at the end of this phase, I end up with a Whirlwind Thrust ready and another Whirlwind or Raiden Thrust like ready to activate. TLDR, it makes me deal more damage later. If there wasn't a reason for me to keep hitting, I wouldn't, probably, unless I was just bored. But yeah, for a lot of jobs, you want to keep hitting the boss and keep doing your GCD combo so that you can build more gauge for more damage later.
Oh, I won't let you.
Yeah, and you can see that Nuber here wasn't really hitting the boss. He was painting his motifs for the next phase. So he was preparing his damage for the next phase. That's what all of us are doing at this point, in different ways. Is this helping anybody learn the fight? I hope this is useful because we're about to get into the really complicated part. And we're only like a quarter of the way into the video. Okay. This is when you really need to lock in. This is when it's about to get tough.
Not much longer.
Okay. And again, if you have any questions about anything so far, feel free to ask. This is what this is for. Okay. So transition, we become unfrozen and we become movable. At this point, we're popping potions. This is just a note that is not going to be specific to every group. If you pop this potion as soon as you get access to your character, you will receive your potion again in the middle of your P4 2-minute burst. That's just what we ended up planning as a team. Where to pot, because that's important to coordinate when you're working on damage stuff. We just ended up doing it there. If you're wondering why we chose there, it's kind of arbitrary, but whatever. During this phase, what's going to happen is that there's going to be 4 light crystals. They're going to spawn on the cardinals outside, and there's going to be 4 dark crystals that spawn on the inner cardinals inside. This is a simple dance that happens where you can kill all of them to progress through this phase. However, if you kill the dark crystals specifically, that makes it so you can't clear the fight. This is the puzzle. The reason is that you want Gaia to have the pendant or whatever, and keeping the dark crystals alive or something like charges the pendant. Blah, blah, blah. Small lore reason, like story reason why this is important. Her power surges, etc. Yeah. Kill the light crystals. Do not kill the dark crystals. You need to keep all the dark crystals alive even though they're targetable by you. And you need to kill the light crystals instead. And only those. After you kill the light crystals, she'll say, my power surges. It'll make the middle ice veil, this big fucking ice cube, targetable. And then everybody's going to kill that. You're going to take it down to at least 50%. And then at the very end of the phase, a guy is going to jump up and slam the ice crystal with their hammer to deal 50% of the ice crystal's damage. So, making it really simple, the steps in this phase are kill the light crystals, get this to 50%, and nothing else. Besides staying alive, obviously. Kill the light crystals, get this to 50%. Okay. That being said, there's a couple of nuances. The dark crystals are going to pick the closest target to each, and they're going to do ground cleaves like this that you need to avoid and not hit anything else with. These need to be pointed out. Don't hit players with these. Don't hit the big ice cube with these. Don't hit other crystals with these, etc. These dark crystal cleaves do like a special like dark vuln thing, which will fuck up the puzzle, essentially. Don't think about it too hard. Shoot these out. Don't shoot anything else. Period. Kill the light crystals. Kill the ice cube in the middle. Also, the light crystals will pick the closest player as well. Instead of doing a cleave, they will do a big circle AoE like this that you have to avoid. It will also eventually start dropping little tiny bleed puddles. I over-exaggerate my movement during this phase because I'm killing this light crystal, and I want to drop these big puddles in spots that I'm not going to be standing in when I want to do damage. So I want to be around like here, right? When I'm dealing damage to my crystal. So when I know I'm about to drop something, I'm going to move out really far in between a GCD to like here or here. So I can drop it super far away. And you'll see this in action. Go to the middle. And I go to the middle specifically so that I can press Litany and I make sure that it hits everybody in my party. If I stood on the wall here and hit Litany, it would not hit everybody in the party because of the range. As soon as we get access to our character, pot, middle, Litany, go back to my crystal. And as you can see, because I was hitting the boss at the end of that phase, somebody was asking about this. Because of that, I get to open on this crystal with a Wormrun Thrust and a Raiden Thrust simultaneously. So I send the Wormrun Thrust and I get half of a Wormrun Thrust back immediately within a GCD. That's huge value. Very big. I send my jumps here because this is another important thing for Dragoons or any melees out there. Anybody actually in the game. This is something I touched on the other day after we cleared. There's an important concept to remember that if you know you're going to deal enough damage anyways, from patternistically and repeatedly successfully completing a phase, if you know you're going to deal enough damage without putting all of your damage buttons and buffs correctly, without doing your combo correctly, without doing your rotation correctly, you know you're going to beat the phase anyways, you always take the safer option. And for me, as a Dragoon, I know that pretty soon here, I'm going to get giant fucking AoEs on top of me. And that's going to be really annoying to deal with if I have to use my jumps, which are gap closers, so I would drop giant puddles on top of my crystal. Does that make sense? So I know that while I have a second here to just freely move however I want, not have to worry about puddles, I'm just going to send my jumps right now. Because I don't want to have to worry about them when I'm dealing with the giant ass fucking puddles. Because that's annoying. Send my stuff. Don't really give a fuck about shoving my jumps into buffs because I don't want to have to deal with them in a second. Here come the tethers. I'm starting to back up already. This is the first tether. I step out of it on the other side. Second tether, I step out of it where I started from. And then this one specifically, this is when I know that the bleed puddle is about to come out just because of how many times we've done it. So I'm going to run all the way out here. I'm going to have my life window ready because that's just when it happens to come up. And if I can, I'm going to use my Star Diver to gap close back, dodge the puddle, dodge the bigger puddle, and come back to the crystal all at the same time. However, we started fucking gaming comfortability-wise, and everybody started helping each other with crystals. We had a Picto and a Paladin over to my side over here that were helping after they fucking nuked their own. Sometimes I wasn't able to complete, you know, like this plan that I'm telling you about right now. I bait the third puddle closer to mid, then send the jumps in buffs. Great. Misty, can you send me your clear VOD real quick? I'll wait. Let's all wait, actually. Misty OTR? You have a clear VOD that I can watch of you beating the fight? Let's see. Misty Cat Girl. Congratulations on your clear. I want to see how you did it. Okay, so I noticed you said you used your jumps and buffs, but you actually sent your Dragonfire dive and your high jump before your buffs went out. So, were you just lying, or? Or what? Well, mainly star diver, but true. Okay. Great. I'm going to ask you this nicely one time. This is not the place for you to be dropping tips for people when I'm spending time trying to teach my chat how to do this. I appreciate you trying to help. I'm explaining things the way I do them because there are 937 people here wanting to know that, not how you did it. You're very much welcome to start your own stream and do that. Not the place here. But thank you for the input. Anyways, we come back in. We wait for the my power surges. Right there. And we wait for the vuln down to appear instead of the invulnerability to hit the middle. Now we're going to hit the middle and get it under 50%.
Power surges!
What's up?
Hey. Coming off him?
Every pull or so. If you're a range player, just know that sometimes I haven't been hearing about this a whole lot from other groups. But was this happening to anybody else who's been getting here, perchance? That these dark cleave AoEs would just fucking disappear randomly? Because it would happen like 1 out of like 10 pulls for us. And we just couldn't figure out why. It's probably a bug, but just be mindful that our ranged players were using the cast bar instead of the visual because they straight up weren't showing up.
Yeah!
It's very strange.
Reen, are you alright?
Food check.
You gotta check the Mr. Happy plate every time.
Thanks to you, Gaia.
Your Metron.
I am Logrif, servant of Zodiac.
This is required for the clear, yes? Oh yeah, absolutely. All right, so the funny thing here was because I did that this one pull, I actually was trying to target the boss with an auto target by pressing a GCD, and I missed like half a GCD worth of timing. But anyways, the boss is going to come back. Gaia's going to spawn. And she's going to immediately put everybody to 1 HP. And then she's going to jump to the middle. And she's going to do ultimate relativity. We're sending melee LB3 here. You can probably send it in other places. This is just where it made the most sense for us. With our comp and whatnot.
I shall restore the power of darkness to the star. Pass.
Getting healed up here. Again, I know that I'm about to deal with a really stressful mechanic. That's going to be very movement intensive. We've already cleared this phase hundreds of times. This is the same reasoning I'm telling you guys right now as to why I'm pressing things outside of buffs. When we know that we're already beating the fight and I'm already comfortable with the rotation that might not be completely optimal, I'm just going to keep doing it anyways for prog. For re-clears, probably not, because I just want to, you know, optimize my job, do a bunch of damage. But for prog, we are definitely going to just continue to do the smarter rotation, if that makes sense. Is there a setting to turn on auto target when pressing a GCD? Yeah. It should be on by default, but there's an aspect of it that you can change. Yeah, this one, auto target settings. You can make it line of sight or closest range. I don't know which one's on by default, but I recommend line of sight for sure. So like, if I go out here and I don't have the target dummy like targeted, but I'm standing in front of it, if I just press a GCD, it'll automatically target it because it's in my line of sight. Even when I'm facing backwards, you know? Wonder if it'll do it if I'm like this. Yeah, nope. It's with your camera. See how that works? I use that for lots of phase transition things in Ultimates. Okay, Ultimate Relativity. This is the first like debuff vom mechanic of the fight. This has a lot of moving parts, literally, that you need to work with your team to come up with a rule set for flexing for people is the only thing. The movements for each one of these sets of debuffs is going to be the same basically for every single group, but the thing that's going to change is where you place each player, if that makes sense. Because there's going to be 3 yellow tethers, there's going to be 2 purple tethers, and there's going to be 3 untethered towers. And you need to find some kind of prio that works for you. We did a DPS from 2 clockwise and a support from a counterclockwise with moving flexes for each player. So what I had to do specifically, for example, was look at 2 and then go clockwise. And then I would look at my own debuffs, and then I would check jitter and I would check happy specifically. And if either of them matched with me, I would move further along our 2 clockwise and leave them the space for it. Again, I'm going to try my hardest not to explain the strategy and like exactly how this is resolved. More so, I'm going to explain what the boss gives you and what the win condition is to move on past this.
Present, future, infinite possibilities condensed into a single moment.
Okay, debuff vomit time. Let's review. As soon as Ultimate Relativity goes out, here's what you get. There are a couple of patterns and rules that you can remember for how these debuffs go out, but if you're familiar with E12, you're going to be familiar with these. There's a lot of debuffs. Probably the most important debuffs that will tell you what you need to do and what kind of tower you need to go to for the rest of the mechanic is the fire debuff. There are 3 different types of fire debuff timers. There's the long, which is 30 seconds when it first comes out. There's the middle, which is 20 seconds when it first comes out. And there's the short, which is the 10 seconds when it comes out. There is one outlier in this list, and that is the ice. The ice is, you can consider either a long or a short. The way that we ended up doing it is that we figured out that the shorts always have a spread, right? So if the ice saw that they have a spread, they know that they're a pseudo short for our plan is what we would call it. If they had a gaze instead, which is one of these eyeballs, they would know that they are a long instead, because only the longs get those gazes. As you can see, it kind of correlates here. So like the long fire timer has a gaze. The long fire timer has a gaze. The long fire timer has a gaze. And you can see that the short fire timer has a spread. The short fire timer has a spread. So on, right? So if the ice timer has a spread, that would make it... What is it, chat? This is on the test. A short, yes. Not a mid, no. You failed the test. We ended up figuring out, maybe we just got really lucky with all of the patterns that we saw, but the mid guys, there's only ever 2 of them. The mid guys never had a ice, if that makes sense. The middles were never an ice. It's very possible that we just got really lucky, but we would know that the mid DPS was always water, and there was never another mid DPS. There's always one mid of each role, supports or DPS. And the ice ended up either being a short or a long, what we would call air quotes, fire timer. So, that all being taken into consideration, with this, we can sort these groups into 3 people having a long fire. We can have 2 people assigned to having mid fires. And then we can assign 3 people to having a short fire. Following so far? We haven't even got to where these guys go yet, but as long as you can understand that there is always going to be this configuration, you should be able to follow along at least a little bit with what's going to happen next. So I'll keep this debuff bar open, but we'll go to what happens next. All right, 8 towers are going to spawn around her on cardinals and inner cardinals. Everybody's going to get their debuffs, and at this point, everybody should already be thinking about that configuration I was talking about. 3 shorts, 2 mids, 3 longs. Which one are you? In this example, I was a long because I spawned at 30 seconds. So I'm thinking long. Then we had a prio that was, if you are a long, you are going to a yellow tether. Yellow. If you are a short, you are going to an untethered tower. And then if you are a middle, you are going to a purple tether. So the order of operations for this mechanic was identifying quickly that I was a long timer, and then I'm thinking in my head, I'm going to a yellow tower because that's our rule. Then I'm checking to see if I need to flex for anybody. And like I mentioned earlier, I'm checking Jitter and I'm checking Mr. Happy. I see that neither of them are also long. So I know that for my flex or my flexing, I'm not flexing. I'm going to the first yellow tether that's going to spawn from 2 looking clockwise. Okay. To get through this mechanic, all of these towers need to be baited in a fashion to where when they rotate, they'll be shooting fire like this. They need to be baited outwards and not inwards. Otherwise, they'll shoot the party through the middle, right? So that's the first step. Make sure none of the towers get shot through the middle. The second step is making sure that your fire is never dropped in the middle of the room because obviously that fire would drop on top of people and kill them. So you need to go out for fire. You need to go out to bait your tower when it's your turn. And you need to handle the stacks that are happening in the middle. There are a couple of stacks that will go off throughout this mechanic. And essentially, if you're not going out for something, like to place your rewind, to place your fire, to bait your tower, you are in the middle and you are taking a stack with everybody. Because if you are not in the stack with everybody, they'll get a damage down and or die. Why only Jitter and Happy and not Noober also? Because that's just what we ended up deciding on for the priority. That's more of a strategy conversation and not necessarily how the mechanic is solved situation, but I'll answer that anyways. Originally, we had our order like this: D1, D2, D3, D4. And so Jitter would always take the first tower, I would take the second, Happy would take the third, Noober would take the fourth. But we ended up changing that because specifically, this happens in Prague. Trust me, it happens all the time. It can happen to anyone. Jitter was struggling with identifying what debuff he was and checking whoever else. Actually, it was the other way around. It was like this. It was D4, D3, D2, D1. So because of that, Jitter, being D2, had to check these 2 guys. And he was struggling to do that. Or no, he was D1, so he actually had to check all 3. He had to check me, Happy, and Noober. Since he was D1, he had to look at all 3 of us every single time, and he was struggling to do that. So because of that, and because Noober was more comfortable with it, Noober said, fuck it, let's just swap. So instead, Nuber was down here now in the priority. I was here, and then Happy was here, and then Jitter was up here. So Jitter now would just take the first tower that was available to him. Nuber would check all three of us, and then I ended up checking Jitter and Happy, and that's why it ended up being like that. Out of curiosity, is there a reason for which timer has which color tether? Like some sort of alignment with bait and fire? Yeah? Yes, exactly. So just above board, you can follow the rule of long being the yellow tether, medium being the purple tether, and short being the untethered tethers. Well, untethered towers, rather. Because of the timings of the other things that they have in their list of debuffs. It will line up correctly, if that makes sense. Because of specifically the yellow tether means that the tower is accelerated and it's going to go off first. Like when these all spawn, just to really break this down to the very bare bones of it, all of these towers, unless Gaia tethered them, would go off at the same time. And what I mean by that is all of them would start rotating, or like indicating that they're rotating, all at the same time. You can imagine they're all the same kind of entity. Let's just say an example, 5 seconds from now, they're all going to go off. However, the thing that she does that makes this mechanic doable is the fact that she tethers 2 of them, or 3 of them rather, with yellow. That's going to accelerate them. Yellow means go faster. She's going to pick 2 of them for purple, and purple means go slower. So that makes 3 sets of towers going off to be baited. So the yellow ones are going to go off first because they were accelerated. The untethered ones are going to go off second because they're just normal timers. And then the purple ones are going to go off last because they were slowed down by the purple tether. That's just the logic of how this works. That being said, with the different orientation of these fires and the stacks, and when you need to place these rewinds, which we haven't even gotten to yet, that's when each one of these is going to be okay to go bait those towers. You just got to trust in the fact that that's how all the debuff timers were designed for the mechanic to work. Longs go to yellow, mediums go to purple, untethered go to shorts go to untethered. Okay, first step. The tethers go out, and I'm checking 2 clockwise, and like I mentioned before, I'm long, so I'm going to go to the first one, which was 2 clockwise, and it just happened that 2 was a yellow tether. So 2's mine. What needs to happen next when I get there is I need to look at the rest of my debuffs, okay? What you need to remember about this mechanic is that your rewind timer, this one, is going to set you up to handle your last mechanic. That's just another thing you need to remember. Your rewind is going to set you up into position to resolve your last mechanic. And the last mechanic is always either one of 3 things. It's either the gaze, which means look away from me and look away from other players who also have that. There is the spread, which is self-explanatory. You need to spread out and not drop it on anyone else, or else they will die. And there's one more, which is the water. And water functions as a stack. So, that all being said, the orientation for how this needs to end up at the very end is that the spreads need to end up on the outside, wherever they're at, away from the middle of the room. And then all of the gaze players need to be standing back to back underneath the boss. And the water player also needs to be standing in the middle, looking away from the gaze players, so that the stack goes off on all of them, so that this guy doesn't take the stack by himself and die. The stack can't take it with the spreads because obviously the spreads are going to kill other people if they drop on top of them. Is this starting to make a little more sense now? All right, knowing that, we need to bait our tower, we need to drop our fire, and we need to drop our rewind in a spot that's appropriate for our final debuff. In between all that, if we're not doing anything, all we need to do is just be in the center of the room because there's other stacks going off at the same time. Incrementally. You can see there's the 10-second stack, the 20-second stack, and the 30-second stack. You can think of this debuff as literally just looking at your own, or think of this mechanic as literally just looking at your own debuffs and handling them in the order that they appear. So, step by step, the first thing I need to do is I have a stack going off in 7 seconds, so I need to be in the middle of the room. But first off, how we handled this was we would all go stand visually in front of our towers to make sure that everybody knew which tower they were going to. So I'm going to go stand in front of my tower real quick.
Fast fires out.
She's casting speed, which is the cast bar for these tethers, and she's also slowing down these ones right here. At this point, some of the fires need to go out. That would be Jitter and Noober. They need to go out to not drop their fires in the middle of the room. And I need to go to the middle of the room with other people that don't have fire to take the stack. So, stack time. I'm keeping an eye on my tower.
Rewind.
All right. The rewind call is for other people that are about to drop their rewinds. It's not necessarily just everyone's rewind. I see that my tower has started rotating, or indicating that it's going to rotate. So, what I do to make this really simple for myself, you can logic this however you want. Wherever the closest player is to this tower, when it locks in, it's going to shoot a big fire line at them, and then it's going to rotate slowly in the direction that it's indicating with these arrows. So, can somebody from chat tell me, looking at this tower at the 2 marker right here, what side of the tower visually do I need to go to bait this away from everybody? To the right, yes? What's up, honey? You bring me a snack?
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Done sauce.
No, it's okay. Love you. Thank you. You stole one of my kimpops.
Yeah, sorry.
That's okay. All right. Right is the correct answer. Yes? Because if I stood right here and baited this, here's what would happen. The first fire line comes out like this, and then it's going to rotate here, and then it's going to rotate here. And that's the middle of the room where everybody's taking their stacks. They're going to blow up and die. But if I take it on this side instead, it'll shoot here, and then it'll shoot here, and then here, and then here, and then here. All on the outside of the room, not touching anybody. Is the difference between the yellow and the water stack debuff the amount of people that need to be in it? Yes. Okay. So what I do to make this really easy for myself is I run out towards my tower, to the center of it. I look at which arrow, or which direction the arrows are pushing me in, which in this case is this way, right? I imagine I walk up to the tower, I put my hand on it, and swipe it in the direction the arrows are telling me to. So that would put me here, and then right here. And then I stand not necessarily right on the side of it, but kind of in front of it, because depending on how the towers spawn and how the debuffs spawn, you could be baiting a tower out like this, and there could be somebody like right here placing a rewind, for example, and you wouldn't want to just fucking shoot them with the fire line while they're doing that. So it's safe and actually the correct choice to bait them, not necessarily like directly like 180 degrees like this, if that makes sense, but just a little up like that. So I'm going out to bait my tower. The indicator that you're looking for is visually there is a big fire line that comes out, and also excuse me, also you'll receive a fire vulnerability for like 10 seconds. When that fire vulnerability comes out, that's how you know that the tower's locked in, it's shot once, and it's about to start firing in that direction that it's rotating. For what it's worth, Zeph, I believe, tweeted a clip of how to perfectly bait these towers every time, and I'll share that with you guys. Just know that Zeph came up with this.
Fine.
So visually over your head, you're going to have this thingy, right? This circle thingy, and there's this black dot in the middle. What you want to do to perfectly bait your tower every time is find out which direction you need to go in first, and then move into a fashion that would hide this black dot behind this bar if you're looking out. So if you're having trouble following what that means, just carefully watch this black dot as I approach this tower, and watch how the tower bar here is going to perfectly hide the black dot. So watch. See that? See how the dot's gone now because I'm standing in the correct spot? It just happens to be a good visual indicator. It's not intended, but that's just a good visual indicator that you're standing in the right spot if you're looking out. I personally don't do that. I kind of just feel it out, but that does, like, that works. It works really well. Okay. Baiting my tower. I'm waiting for the big fire line to shoot out, and I'm waiting for the fire vulnerability to show up on my debuff spar. Boom. There it is. Fire vuln. I see the big line. All right. It's time for me to move to my next step. What's my next step? Well, I don't necessarily have anything coming up anytime soon, so I'm going to go to the middle. I don't even need to think about the fact that Noober does indeed have a stack coming up in 4 seconds from now. If I'm not doing anything actively in that moment in the next 2 or 3 seconds, I'm going to the middle to be in stacks, because I know there's a bunch of stacks in this mechanic. That's all you need to think about.
Medium fires out.
Going in the middle for stack. Next mechanic goes off, and I see that I have a rewind in 3 seconds. So, like I mentioned earlier, my rewind needs to be placed in a way that will perfectly resolve my final mechanic. In this case, that's a gaze. I'll just make this bigger for anybody who needs to see. Okay, rewind coming up. I need to drop my gaze. And if you remember, the orientation for which we were doing this is we were having all the spreads on the outside, S for spread, somewhere around the outside. This is just very general. And then we're having all of the gaze players and the water stack player in the middle is where they need to end up. They're all back to back, not looking at each other, so that they don't gaze each other. So I'm going to line myself up between my tower and the boss. And I'm going to be inside. If you can kind of see it, there's one ring here on the inside. And I know that if my tower's here at the 2 marker, I want to be roughly like here so that I can stand in the middle. That'll make me away from any spread markers that are like this. And that'll make it so that I'm back to back with anybody else who's in the middle if I'm facing out this way. Okay. Rewind's dropping in 3 seconds. I'm positioning myself to be resolving that gaze in 20 seconds from now. It drops and hits the floor, and then I quickly check my debuffs again, and what's coming up next? My fire in 5 seconds. I know that I'm going to drop my fire outside of the arena somewhere around here, but I do also see that there's a lot of fucking lasers being baited in places. So I need to be careful about going out. I need to check quickly left and right and adjust my movement appropriately so that I don't get hit by a laser before I drop this successfully. All right. Looks like it's safe as I'm crossing the threshold of like the outside line. No lasers, so I'm just going to go drop my fire right here on the outside so I don't hit anybody.
Long fires out. Long fires out.
Throw a piercing talon. Come back in, and the last thing that's going to happen soon is going to be the rewind. I'm going to be sucked back to my rewind position, which, if you remember, is placed right here specifically for me. And the other gaze players are going to be somewhere in the middle like this, so I have to be facing out if I don't want to look at anyone else. So there's a couple of ways that I can handle this. I could just stand right here and face this direction and stop hitting the boss, because if I hit the boss, I would face this direction because I start hitting her, right? Or you can do the smart thing, which is go to just the opposite side of her, since that makes me face the northeast direction of the room. And then my rewind will suck me back to right here, and I'll still be looking out. If that's too difficult for you to logic out in the moment, I would highly recommend you just go to your rewind spot and look out if you can. Don't bother hitting the boss for that extra GCD. It's 99 times out of 100 not worth it. So I'm going to go through the other side of the boss. I'm going to look towards the direction I need to, and that just happens to be also where the boss is in relation to me.
Look out in 3, 2.
I'm going to hit those last GCDs. The rewind's going to stun me, and it's going to move me to right here. And I'm going to be facing this direction. Does the rewind face you where you were facing at the time of the puddle, or do you need to keep facing? So the timing of you dropping the puddle is only the position. The direction you're facing when the rewind actually takes you is the direction you're facing right now when the return debuffs goes off. So you can see this. My rewind is on the ground over here, but I have this new debuff called return. When return happens, the game's going to lock me in whatever direction I'm facing, and it's going to take me back to my rewind point. So I need to be looking northeast, wherever I'm standing at the time of the return, because my rewind point is right there. So I'm going to go stand over here so I can keep hitting the boss, so I keep facing northeast.
Last fate.
Look
Yeah,
out
and that's why Happy was saying, look out in 3, 2.
in 3, 2, 1.
Everybody gets stunned. At this point, everybody is locked into the direction they're facing in the arena. The rewind's going to take them. We're still stunned. We do not have time to adjust before the debuffs resolve. As you can see, Jitter is a spread, Kyo's a spread, and there should be somebody over here who's also a spread. And all their spreads are going to blow up like this. And as you can see, that leaves this middle ring here safe. All the gazes are going to go off, and everybody's looking out. And all these people are looking away from each other. And there's the stack guy here who's also looking out, who's going to drop the stack in the middle. And that resolves everything. How do you make sure you don't have a gaze in front of you? So the way that you make sure you don't have a gaze in front of you is specifically for our strategy. PF might do this in a different way. We had everybody resolve all of their mechanics for this phase between their tower and the boss, if that makes sense. So this is my tower. That means that there was also another long tether player on this tower right here. And that means that there was another long tower player on this tower right here. So what we're going to do is we define this center ring here under the boss as like the gaze and water stack spot. And we know that as long as we stand towards our tower inside that ring and we all look out, none of us will ever be facing each other. Does that make sense? So like the guy who was handling this tower over here is never going to run all the way the fuck over here and stand in front of me, right? So the entire mechanic can be resolved from your line. Okay. If your last debuff is a spread, what direction do you place your rewind, your tower to? Yeah, so if I was a short, which would mean that my last debuff would be a spread, like Jitter was in this scenario, I would handle a lot of my debuffs in the opposite order. So let's just go over what Jitter had, right? Since he was a spread. Jitter had a short fire, so the first thing he needed to do in this mechanic was take that fire out. So he took that fire out, and then you can see quickly after that, 5 seconds from then, he has to place his rewind. And you can see that he places rewind right here. So his rewind was placed right here. He took his fire like out here. And whenever he had to come do a stack, he just came in right here. And whenever he had to bait his tower, he did it like here or here. Right? Those are the only positions you need as a short in this mechanic. So basically you have 1/8 of the arena assigned to you for the whole mechanic. Yep. Yeah, everybody has like their tower like pizza slice, if you want to call it, and that's where you do all of your stuff. Whenever you do a spread, are you going in your clock spot and out, or just in an open space? Whenever you do your spread, you're dropping it in front of whatever tower you were responsible for. So Jitter dropped his spread, his rewind, right in front of the tower. Like this. That's way easier than first impression. Yeah, it like when you really break it down, it's just look at what you have, follow the priority to make sure you have your own tower, and then just handle everything in that lane. What if you have a fire spread when you need to bait your tower, or would that never happen? That'll never happen. Because of the rule that we came up with earlier, like I was mentioning this earlier, there's always going to be 3 long fires. There's always going to be 2 medium fires, and there's always going to be 3 short fires. And we assign these in a way to where the longs, the mediums, and the shorts always have a specific tether type of tower to take, and then a priority system on who gets which one first within these 3, 2 or 3. So the longs always get the yellows, the mediums always get the purples, and the shorts always get the untethered. If you follow this, you will never have to bait a tower when you drop a fire. You'll never have to take a stack when you have to bait your tower, etc. It all just works out if you do it like this. Yeah, and basically the only thing that matters is the prio system to go to who goes to which tower, and everything is dependent on the players. Yep, exactly. You got it. So, again, I'm going to explain my logic for when we started this mechanic and how I chose which tower I would go to.
Infinite possibilities condensed into a single moment.
Okay, debuffs go out. We're checking our debuffs right now. The A marker is right here, and the 2 marker is right here. There is a tower on every cardinal and intercardinal in the room. The DPS were responsible for taking the first available tower to them from 2 clockwise, around in a circle. The supports were responsible for taking everything from A counterclockwise, first available. And then within those 2 different groups, we had a prio system that ended up looking like this. It was Nuber first as D4. It was Happy next as D3. Me next, and then Jitter next. I don't know. I actually can't logic out if this is what we ended up going with, but it still serves the example well. So, yeah, kind of like Snake Prio almost. Like, if D4 was first in the prio, they would literally just check the 2 marker and go clockwise until they found the first tower that satisfies their timer. So, like, if they were a long, they would look for the first yellow tower. And then they would just literally take the first yellow tower. But, like, let's say there's an example where D4 and D3 both got a long fire. D4 would take the first one if it was here, and then D3 would see that D4 is also a long and would see this, and they'd go, oh, that's for D4, not me. So I'm going to keep going. And they'll take the second one. Does that make sense? And then to make it even easier, if anybody ever got confused, what we would do is in this like 2 or 3 seconds when everything's spawning, everybody would look at their own fire timer. They would look at who they needed to check for flexing. For example, I needed to check Jitter and Happy. I'm long. Neither of them are long. So I know that I'm the first yellow tower. At this exact moment, everybody else in the party is doing the exact same thing, but they're thinking of their own position in their priority. So this goes out. I'm looking at 2 clockwise. I'm a long, so literally the 2 marker was mine. Like, this tower is mine. And from this point on, I know that for the rest of the mechanic, I'm going to be here, 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 or here. And that's it. I'm never going anywhere else. I also don't need to pay attention to anybody else. I literally just have to look at my stuff and solve only my stuff. But there's one more thing that we do here before everybody starts really moving to position. is we all visually, no matter what we are, go and stand in front of the tower that we are assigned to. That way, if anybody's lost in the fucking sauce and they're like, oh god, I can't figure out my prio in time, they just look for the tower that isn't taken by anybody yet and they go, oh, that's probably mine. And then they go there. Hopefully that doesn't happen, but it did save us a few times. Yellow towers mean they're going off first. Purple towers are not second, untethered are second. So I'll explain this again. The yellow tethered ones are being accelerated and the purple tethered ones are being slowed down. Right? Because as soon as these things spawn,
Present, future, infinite possibilities.
you can imagine it like this.
Into a single moment.
This probably isn't exact timing, but just as an example, these all spawn. From this point here, before Gaia does anything, all of these towers are going to activate at the same time because they're the same. Let's just say they're all going to go off in 15 seconds from now. All of these are going to start spinning in 15 seconds from now because of not being tethered, right? Gaia immediately puts tethers on them. The yellow ones get accelerated. So instead of 15 seconds, they move down to 5 seconds, right? The purple tethered ones get decelerated. So instead of 15 seconds, they go to fucking 25 seconds or whatever the fuck it is, right? And then the untethered ones just stay the same. So they're just 15 seconds because they didn't get adjusted. So understanding how all the debuffs work now and understanding the rules that, that long equals yellow, medium equals purple, and short equals untethered. You follow the priority for whatever your group comes up with, and you handle all of your debuffs in that line. So let's just watch the entire phase now. Because it's like, you'll be sitting here and you'll be like, oh, okay, this actually starts to make a whole lot of sense now. This is easy. And then you actually get there and it's fast as fuck. So it takes a long time to understand it still. And it takes even longer to get to the point where you can do it on the fly quickly without any like pauses. So just see how fast this happens now.
I shall restore the power of darkness to the star. Past, present, future. Infinite possibilities condensed into a single moment.
I'm not going to pause at all. This is how fast it goes.
Fast fires out. Rewind. Medium fires out. Long fires out. Long fires out.
Boom. And then as soon as the returns happen,
in 3, 2, 1.
mechanic's over at this point. We are now hands off the wheel, praying that everybody put their rewinds in the correct spot, and we're good. So it's fast. There's a couple of nuances in terms of checking like like your priority systems and stuff. And there's also that one like outlier nuance that is the ice debuff. Because again, not everybody spawns with fire. One player is going to spawn with ice. But as long as you remember that there's always going to be, always going to be 3 long players, 2 medium players, and then 3 short players every single time, the ice can figure out like which one of these they're the imposter for, is like the way I was thinking about it, kind of. There will never be 3 mediums. There will never be 4 longs, something like that, right? And another way that you can think about it that I started doing, again, I explained this earlier, but now that we're all at the end of this, we can understand this a little better. The long players always have the gaze. See? Long fire has the gaze. Long fire has the gaze. The short players always have the spread. Short players always have the spread. The mediums are their own thing. There's just one support medium and one DPS medium every time is what we ended up settling on. So if you're medium, you just take the first purple tower from your prio. Taking that into consideration and taking all that is you just look at what debuff you have last as ice, see that it's a spread and go, oh, I'm a short. That takes a little bit of practice remembering on the spot, but that's essentially it. Okay. One more time, gonna play it. Are there any more questions with ultimate relativity? Or are you guys ready to do it right now?
Fast fires out. Rewind. Medium fires out.
What does ice do again? Ice is kind of like a backwards stack if you think about it. All it does is, oops. Ice just makes a big donut. So there's going to be a big AoE, and there's going to be a small safe spot in the middle. So like, the players who need to be in the middle need to, be in the middle, like a stack, and the players who need to be out need to be out. That's all it is. Ice can be given to anyone on the team. Yep. Ice is completely random who it gets assigned to. What we kind of logicked out after doing it so many times is that it didn't seem like the ice could be a medium tether, and the ice was always a shorter long, and you could just check either the rewind timer or the final mechanic of it to see which role you were kind of the imposter for. It kind of seems like they just threw in the ice just to really throw people off. But once you realize it's just a fire in disguise, you're like, oh. The cool thing about ice is that you never have to go out to drop your fire, so you can like actually full uptime. Can you point again to where people do the dark spread position? Sure. So the dark spreads for shorts are always going to happen. You can see this guy up here. It's actually Zeph right here. Zeph was a short support. So he has 1 second left on his fire debuff. He's a short. Wait, is this short or did I go through too quickly? I think I'd... Yeah.
Fast fires out.
Oh yeah, Zeph was a medium. I went ahead a little bit. Okay, so you can... This is a better example. You can see Nuber here. Was definitely a short DPS. I'm getting rice out of my teeth. Short fire on Nuber. His rewind is the next thing coming up for him. Here, I'll screenshot this and make it bigger so it's easier to see. This is a debuff order. Short fire. And if we remember the rule that your rewind always handles your final mechanic like this, basically you can say his spread was second, essentially. He's going to go out, drop his fire, and now he needs to handle his spread in a rewind fashion. So
Rewind.
He's going to come in, and I'm not looking at him, but actually Jitter was the same thing, and I was looking at him, so we'll use Jitter instead. Jitter was the same type of like debuff order. So Jitter went out for his fire right here, and then he comes in to drop his rewind for his spread later. And he's going to drop it just right in the middle of the waymark there, right in front of his tower. So between the boss and the tower, right in front of the tower. Because debuffs might be different depending on what group you're in. Or not debuffs, waymarks. So, to answer your question, right here. Not too far back, because if you're too far back, you might get hit by lasers from the towers. Because they're big, like, rectangles. So just right there. And if you watch closely, you'll see how perfectly all the spread markers look at the end of this.
Long fires out. Long fires out.
All right, rewind's going off soon, making sure everybody's looking out relative to where their rewind is.
Out in 3, 2, 1.
Attack middle.
Gets pretty close.
3, 2, 1.
I'll pause it so you can see. So you can see this was our safe spot right here. And actually these spread markers are a little bigger than they appear to be. Like, well, they're a little smaller than they appear to be. They look bigger than they actually are. But you can see we're all kind of like this in the middle here, facing out and with the stack. And that's how you do it. That's ultimate relativity. Okay, I need to go use the restroom, and then we'll go over Hexpocalypse, or if anyone has questions on ultimate relativity. I'll be right back. Bathroom break. Okay, I'm back. Any questions on ultimate relativity before we move on? Or just in general about anything else? That's my favorite mechanic in the fight. I think it's really cool. Good. I'm glad you get it. Okay. Let's move on. The next mechanic is way easier, and there's actually one more mechanic in this fight that even requires an explanation that's nearly that long. If you do Hexpocalypse for free, and you do Crystallized Time for free, the rest of the fight is like super easy, comparatively. Okay.
Medium fires out.
You just gotta learn how to read the debuffs really quickly.
Long fires out.
And just do them in order.
Last fade.
Look out in 3, 2, 1.
Okay, looking out. Gazes and spreads with the stack. Immediately after, the boss does a Shell Crusher, which is she just picks one random player, jumps on them and slams them, and it's stack damage that you need to share with your party. For the Dragoon players out there that are wondering, if you did the exact, usage of like buffs and jumps and stuff, everything lines up perfectly right here after ultimate relativity for a full 2-minute burst, which is yet another another reason in the laundry list of reasons as to why I pressed the buttons when I did previously.
Stack middle.
Okay. Take the stack, make sure you're all grouped up, and then after this is just 2-minute burst with the tank buster.
Buffs.
Succumb to the darkness.
Little raid wide too, but it doesn't hurt too bad. Tank buster, I think they kitchen sink this to save invulns for later. Yeah, it's kind of a weak buster.
Spots.
All right, next thing coming up is Hexpocalypse. So Hexpocalypse is going to be similar to something like Dual Apocalypse or Triple Apocalypse or just Apocalypse from E12S. What's going to happen is Gaia is going to choose opposite locations to spawn those spinning orbs that'll flash on the floor and basically telegraph what spots are going to get blown up first, and then the order that they're going to explode in after that. Don't worry though, because there's a really easy way to read this. It just looks really fucking hectic. The the toughest part of this is the fact that you need to split up into 2 groups of 4, like we're doing here. There's one group up here. And you need to make sure that there's one of each of 4 things in each of those groups. One player is going to have nothing. One player is going to have a short water stack. One player is going to have a medium water stack. And the last player is going to have a long water stack. Don't worry though, because it gets even easier than this. You'll have a flex priority similar to how you did kind of an ultimate relativity between rolls. All you need to do is check for when the debuffs go out, check what you have on your debuff list, and then check the people that you're standing with. If anybody matches you, you need to swap to the other side. And by that logic, because of that, somebody from the other side will also have to swap, and it'll be equal each time. Sometimes 2 people need to swap, sometimes 1 person needs to swap, sometimes nobody needs to swap. Sometimes you get lucky. All of these water stacks need to be taken with 4 players and no less. Otherwise, people will get that Mark of Mortality damage down. If you remember Panto Crater from top, this is like the exact same like swap like priority. Did you do roll stacks here? Yes, we did. So we had the DPS on one side and we had 3 DPS and a healer on one side, and then we had 3 supports and a DPS on the other side. And then we just had a little prio on each one. Will this be up on your channel later? Yeah, I'll save it as a highlight on Twitch at least. I don't think I'm going to upload it on YouTube, but the whole thing will be saved on Twitch forever. Okay. So the Dark Water, this is what, this is like the spell and waiting thing. So like she's casting these stacks on us, but like they're all going to have different timers, right? So here's what I do. The really easy way to do this. I just remembered who was in my group and who wasn't, just like by name, right? And then I checked to see what I have. So let's bring this debuff list up real quick. Like I said before, you need one of each type of thing that you get here in each group. So, as you can see, we're looking at the water stacks here. This thingy. I didn't get one. So I'm nothing. There's only one other player in the party that will also have the same thing as me, which is nothing. It's Kyo. At this exact moment, I think to myself, okay, I have nothing. Who else has nothing? Kyo has nothing. Kyo's not in my group. I don't need to flex. That's all that needs to happen. Literally that quick. Let's say there was a scenario where I got a 10-second water. And ignore that Jitter has this. Let's say that I got this instead of Jitter. I would say, okay, I'm 10-second water. Who has the other 10-second water? Oh, Noober does. Noober's in my group, so I need to swap sides. So then I would swap sides to the other side. That didn't happen in this case, so I didn't need to swap, but everybody else is doing the same thing to see if they need to swap or not, and that'll end up having us have 4 players on each side, and none of them are the same type of water stack in terms of length. Okay, that's the easy part. Next step is the Apocalypse. She's going to start spawning those orbs around the outside that are going to rotate either clockwise or counterclockwise. And then there's a really easy way to read that. The first water stacks are going to go off in about 5 seconds. And we need to make sure that we're all in the water stack for this first one. So we're all going to group up in our little parties here. And we kind of like visually like stood apart in a T like this. Because as soon as this water stack goes off, she's going to pick one person to do a Spirit Taker on randomly. And Spirit Taker is just like hey, fuck you, damage on you in a circle, and anybody who's close to you gets flung out of the arena. So it's a fancy spread marker, essentially. So we take the water stack, and as you can see, by the time the water goes off, the Spirit Taker's already about to go off. This is why we position like this. So what's going to happen is I'm going to go this way. This guy's going to go this way. This guy's going to plant here, and then this guy in the back is going to move backwards. And that perfectly spreads us out on both sides.
Right.
AC right.
See, like that? We spread out so that we don't overlap. And the other team on the other side does the same thing. Spread out. Okay. In the middle of that, as the Spirit Taker's going off, Gaia's going to choose two opposite cardinals or inner cardinals, two opposite sides of the room, essentially, to start spawning those apocalypse thingies and then spin them around in the same direction. All you need to do is look at the direction of where they spawn in. Let's say they come out here and then they start going this way. On the other side, it would be the same thing. They'd start going out here and then come this way. With this orientation, 1 and 3 would be safe. It probably isn't the one in the clip here, but like this is an example. You look at the direction they start in and you look at the direction they're turning in, and then you go one behind it. You wait 2 pulses while spreading out, and then you go into the middle. The timing for this is really tight.
Oh, ruination!
Basically double APOC but scarier. Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, chaotic dark! Descend and quench light!
Water stack goes off and we're spreading. And we can see, check this out, that they're coming out in this direction and they're spinning like this on both sides. So if we were to go out in 2 groups of 4 on 2 markers, where would we be standing here, chat? Where are the 2 first safe spots? Yep, C is one of them. And the opposite side of the room, A. That's where we're starting. A and C. And that's what you're going to hear Theo say. He's going to go AC.
Right.
AC right.
The right or left call that he added onto that was something else that was kind of a nuance to this. So imagine I'm standing here in this spot on C. This is one of the safe spots, correct? When he says right, that means looking inwards, the right side is going to be the other spot that you can stand to be safe. So Theo's going to stand out here on the wall, and he's saying that the right is also safe. If you were to go out to the left here, this one is going to blow up and hit you if you're standing over here. Right? Because of the direction they were spinning. If they came out like here and spun this way, it would also be AC safe, but it would be AC left would be the call. Because this is going to blow up, then this is going to blow up, then this is going to blow up. You follow? But this is not going to blow up yet, like directly here. Because these ones are still making their way over here. Okay, so following that logic, luckily I was one of the people in the priority system that most of the time got to just stand max melee on the marker that was called and then just walk in when it was my turn. Sometimes I would have to go back to the wall in case there was like a bunch of melees on my side. Sometimes I would have to go back. But AC right means that one person's going to stand here, one's going to stand here, one's going to stand here, and one's going to stand over here. This guy can technically stand in a very tiny safe pixel on this side, but that's scary. That's really scary. Technically, I think it's safer for the last part, which you'll see, but it's really small. It's like a fucking pixel. it's tiny. All right. So the groups are all sorted. Again, she's going to do an Apocalypse, Spirit Taker, and we're looking for the safe spots. AC.
AC right. AC right.
The Spirit Taker goes off. Everybody's hitting the boss, and then they're going back to their spots. She jumps back to the middle every time, and we're in the spots that we called, and you can see people are getting to position. Nuber's going to stand here. I'm going to stand here. I'm gonna stand, or Happy's back here, and Thea's back on the wall, right behind me. What's gonna happen is we're all gonna get spread markers over our heads, so we can't all just stand where I'm standing. If you're wondering, why don't they just stand there? It's because we get spread markers in a second, and we can't stand on top of each other. After 2 room-wide pulses was how I thought about it. The room is gonna pulse twice. It's gonna go bang, bang with the apocalypse, like big circles. After that second one, you immediately step into the middle, and the spot that we're all looking at on our side is right here on this inner ring. You see this ring? This was going to be the safe spot. And the safe spot for the first part is just max melee right here. Probably leaning towards the direction that's called. So if it was AC right, I'd probably stand like right here. We're going to wait for the spreads, 2 room-wide pulses, and then I'm going to sprint to this spot right here and plant. So let's watch this all in action.
Oh, chaotic dark!
If you are if you're somebody who's taking this spread marker on the wall or far away from the point that you need to converge at, you like pretty much have to pop sprint or like a really gamer gap closer, which is what a lot of people in our group are doing. I think moving from that spot to here and then into the safe spot is probably the safest option, just because of how the explosions end up looking. But personal preference, as long as you don't die or overlap with anyone.
Descend and quench light.
I'm like really over explaining this too, by the way. So just
AC right.
spread.
AC right.
AC right. Everybody gets to the safe spots and spreads out. You can use the spread markers to kind of fine tune your position here. 1, 2, run in. And as you can see on that third pulse there, so that's the second pulse. We're all about to run in. We're all converging on this point and this point. High's doing something a little different because he has a tank responsibility in a second, but he's ensuring that he's still just in his group's water stack. The third pulse is going to hit, and like this lane right here that I'm drawing and filling in, this is safe for the third pulse, if that makes sense. Just for a single pulse. So this is like your moment to like move into the middle. This guy off to the side, we opted to just like send them through the pulses. This is kind of like a weird 2-to-1 dodge. This is really scary. You could technically go here and then in, but we had people just go through the middle. Yeah, they could be closer to mid, but we wanted to have them like visually separated and have a little bit of distance between them so that we wouldn't just instantly like walk on top of each other when it was time to move in, if that makes sense.
Knock back soon.
Plus, it was working for us, so we never changed it. All right. The water stacks go off, and if you're the main tank at this point, or whatever tank, Darkest Dance is going to pick the furthest player from the boss and jump on them, and then she's going to do a knockback from her hitbox, the boss. So High, I'm not exactly sure how he figured out where was going to be the safe spot to go out to. There's probably a good like patternistic thing that you can read to see when you have to run out is and where. He got really good at it, so he started doing it. So he's going to pull the boss out all the way out here and take the Darkest Dance. We're all going to converge on the boss, get knocked back, and then meet back up in our groups to take the final water stack, 4 and 4.
Knock back soon.
Darkest Dance. Bang.
Knock back.
Knock back. If you're wondering why I like visually like switched sides there, we just decided that the group that started in the southeast would go to the back right of the boss, and the group that started in the northwest would just go back left of the boss here. That's all. You can do this however the fuck you want, just as long as you have 4 and 4. It's all good. We'll gap close gaming.
Shadows
And then again, you need to
fall.
get the boss under 20%, and we absolutely smoked her here like every time.
The walk of shame.
Good job, everyone. Okay. Before we move on to phase 4, any questions? / am I going too fast? / is this helping anyone? I want to make sure I'm doing this for a reason, because we're about to get to a part where I have to yap even more about the biggest mechanic in the fight. I got a question. What the fuck? Exactly. Is P4 as scary as it looks? Not really. P4 is like a synchronized swim, more so in the sense that like the first mechanic's like fairly simple, honestly, and the second one is full downtime, just like remember all the different roles. We'll get to it. It's going to be easier once I explain like what the boss does, what the goal is of the mechanic, and then how you successfully get through it. Not necessarily stand here and then do this and then not explain why, but like why things happen and how you resolve the mechanic safely. Okay. You have a drink for your next part? Yes, I do. Will there be a VOD available to look after the stream? Yes, I'll save this entire thing as a highlight. Do you have a priority for who switches for water? Like if there are 2 short timers on your side, who switches? Yes. That is kind of arbitrary and doesn't need to be the same for every group, which is why I didn't explain it. But in my group, I was just swapping for anybody. So I would look at everybody in my group and then swap. And then the healers would plant, was what we decided. The healers would always stay on their side. And then everybody else had a different little like 3-part flex prio, if that makes sense. You can set it up however you want in your group. As long as it's 4 and 4, one person always stays, one person always flexes, and then there's 2 other people in between, you'd be fine. How did you go about if you had to be at the wall in APOC as melee? Oh, just go to the wall and press piercing talon. It hardly ever happened, but there would be occasions where we would get 4 melees on the same side. Just it's like 2 GCDs, bro. Just go back to the wall. But like, if you're talking about for like how I got back into the middle, the only time I would ever go to the wall is if Jitter was here and like High was here. That's when I would know, okay, I have to go to the wall. And there'd usually be a heal, or there will always be a healer here planted because that's the strat we were using. So I'd have to go to this position where the W is. So it would go pulse, pulse, and then what I would do is pop sprint and run like this. Because I know that this whole lane is going to be safe, and I can make it to the point where Jitter is at first before I can make it to like here, for example. Like this line that I'm drawing right now would be unsafe because it takes like 1 second longer. If I was feeling particularly spicy, I would just elusive jump to right here and that would work. However, for Prog and the fact that we were destroying this boss damage check wise every single pull, I realized that there is no reason for me to be greedy at all whatsoever. So I would just pop sprint and just walk in. And I'd press piercing talon a few times. Yeah, there's nothing really specific you need to do for that. Just fuck off and then come back. It happens. Not really a question about P4, but the fight in general. I'm planning on going in as Reaper starting tonight. Do you think it'll be miserable with timings, or is it just par for the course Reaper suffering? I don't think you'll have a problem beating any of the DPS checks, is what I'll say. I hear a lot of big Reaper players, big Reaper mains are complaining about like gauge and bullshit in there, but that's just not something I ever worry about, ever, in any encounter. I just play the job and the fight dies anyways, so it's not really that big of a deal. What are your thoughts on difficulty in FRU since you mentioned DPS check not existing? It didn't exist for us because we're good at the game. We could have played any composition we wanted and beat the DPS check because our team is good at the game. We've been playing for a very long time and we're coordinated. At actually, this first time chatter that just popped in is a perfect example of this, saying that PF is mandatory Pictomancer because PF players are not good at the game. You can beat this fight without Pictomancer very easily if you are good at the game. Using Pictomancer as a crutch for being shit is a poor excuse to rag on Pictomancer, if that makes sense. Just get better. Forehead. Is melee LB needed to make the damage check in P3? No. You can do this entire fight without LBing a single time, except for the tank LB in phase 5, which we'll talk about. And I say that with full confidence. Like, maybe you need that melee LB at the end of P5, but I see a world where if you're good enough and you're aligned enough, you don't even need it. In fact, I'm positive you don't, because I've seen a team do without it. Because they killed before the LB even went off. So, yes. Play whatever you want. Get good at your job. If you want, and I recommend it, find a coordinated team who is also at your skill level or even above your skill level so they can teach you. And you'll never have a problem with a DPS check ever again. Ever. Period. Don't let the balance or YouTubers tell you what's good and what's bad because they put it in an arbitrary tier list. That makes zero sense for this game. Final Fantasy XIV historically has had some of the closest job balance, while maybe not the best job balance, the closest job balance to maintain the ability to play any job in any encounter ever, and it will work. There are some MMOs and games out there where they will literally just fucking absolutely kill a job that so much that it'll be unplayable. Like, if you guys didn't know, in World of Warcraft, when new raids come out and patch notes come out, they have rosters on Race to World First teams, like double or triple the amount of people you actually need for the raid, because when the raid comes out, some of the jobs will just straight up be axed because they're so bad compared to the rest. Imagine showing up to FRU World Prog for your team and they go, oh man, yeah, sorry guys, Dragoons are out. You can't play. And then you're like, okay, fuck the last 3 months of my life, I guess. The difference between the amount of damage that jobs in Final Fantasy do is so much closer than other games that you can play anything you want on content and clear. There are some moments where it's a lot easier when you have something like Picto that does a lot of damage, obviously. But what I'm saying is almost every single time new hardcore content has come out in this game, everybody's talking about job balance and shit. And then 3 days before any other team in the world is even close to the end of the fight, some JP team comes out of nowhere with 2 bards and a black mage, and everyone's like, what the fuck just happened? Blah, blah, blah. A lot of JP teams use plugins and shit, but like that doesn't change the fact that they're still doing the amount of damage that they need to on those jobs. What I'm trying to say is just play whatever you want and don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Anyways, side rant over.
Knock back.
Shadows fall!
The walk of shame.
Good job, everyone. All right. As you can see, the boss is super dead. We need to get her under 20%. She's going to hit like 15, 14%. And now we're entering phase 4, baby. So when she's dead there, I'm kind of just sending stuff or building gauge just randomly. It doesn't really matter because the check for P4 is really easy too. Relative to our team's skill level is what I'll add on to that. The next thing that happens is that Reen's going to come back, Usurper of Frost. And we determined that she always spawns in either A or C, whatever's furthest away from where Gaia ended up. So we know that she's going to spawn at C. There's also directional audio for this. You can hear her talking before she actually spawns in physically. It's kind of funny.
See?
Her awakening is incomplete. Their memories weaken.
Rain comes back. You start hitting the boss, and she's going to do an Okrai is what it's called.
Such impediments to our resonance must be
She also delivers the
expunged.
second hardest line in this entire ultimate.
Are we looking at A?
The way she says this part, chills, bro. Like, actually goosebumps.
Come to me, Hraesvalga.
Okay, so what this mechanic is, if you don't remember how it works from Savage, if you never did the Savage or whatever, is she's going to do the spinny animation, Hraesvalga is going to come out, and then there's going to be a distinct flash moment, and she's going to, like, all the parts of her body and the dragon are kind of going to, like, do like a oomph, like a pulse you'll see. There's a very clear moment where, like, the sound, like, abruptly cuts, the flash happens, and, like, everything moves at once. That's when the Okrais kick into place. And what the Okrai is it takes every player in the raid and it places a repeating ground AoE that does a bunch of damage in the same spot. So what we do is we wait for the flash and we all stand underneath the boss, and then we're going to split left and right or out, whatever direction. Again, I'm going to try not to go too much into strategy here and more so what the mechanic gives you and how you get through it. So the mechanic is giving us the floor AoEs, and we're getting through it by dodging it in certain directions. Doesn't really matter where.
No.
There's the Okrais that we baited.
Buffs.
All right. The important thing for this phase, the most important thing for this phase, is you can see it up here. A crystal spawns that has a memory of Reen and Gaia inside of it. This crystal is unhealable. You cannot heal it. However, it will take damage in this phase when it gets hit by things. Most of those things you can avoid hitting it with to preserve its HP, but some things it will take damage from no matter what. This needs to survive the entirety of P4. You can't heal it, you can't mid it. You have to not damage it with anything so that when it does eventually take damage that it has to take, it survives all the way through the end of the phase. TLDR, do not hit this with anything. It needs to survive. Okay. That being considered, keep that in mind for the rest of the mechanics that we do. There's only two.
I shall weave a
Darklit Dragon Song is the first thing that happens. At this point, also, in case you didn't notice, Gaia also comes back. So this is now a 2-target phase. Darklit Dragon Song is going to do two things initially. It's going to pick 2 players to give a water stack that will resolve at the same time in the future. And it's going to assign 4 people to take a light rampant chain. They're going to be chained together. It could spawn, you know, like in a box. It could spawn in a bow tie. It could spawn in like another bow tie, like this, you know. And then there's also going to be 2 towers that spawn, north and south. And these towers both are going to require 2 players. At the same time as these towers resolving and the chains being out, Shiva specifically, Reen, is going to target the 4 closest players for a light cleave like this. So putting this all together, what's going to happen is that 2 chained players with the light rampant chain are going to stand in the south tower right here. And 2 players from the north side who are chained to them are also going to stand in this one. So the chains are handling the towers, and the 4 players that don't have chains are going to be baiting the cleaves from Reen. Does the memory always spawn north only? Yes, it only spawns north. Okay. The next thing that's going to happen is in the middle of that, you need to figure out who has these stack markers because they need to be separated. What's going to happen is you're going to have 2 players up here for the tower and the chains, and 2 players down here with the 2 players and the chains. The untethered players, it's up to them to decide who has the stacks and who needs to go north for the stack and who needs to go south for a stack. Because obviously they can't overlap and you need 4 in each group. So in this example, we can see that it looks like High over there is getting a stack, and I can't quite tell who this is over here that's getting a stack. So let's just play the clip out a little more.
New dragon song.
Check chains.
Okay. So High and Theo both have the stacks. The chains come out, and we see that they're in an orientation like this red line that I'm drawing. If we take this player and put them together in this tower, that's a big no-no because this line of the chain is going to break and kill everyone. So what we ended up coming up with, just to explain how we're doing this, is when there's an orientation of a bow tie that doesn't work for the towers, everybody involved in the chains rotates clockwise. That way, the chain players can stand in the towers like this. In the towers, right? Player 1, player 2, player 1, player 2, all in towers. Does that make sense? Does it always form a bow tie? No, it won't always form a bow tie. And there's one way that we fix that. It either spawns in a bow tie or it spawns in a box because of 4 players, right? So if it spawns in a box, all you need to do is have 2 players swap that are adjacent to each other. And the most sensible way that we came up with to do this was just have the 2 DPS chains. If we see a box, just swap sides like this. That would make it end up looking like this. Follow so far? If it spawns in a bow tie again like this can't work. So everybody needs to rotate clockwise when this formation comes out, because it's only going to spawn in 1 of 3 ways. Like this, the correct way, or a box. All right. That all being considered, after those players are in the towers like this, with their chains, and they're comfortable, and it's all working, like so, these guys are locked in. They can't move anymore. Do the tethers snap if they're too far apart? Yes, they do. So you can't spread out too far. You kind of just got to feel it out. These guys are locked into their spots. This creates a situation where, as you can see, Theo here, I'm just going to highlight his name and bring it up nice and big so you guys can see. Theo has a water stack and he also has a chain. Simply because he has a chain means that he can't adjust later. So the other water stack needs to identify the fact that he's a chain and a water, and he won't be able to adjust for somebody later because he can't move because he has a chain, right? So High has the other stack. Let's play this out for a little bit. I don't know if this was a swap or not. This was a rotate though, so me and Jitter needed to rotate over here into this tower, and the 2 chain players needed to rotate here into this tower. So let's do the rotation.
Rotates. Check stacks.
All right. So now what's going to happen is that there's 2 players in each tower, as correct, right? That's good and all. There's a stack already confirmed on the north side. Now what's going to happen is High needs to check and see which side of the room he's on, if it's split north and south like this. High can't go north to take the stack because there's already a stack there. So he's going to come down here, which means that he's going to take this Protean so that he's closer, so he can come to that stack. If you get Hourglass, swap SE with NW people to get bow tie. Sure. Yeah. I mean, you can fucking do that if you want. I don't care. That's what I was explaining. Anyways. Bow ties like this. There's already a stack up here, so High needs to come down here. The 4 unchained players are going to get close to Shiva to bait 1 cone each. And then after that goes off, we're going to condense down on the north and south like this. Well, actually, there's a spirit taker first, so let me just play this out. So we stand in the tower.
Beautiful. I think it's a really
Oracle of Darkness, as soon as the towers go off, starts casting Spirit Taker, which is that spread from earlier. So we need to spread out from everybody. If the spread player is selected and is standing too close to the crystal up here, the crystal instantly fucking blows up. And then you cannot win. So that's a wipe. So what we ended up doing was had all 8 players basically just take a step south and then spread out from everyone else. Like so. Something to the degree of this, right? So shift away from the crystal, spread out. At the same time,
Spread taker spread.
at the same time,
Collapse.
you can see that Shiva starts casting her Hallowed Wings. This is the half room cleave. And we can see that this side of the room is getting completely hit, so we can't be on this side. Which means that we're going to take the stacks, which are happening in about 4 seconds, right here and right here. Again, away from the crystal in the north. Does destroying the crystal insta-wipes the party, or is it still at least proggable? You can prog, yeah, but later on, when you get past P4, it's just going to kill you. Okay. So the party's shifting down to take the stack on both sides. And then, immediately after the stacks go off, Oracle of Darkness is going to start casting Somber Dance, is what it's called, which targets a tank buster on the furthest player and then the closest player right after.
But I thought you should have it.
And we were having Zeph run out first, and then High would go in after that.
Somber.
So Zeph runs out to bait the Somber Dance. It's very quick. And then High immediately goes underneath the boss. And the rule that we made was just that nobody else was inside the boss ring except for High. That would guarantee that it was on High every time. Easy peasy. And then at this point, it's just even their HP. They need to be within a certain threshold of each other, HP percentage-wise. Otherwise, this next Akmorn into Mornifa will just kill you. It'll do like a bazillion damage and you just die because one of them's too high. So at this point, this is when you really want to like switch back and forth between targets, especially if you're a DPS, to make sure that you are even. Hit Gaia a little bit. Yeah, like Twin Dragons.
No need to stay on guard.
Light and darkness.
Now they're
Gather to
even.
me.
That was another moment of me seeing that something was slightly wrong and making a call for it, and then Nubra was just like, no, fuck you, even though I was right, but that happened a lot. It's okay. Hit Gaia a little bit.
No need to stay on guard.
There was indeed a need, but
And darkness.
Now they're
Gather to
even.
me.
Akmorn. 3, 4. These need to be taken in light parties. And then after that, the Mornifas are going to happen. Well, single Mornifa is going to happen. And you take your Akmorn groups and you just converge to the middle to take the 8-man stack together.
Stack.
All right. Line up. Here it comes. Here comes the wormhole, the Sigma, the ultimate fucking, the ultimate mechanic of the ultimate. This is it. This is the big one. Here it comes. Crystallized time is the next mechanic. Crystallized time is basically, if you remember, it's a really fucked up version of Worm's Lament from E8S. Worm's Lament is a mechanic where there are dragon heads that spawn at certain points in the arena and they slowly rotate around as the mechanic goes on. When that happens, there's going to be 4 players that have a red debuff and 4 players that have a blue debuff. the red debuff players need to intercept the untargetable dragon head with their body, with their hitbox, to explode it. When it explodes, that cleanses them of the red debuff, which clears them. They're good to go. They will survive. It also drops a puddle on the floor. That puddle then needs to be soaked by one of the blue players. If the blue players don't pick up a puddle, the blue debuff kills them. Picking up the puddle takes away the blue debuff that will kill them. Okay? That's the first thing you need to understand. So 4 players need to pop the dragon heads. 4 players need to soak the puddles that come from popping the dragon heads. In between all of that, Gaia is also going to spawn 6 towers that are going to explode in a certain order. You can't get hit by these, otherwise you get a damage down. Also, there's going to be a few stacks. There's going to be a spread. There's going to be knockback arrows. It's basically advanced relativity combined with Worm's Lament, if you know what those 2 mechanics are. All at the same time. It's quite the mechanic, and I'm going to try to do my best to explain it quickly, because I don't want to be here for like 6 hours explaining every single little movement nuance. Basically, you need to resolve a knockback arrow, a spread, 3 ices, 4 red debuffs, 4 blue debuffs, and 2 different stacks. All at separate but static times every time you get to this mechanic. And depending on which debuff you get, corresponds to where you need to start and where you need to end positionally in this mechanic. And this is all downtime. So the bosses, after they cast this, they go away, and it's just like, just go. Similar to something like Wormhole, where it's just like, there's 8 different responsibilities. They're all very like small, nuanced, safe positions and movements. And then everybody needs to coordinate on how they do that. No, there's no role priority. It's all random. This is 8 players random. Are the 8 players' movements always the same? Yes, with a caveat. So this mechanic is either going to be left or right flipped, if that makes sense. It can be horizontally flipped. Because what's going to happen is that there's always going to be tower here and tower here that explode first. But the towers that she spawn on the inner cardinals, like this, one of these is going to be slowed down, and one of these is going to be untethered. So it flips horizontally depending on that. Okay. I'm just going to play the mechanic, and I'm gonna pull up the debuffs, and I'm going to explain what each one does. Crystallized time is the cast.
As I wish it, so shall the
Check
river
all of your
time
debuffs.
flow.
In terms of personal responsibility, did you handle your debuffs in the same way as you did ultimate relativity in context for this mechanic? Of course. Yes. So once you see what your debuff is, you don't need to check anyone else. This is all personal responsibility. Assuming everybody else in the party, all 7 other players, do exactly what they're supposed to do for their role, for the orientation of the mechanic, it will resolve correctly. So there was at no point that I needed to... Well, actually, there's one small point that you need to check. 4 players in this mechanic are going to get the same... Well, 2 players are going to get the same debuff, and then 2 other players are going to get the same debuff. And I'll explain that now. All they need to do is identify who the other one is, and then split left to right. That's it. That's an easy part. So let's pull this up, and we'll look at all the debuffs that came out. I'm going to go over and explain what each one does. Okay. This one is an arrow. What arrow does is it's a giant AoE around the player centered on their hitbox that does a large magic vuln plus knockback to any other player that's inside of it. These are so big that they're kind of impossible to place in a position where you don't knock somebody back, so instead we use the knockback to our advantage. We're going to place these arrows in a position where they send 4 players across the room all at once. Like Twister? Kind of. Twister, but it doesn't kill you or anyone else. It just sends them flying across the room. We're going to put these in a position to where they knock like 4 players across the room safely, and then they're immediately going to take a stack afterwards together. But that's what Arrow does. This red debuff is the one I was talking about. This red debuff is the one that needs to intercept one of the non-targetable dragon heads. And when they intercept the dragon head is going to explode, and then it's going to drop a puddle where you got hit. The rewind is the same rewind that we talked about in Ultimate Relativity. When you place this down, a few seconds later, you will be automatically returned to whatever point this debuff was dropped at, positionally. This debuff is just a raid-wide damage. This one exists kind of purely just to make sure that the healers are topping everybody up in the middle of this mechanic. Because a lot of these different things that you're seeing right here will deal damage to you. And then after all of that, all 3 of these raid-wides are going to go off at the same time and deal a bunch of damage. So the healers need to make sure that everybody's topped up by the time these go out. That's all that is. It doesn't matter where you're standing. These are just raid-wide. Boom. They'll explode all at the same time. Okay, what else? Stack. Y'all know this one. It's just a stack. This is a 5-man stack, though. So 5 people need to be standing in this stack marker, or else the 4 people, the 3 people, or the 2 people that survive it somehow will get a Mark of Mortality, which is that damage down debuff that you don't want. The blue debuff here is the opposite of the red, in the sense that they're the ones that need to soak the puddle that get dropped by the red guys when they intercept the dragon. So blue makes the puddle, or red pops the puddle, excuse me. Red pops the puddle, blue soaks the puddle. Is Mark of Mortality the same amount of DD as a regular purple crown? I don't know the exact numbers. All I know is that you don't want them. So try your best not to get them, because it's really, really high. That's all I do know. All right. Spread marker is simple enough. Spread marker is just spread. Don't be on top of anything else when this happens. A little bit of damage and a magic vulnerability. Ice is that donut that we were talking about earlier. Same type of size as previously. All it's going to do is just make a safe spot in the middle here and then a big circle around it. So you need to be right here to be safe. All of this is dead. And then one last debuff, and then that's it, is the water stack. The water stack just needs to be 4 players, I believe, to not get the damage down. Okay. So water is 4-player stack. That one's 5-player stack. You don't really need to remember that specifically as long as you follow the movement correctly. I said I wasn't going to go over too much strategy for this explanation for like breaking down FRU, but this one kind of requires that you understand the strategy. Because, simply put, the way that you get through this mechanic is by just surviving all of this. I mean, that sounds like really forehead, like, duh, just survive. But, like, you need to cleanse all of these, and all of these different things need to resolve without anyone dying. Or without you hitting the crystal is the big part for this. So, how are we going to place all of these debuffs and players with these debuffs in a way that won't kill us and won't kill the crystal, while also keeping in mind that the arena now has 6 giant exploding towers and rotating dragon heads? Well, let's find out. I'm going to try my best to explain this, and feel free to ask questions if you're unclear. As long as you can come out of this with understanding what each one of these debuffs does, you're already miles ahead of a lot of people that are going to try to understand this. The strategies for this are probably going to change. They're probably going to change exactly where everybody's standing, but understanding what each one of these does and how we resolved it is going to put you way ahead of the rest. As you can see, the bosses are already turbo low. All right. So we start in a conga line here. That's why we called line up. What's going to happen is, for our strategy, to make it visually clear, we had the red ice players. There's always 2 players with ice and red, like this. There's always going to be 2 of those guys. They're going to step forward. And you can see they did. That's Mr. Happy. Right here. With the red and the ice. And then there's Theo. With the red and the ice. What they're going to do is they're going to look across. And they're going to see where each other are at. Theo's going to go to the left. Mr. Happy's going to go to the right. Simple. Next, what's going to happen at the same time is the red arrow players are going to go out. There's only red arrows, no other arrows, but if you're an arrow, you're going to step backwards. This is what we were just doing for our strategy. This might change for you. That was myself, and that was Kyo. We look across at each other, see where we're at, and we split left and right, depending on where we're at. Everybody else has a static starting position depending on their debuff. And you'll notice that this already separates the reds and the blues from each other. What's going to happen next is we're going to look at how the tethers for the towers go out, and that's going to orient how we're going to resolve all of our debuffs. Do arrows always have red? Yes. Arrows always have red. These debuffs that you see actually are always going to spawn exactly like this. This set of 4, for example, is always going to be together. This set of 4 is always going to be together. This set of 4 is always going to be together. This set of 3 is going to be together. Set of 3, set of 3. You following me? These are like set groups of debuffs that you can get. Like, for example, there's no way that you can get water with a red. That's never going to happen. You're always going to get, if you have the red ice, it's always just going to look like this. Got it? So knowing that, we have kind of a static position for each one of these. And the quietus always goes on those people. The quietus is irrelevant. Honestly, you can ignore this. Quietus, whoever it's on, it's going to deal the same amount of damage to everyone no matter where they're standing. So, again, these exist purely to make sure that the healers are healing everybody throughout the mechanic. Nah, you don't need to use these for a prio thing because these sets already exist and these are more clear on what you need to do first. Somebody might come up with a way to use these, but you don't really have to. Personally, for what I'm about to explain, just ignore these. It's a heal check. Yeah, exactly. There's a very solid chance that somebody will find a clever way to use those for priority stuff, but who knows? Okay, what's going to happen next? There's 6 towers around the arena. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They're always going to spawn in this exact orientation. Like advanced relativity, Gaia's then going to pick 2 of them to be yellow tethers, which are going to accelerate them, which means they're going to be the first ones that explode. And if you see that there are lines on the floor, I'm going to quickly circle where the south one is going to hit. You see this? When that tower explodes, this entire circle that I just made is going to blow up. And it's always going to be opposite ones that explode at the same time. So that's always going to explode first where I just circled. Luckily for us, she literally always picks the A and C towers for yellow. So you can remember that every time. The next thing that's you got to look at is she's going to pick 2 purple tethers. And it's either going to be northwest to southeast or northeast to southwest. That's what's going to orient you for this mechanic. A and C always explode first because A and C are always the yellow tethers. Okay, so check this out. A and C, like I mentioned, are always the yellow tethers, so those are going to explode first. We take a look at where the purple tether is. That's the important part, and that's what's going to orient us. All of the players with a blue debuff for the dragon heads need to go towards the bottom side of the arena for this strategy on the purple tether side, if that makes sense, if we're splitting the room north to south. Those blue tethered players or blue debuff players are then going to get launched across the room by the arrow player. So what's going to happen in this scenario, this exact scenario, is that Zeph, High, Jitter, and Noober, all four of those players are going to go towards the bottom side purple tether, and they're going to position themselves in a way that will get them launched across the room to the other purple tether to take a stack because of how things are timed out. That being said, because of that priority that we just set up, Jitter, who is a blue debuff, has the water stack. And if you remember, the water stack needs 4 players in it, right? Luckily for us, me as the red arrow, I'm also going to the bottom side purple tether. And that water stack is going to resolve with the 3 blue players, or the 3 blue players and then me. It's actually 5, right? But numbers. As long as you follow the strategy that I'm explaining here, it'll resolve correctly. So here's what's going to happen. Remember the one? They come down here. We're hugging the cubbies is what I'm calling here, because we know that this is about to explode soon. This circle in front of us. We're right here. And then up here at the same time, Mr. Happy's going to be popping a dragon head that's coming down this way. And these explosions are really big. We're about to have an ice go off here. We're about to have an arrow go off here at the same time. And Happy's dragon head is going to explode. And we need to be far enough away from each other. You have a red debuff. Why are you going there? Because the arrows are always going to the bottom side of the room. Static. And depending on how the purple tether spawns, one of the arrows is going to launch the party across, and the other arrow is just going to be chilling. They're just going to explode, and they're not going to launch anyone, and they're just going to explode over there. So there's one caveat here, actually, that I forgot to explain. High is the spread marker, as you can see here. So earlier when I said all the blue debuffs go down there, I lied, because he has a spread marker. He's a special case. Because he's the spread marker and the timing of which it's going off, he can't be next to anybody when anything else happens. An arrow, a dragon head popping, etc. Right? So what we're going to do is we're going to send High up to the other side of the room. So if you can imagine with me real quick, this was the purple tether, right? This was the yellow tether. I'm going to put a Y next to it and then a P. The other side, this is not exactly positionally correct, is another purple tether. There's going to be another yellow tether here. High is going to hug the north purple tether, S for spread. He's going to wait for the yellow to go off, and then he's going to cross over to the north and meet the rest of his group as they get launched across. He needs to be there for when this yellow stack goes off that requires 5 people. So down here right now, I have with me all of the blue debuffs except for the spread, because the spread can't be there. If the spread is there, he's going to blow up on us at the same time as the arrow goes off from me, and then everyone here is going to die. Does that make sense? So he's pre-positioning himself to meet up with the rest of his blue buddies on the other side, because he can't be there yet. Okay. At the same time, the red ice players are standing on these specific spots that we set up so that they intercept the dragon heads when they're rotating. They rotate down this way, and they rotate down this way to cleanse their red debuff and drop a puddle on the floor right here for later. Yeah, whoever has the spread does not join the stack. Correct. If you're blue debuff, you join the arrows on the purple side right here. Unless you are the spread, which means you go up here and you wait on the top side. Okay. At the same time as these arrows going off and launching the players across the room, this arrow going off and launching no one across the room, the red ice players are right here. They're cleansing their red debuff and their ice is resolving at the exact same time. All of these AoEs are going to go off and they're going to barely miss each other. Just like this. They're going to explode all just like this. And then the spread marker is also going to go off over here, but he'll be safe like right there. It's going to look really fucking scary. Everything's going to blow up and then 3 people are going to get sent across the room. What needs to happen as soon as all of this blows up, everyone blows up and everybody gets launched across, the red ice player next to the north purple tether needs to haul ass and meet up at this spot right here where I'm drawing an X. The spread player up there also needs to haul ass and meet right there. So that's 2 players in the stack. The 3 players that are getting launched by the arrow down here, also with blue debuffs, are going to go right there, which makes 5 players for the yellow stack right here. Okay? All this first step is making sure that nobody dies and 5 players end up together to take this stack. And right before that, 4 players are taking the water stack. This guy right here, after they pop the dragon head, is going to run back to this cubby right here. They're going to chill. They don't need to be in the stack because they already have 5 up here. And then when it's safe, he'll make his way up and start dodging the next part of the mechanic. Just know that there's a lot of nuance and there's a lot of really tight positioning to make this work the way it does because of the size of all of the AoEs in this mechanic. Not considering the fact of the exact positioning, does this conceptually make sense to everyone? Does anyone have any questions before we move on to the next part? It's a lot, but let's get to the next part. I'll play this a few times so you can see. Crystal. I'm saying remember the 1 crystal rule because we need to hide in this safe cubby to not get hit by this big tower here, right? And the 1 crystal rule that we came up with was we're going to move from this crystal to this crystal. 1 crystal, like that. And that's how everybody's going to line up perfectly in front of the arrow player to get launched across to the other side. That's the 1 crystal rule that we're talking about. And the reason why I was saying hug your cubbies is because basically for every single person in this mechanic, especially for this first part, needs to hug one of these cubbies is what we called them. See this? Hugging your cubby would be standing like right here. An example of not hugging your cubby would be standing like right here. If somebody stands right here, like if Happy moves to here after he pops his dragon head, this arrow and this ice are going to fucking murk him and he's going to die. Was this strat made specifically to not hit the crystal? Yes. All of these strats need to be made specifically to not hit the crystal. If you hit the crystal with literally anything at all in this mechanic, it dies. It cannot be hit with anything that comes from a player. And that's why we're so tight about our movement here and we're so tucked in and we're so far away from the crystal at the start. Okay.
Fleeting, joy
From the top.
everlasting.
Everybody's checking
As I
your own
wish it,
debuff.
so shall the
Check
river
all of your
time
debuffs.
flow.
Red ices go forward. Arrows go back. Check left and right. Split left and right.
Hug the
Everyone else
cubbies.
has their static jobs. They look for the purple
Remember the
tether and
one
move to the
crystal.
side. One crystal rule after the yellow tether blows up. Launch everybody across.
Away from the
Arrows,
crystal.
ice, and dragon heads resolve. Everybody's then dodging the rest. Arrows are popping their red debuffs. X-lines start
Go.
going off. Final tower explodes.
From
Second set
four,
of X-lines
four,
start going off.
4.
Blue debuff players soak the
Wait for
puddles,
rewinds now.
and everybody lines up for Hollowed Wings. As you can see, this is really fast, which is why so many people struggled with it. The rules make sense when you have time to sit down and think of them, but they happen really fast. So I'm going to play it one more time.
Stop.
Line up.
Lining up.
Pain shall be fleeting, joy everlasting. As I wish it, so shall the
Check
river
all of your
time
debuffs.
flow.
Red ices go forward, arrows go back. Check left and right and split. Everybody's looking for the purple tether.
Hug the cubbies.
Purple tether positioning.
Remember the one crystal.
Everybody's in the cubbies. Yellow tether goes off. Arrows send people across.
Away from the crystal.
Water stack. Red debuffs resolve.
North.
The stack
Go.
resolves on the north side. X-lines go
Four,
off. Blue
four,
debuffs, as
four.
they're making their way to the safe spot, need to pick up their puddles, or they can pick it up slightly after the rewind. Have you seen the tweet about sending Mitt on the double wing pushback so you don't have the tight rewind spots? Yeah, but I don't think it's that hard to get to your rewind spot, but funnily enough, in our clear poll, Zeph didn't get to his rewind spot in time, and I died because of it. So maybe we should just do that. Okay, so the next part of this mechanic that I didn't explain yet. Water stack goes off, arrows go off, ices go off, spread goes off. Blue debuff players get sent across the room. The spread, the red ice closest to the north purple tether, and the three blue players that get launched across the room all meet up, making 5 players away from the crystal, take the yellow stack. At that point, all of the debuffs except for the reds and the blues are gone. All of this needs to be taken away from the crystal that has Reen and Gaia in it, otherwise they'll die. The next thing that happens immediately after that is Reen is going to teleport to 2 cardinals, one after the other. She's going to spawn Exolines there. These Exolines are just giant Exolines. They progressively telegraph and then explode, telegraph and explode in a forward manner from whatever cardinal they spawn at. You need to remember which cardinals they spawn at, because after they resolve, Rena's going to teleport back and do knockback mirror hollowed wings. And if you don't remember how those work, basically you just need to put the tanks in front of everybody for 2 different cleaves. So let's just assume that this is the safe corner here.
Away.
This is the 3 marker. So let's just say like the Exoline spawned south and east. That means that 3 would be safe. If they spawned south and west, that means that over here would be safe instead. Does that make sense? For later. If north and east, here. If north and west, up here. Okay. So the water resolves, and then at the same time, both of the arrows and all 3 of the ices are going to resolve, and the red ices are going to soak their dragon heads. So here it comes.
Away from the crystal.
Both arrows resolve, all 3 ices resolve, none of them overlap, and the red ices all both pop their dragon head debuffs. So there's now a puddle. Oops. There's now a puddle here. And there's a puddle over here where Theo was. These players are getting launched across. The spread and this ice guy both haul ass to this point right here. These 3 players get launched across here, and 5 players meet up for a stack right there. Keep in mind that the crystal with Reen and Gaia are like right here, and they need to take this far enough away from this crystal so that the cleave or the stack doesn't overlap the crystal. So it's more like the stack is kind of taken like here. It's like as far away from the crystal as you can be while being safe. Can the non-purple red arrow be on their lemon, or is that too close to the group? Kiona in this case. So that guy on the other side, the non-purple arrow, what we had them do was they would hug the cubby so they don't hit the ice player, obviously. As soon as this one went off, we actually had them wait for a split second because we didn't want to run into a mishap where the arrows got too close to each other and overlapped, because that happened a few times. And that ended up sending everyone into the wall, right? So what this guy is going to do is they're going to wait for their arrow to blow up, since they have the agency to do so. And then once that arrow blows up, they're going to handle their dragon head, which would happen like right here. I didn't mention that part yet. But the arrows, after they send their arrows, need to step forward directly and pop the dragon head that's coming from this direction and this direction. But this arrow is just going to be really careful to wait, since they don't have to send people across. He's just going to chill in this corner right here. Wait for their arrow to go off. Take their dragon head when it's safe from, the towers. You can kind of see what Kyo does in this movement if you watch them closely.
Hug the cubbies.
So just watch Kyo up
Remember
here.
the one crystal.
He hugs the cubby. He waits for his arrow to go off instead of
Away
stepping
from the
in.
crystal.
And then he immediately steps out of that AoE. You see? It's a little bit of a tight movement,
Hug the
but
cubbies.
since you don't have to launch anybody, you can do that. No problem.
Remember the one crystal.
Whereas this group of 4 players are going to move from here into the one that just exploded, which is this circle right here. Kyo's just going to wait until his arrow goes off, and then this one's going to explode after, because we're on the purple side. He just steps from here to here real quick. And then after this one goes off, he's going to step in and pop his dragon head as it passes by. I'm probably just forgetting, but what decided if blues go east or west? It's where the purple tether spawns. So here, I'll go back. Okay. So again, the north and south towers are always yellow every single time. The only variable is it going top left to bottom right purple tether, or top right to bottom left purple tether? In this case, the purple tether spawned from northwest to southeast. So that means that the blue debuffs that are getting launched across are going to the southeast. Yeah, the towers are just AoEs. Yep. The towers don't need to be soaked or baited at all. They just blow up. The way that I was kind of orienting myself in this mechanic was, as soon as the purple tether spawn, I would consider this my north and south. Could you not do the knockback group from where you are before one crystal movement? So the reason why we stepped in like that was because if we send the players from... They still have to step in regardless to get in front of the arrow player, right? If we stand over here to knock them like this, right? We're going to overlap with this guy up here soaking the thing, and we're all going to die. Do you understand? And if we were to try to do a really tight movement like this, that's really scary, one, because you can't quite tell exactly where everyone's standing, and two, you got to remember the Reen and Gaia crystals right there, and an angle like this is much more dangerous than an angle where we can step here and then they can go like this and get launched this way. Normally we'd have the players just go like this, and then they'd get launched like this. But it's mostly to avoid overlapping with this guy up here. Somebody's probably going to come up with a better way to like position these knockbacks, but that's probably going to happen in like every iteration of this. So, again, red guy goes here, purple tether's here, so the party's coming with them. Everybody's going to get knocked like this, straight across, and then they're going to be holding a directional input to move away from the crystal to take the stack and meet up with the, spread and the ice player from over here.
Cubbies.
Okay, again, from the top.
Line up.
Line up, check your
Pain
debuffs.
shall be fleeting, joy everlasting. As I wish it, so shall the
Check
river
all of your
time
debuffs.
flow.
Checking all of your debuffs. Red ice is forward, arrows back. Split left, right.
Hug
Check
the
for the
cubbies.
purple tether.
Remember the one crystal.
Red ice is in position to pop their dragon heads. Party moving to the one crystal rule. 3 players
Away
get sent
from the
across. Red ice from that side and spread meet up for 5-player stack. Arrows take their dragon heads. Everybody converges north and south.
Go.
Third tower goes off. Dodge the first X lines that are coming from west.
4.
See that the second X
Place
lines
your
are coming from the
rewinds now.
south. On the way to this safe spot for the hollowed wings, the blue players are grabbing the puddles that are set at the markers. And what we did is we had 4 was the ice player. That's the puddle they took. D was the spread player. B was the yellow stack because it was color coordinated. And then what was the other marker? Oh, 3 was the water. Every time, these are the 4 blue players. These are all blue players every single time. So since we knew, because of how we made this strategy, since we knew that there was always going to be a puddle next to these 4 markers, we just had them be like static pickups for whatever debuff they were. That's the puddle that you're responsible for picking up. Regardless of purple-yellow orientation, they will always be on those spots. Yep. Yep. Because there's always going to be dragon heads that get popped on the east and the west and the southwest and southeast, rather. Can anyone that's not a blue debuff accidentally steal a puddle soak? Yep. If you actually stand still for too long as the red debuff guy that makes the puddle, you can pick it up. But you're moving so quickly to other spots that that's almost never going to happen. You just need to be careful that you don't, like, while you're running to this spot for the hollowed wings after the X-lines, because the X-lines spawned like this, right? This side spawned first and this side spawned second. So 4 was the call that was made for the safe spot. The tanks need to be in front of everybody. So what we planned to do was put the tank here on this ball, the other tank here on this ball for group 2, and then we had the party stand behind them like this. And that made it so that we were assuming that this worked like double knockback mirrors in E8S to where the first and the 5th player would take tank buster damage. I'm actually still not entirely certain that that's true, but regardless, doing this solves it for even if it's not, if that makes sense. Is the first X line always east-west or can it be north-south? I actually don't remember. No, it does always spawn east-west. Yes. And then the second one spawns north-south. Unless in the hundreds of polls we got to that, we just never saw the other orientation. It's possible, but yeah. And then, so what you need to do, why I'm choosing these positions is because this is where you need to drop your rewinds, because the rewind is going to take you to this point when it's time for the hollowed wings to go off. After you place your rewinds, everybody needs to do an 8-man spread because Gaia's going to do another Spirit Taker, which if you remember is just a fancy spread marker. So let's, again, from the beginning.
Line up.
Are the cleanses after rewinds super tight, or is there enough time?
Pain.
I see some teams doing both, right? So you can either pick up your puddle on the way to drop your rewind, or you have like 5 seconds after you drop your rewind to grab it. The thing that really matters for that is if your group is doing a static spread for the spirit taker that happens after the rewinds. If somebody has a static spread spot that's next to your puddle soak, it's possible that you could be running to your puddle soak and somebody's already there to dodge the spirit taker, and then you get fucking killed for it because it picks one of you, right? So I would recommend that if you can, pop sprint after all of the ices and the arrows and shit like resolve. And as you're dodging the X lines, as you're identifying the safe spot, as you're running to the safe spot, pick up your puddle. In an emergency though, yes, you can grab it after your rewind.
Shall be fleeting, joy everlasting.
Okay, from the top.
As I wish it, so shall the
Check
river
all of your
time
debuffs.
flow.
Red ice is forward, arrows back. North and south is always yellow. Check for purple.
Hug the cubbies.
Everybody's hugging their cubbies.
Remember the one
And they're
crystal.
remembering the one crystal rule. Arrow and the party step in one crystal. Other arrow stays back.
Away from the crystal.
Ices and arrows resolve. First dragon head pops happen. Second dragon head pops happen. X-lines start spawning. The stack resolved on the top side while we were popping those dragon heads just now.
From 4.
4 is the safe spot.
4.
People are picking up their blue puddles. We're positioning in the way we
now.
planned. Zeph doesn't in our clear VOD and gets me killed twice because of that. We spread for Spirit Taker. The crystal is still alive. We get
Still
rewound. Hollowed Wings happens.
We should.
Zeph is not in front of me, so I take
Someone's
Tank
gonna
Buster
die,
damage,
that's
and then I
fine.
die
I'll
to
give
the
you
second
more
hit
I'll get the rose.
because he was slow.
Red whoops, make sure in your groups.
Totally.
Ockmorns happen. You stand underneath your boss just like the first Ockmorns earlier.
Everyone on
Can you resin vuln?
I was asked to resin Vuln stand in the stack so they didn't die.
It goes through.
I die anyways. But
them.
because I stood in the stack and they were able to stay full HP,
Get me up
people
when you can.
survive with
Still
900
die.
HP because I
Have an
sacrificed
instant
myself for
res.
Brink.
Have an instant res.
That's enrage. Just to be clear and just to be petty, I was murdered and then I had to save everybody. Do you understand that? I got murdered in cold blood and then it was up to me to save everybody to die again. I got fucked bad. Anyways,
Street lines look sketch.
one more time, let's
from the
watch Crystallized
crystal.
Time. And remember, this VOD's on YouTube if you ever want to watch this again.
Flow.
Hug
Red
the
ice is
cubbies.
forward, arrows back. Check the purple
Remember the one
tether.
crystal.
Arrows, ice, and spread all resolve. Everybody gets knocked across.
Away from the crystal.
First red pops happen. 5-man stack happens. Second red pops happen. X lines start spawning.
Go.
Blue players are looking for their puddles to soak.
From
4 is the safe
4.
spot. It could have been any corner. We're getting into positions for our rewinds.
Where's your rewinds now?
Rewinds are placed. Zeph is late. Again, I get murdered. We
Spread,
spread for the
spread,
Spirit Taker so
spread.
we don't kill anyone else. It is very important that you do not spread for the Spirit Taker next to the crystal with Reen and Gaia. I need to mention this because on multiple occasions our group did that, and Gaia decided to do the Spirit Taker on that player and fucking destroy the crystal instantly. To be fair, it was really funny, but it is what it is. When you're doing the spread for Spirit Taker, you need to make sure you are not next to the crystal. Because if the safe corner for rewinds is 1 or 2, you are right next to the crystal every time. You cannot spread this way. Otherwise, the Spirit Taker might kill the crystal. How big is the Spirit Taker? Like that big, maybe? Ish. One more time from the top.
Joy everlasting.
Say it with me.
As I
Line
wish
up.
it, so shall the
Check
river
all of your
time
debuffs.
Red ice is
flow.
forward. Arrows back. Yellow's always north and south. Check for
Hug the
purple.
cubbies.
Party
Remember the one
joins
crystal.
southeast. One crystal rule. Red ices go off, arrows go off.
Away from the crystal.
First red ice pops happen. 5-man stack happens in the northwest in this pattern. Second reds pop.
Go.
Exolines first come from the west and then the south, making 4 the safe spot.
4.
Puddles are being soaked by blue players.
Place your rewinds now.
Rewinds being placed. Do not be slow like Zeph. Spread for Spirit Taker away from the crystal. Return happens.
Last rewinds look sketch.
We should. No. Someone's gonna die, but it's fine.
Probably
we can just go
me.
recover.
I'll get the raise.
Red whoops, make sure you're groups.
Feels fucking bad,
Totally
man.
don't die to the
Akmorns. These need to be taken in light
That's
parties.
myself
On
and PL.
Shiva, on Shiva.
Everyone on
Senior
Shiva.
resident.
Look at how low their HP gets here.
Thank you.
It goes through. It's okay. Kill them.
Keo went down to 900 HP. If they would have been any lower, he would have died. Multiple players went down to 4-digit HP. Keo went down to 3-digit HP.
Get me up when you can. They will
Always,
still die.
always.
They will still die.
I have an instant res. I have an instant
Okay,
res.
okay.
Okay. They're still super low here. I completely missed my 1-minute burst, but now we are moving into phase 5 because if they die before this enrage casts, it's phase 5. If the crystal dies at this moment during enrage, these two will still die. However, you will not get the cutscene, and then the big, what did somebody call it earlier? The grapes boss will spawn. And then the grapes boss just kills you. The crazy thing, Whoops, Keo isn't in your light party, he's in mine. Yep. Indeed fucking crazy. Am I right? Dude, if Mornifah was an 8-man body check, that'd be crazy if it just fucking killed him there. That would have been so funny. Alright, anyways. Bosses are super low. Absolutely smoked them still, even though we had a death.
Get me up when you can. They will
Always,
still die.
always.
They will
Sorry,
still
even though
die.
I got
I have an
murdered.
instant res. I have an instant
Okay,
res.
okay. They should die.
They will die.
I sent
Alright, they die. We get a long cutscene, and the first 2-minute burst that I have in phase 5 has Brink on it. Oh well. It is what it is. We still killed it. Okay. Any questions about phase 4 before we move on to the final phase of the fight? Let me tell you, phase 5 is pretty simple. Any blue debuff POVs? You can type !static and get links to the rest of my group. It looks like Zeph, Jitter, and Nuber have POVs for blue on our clear pool if you want to watch. Why did his bad rewind spot kill you? Okay, I'll show you. Okay, so he's locked in right here. I'm locked in right here. Sorry, he's like here, and I'm like here, to be more precise. There's going to be a Hollowed Wings cast, which is going to do tank buster damage to the first person in line from the south and the west. That's supposed to be the tanks in front. Zeph's supposed to be standing like right here. As you can see, that makes me take the tank buster damage from the west when it spawns, which you'll see. It's the first one that goes off.
Spread. Soap and pray.
Last rewinds look sketch.
She spawns right here, and who's the first person closest to her? The thing is, me and Nuber are right next to each other. So it was a very, very small movement from me that got me killed and not Nuber. However, if Zeph would have been right here like he was supposed to, he would have been first. and then it would have been fine. But he was late, so. Yeah, the crazy thing is there's a nascent here, and the nascent got used on Theo, and like, I think if I would have gotten like a healer mitt or a tank mitt here, I would have survived, but they can't because they're stunned. And it was hard to tell beforehand because we're all flustered about who was actually in front. I mean, I realistically, I'm giving him shit, but like I don't care because we killed, so I could care less, man. I don't give a fuck. It's just funny. All right, but you can see how close this is between all of us. I just happen to be like the closest person. Wah wah.
No. Someone's gonna die.
150k damage.
Probably
we can
me.
still recover.
I'll get the raise.
And then I die to an additional 56k. So if I would have gotten like maybe an Adlo or like a Nascent or an Intervention, maybe I would have lived. Hard to say. Excog would have saved me too. Oh well. They survive and they move on to the next phase because the fragment is alive and the bosses die.
Totally fine.
Okay. Last phase has 3 mechanics and they're all very simple
Can you resin
but
bomb?
tight execution.
Perfect. Thank you.
It goes through. It's okay. Kill them.
Also, if Akmorn didn't go through Resin Vuln at least, I would have had just weakness and not Brink.
Get me up when you can. They will
Always,
still die.
always.
They will still die.
I have an instant res. I have an instant
Okay,
res.
okay. They should die.
They will die.
I sent Limodine.
All right.
We're fine.
Cutscene's really long. Let's just get right to it.
Many times as it takes.
Okay. Hit the boss.
All right. Phase 5 is almost entirely a tank awake check. It has one mechanic that is particularly rough for tanks that if they are fucked up at all, it will probably cause a wipe most of the time. There's also an iteration of exaflares like they historically do for all the ultimate phases. This one, in my opinion, is probably one of the easiest ones to do the legitimate way, that is. And yeah, there's a stack mechanic as well. There's a tank LB, and that's about it. So it's a victory lap with an awake check on your tanks, and I'm gonna try my best to explain them.
Boss.
This is gonna go way faster than the rest of the phases, by the way. So we're almost done.
I'll never stop. As many times as it takes.
Face the boss. First and second in aggro, by the way, for autos. Fulgent Blade is a raid wide that spawns the exaflares. So here's what's going to happen. Raid wide, and then the exaflare spawn like this. There's always going to be one of these markers, A, B, D, C. You might not have these exact markers in whatever group you're in, but every cardinal in max melee range, basically, is going to have this ridiculously large size space here. Do you understand? Like, there's a bunch of fucking lines over here that's not good. There's a bunch of fucking lines over here that's not good. There's a bunch of lines over here that's not good. But this one is huge. You understand? So get to the big open spot. It'll be very easy to see. From that point, what it's going to look like, I'm going to use this floor here as an example. The X-lines will always spawn together in X's that look like this. And they're going to move around either clockwise or counterclockwise in their orientation. I can probably do this better if I draw with like colors. Here, let's do this. And how do I like change my color? Can I change it now? Ah, I can. Okay. There's gonna be another one here. This is like a rough description, by the way. So don't take this as like exact positioning, right? And there's gonna be one here. So there's a red, there's a green, and a blue. They're all gonna be like the same colors, but like as long as you can understand like this general layout, this is gonna make a lot of sense. Okay. So I'm gonna use I don't know, yellow for this. Okay. So they're always going to spawn in a fashion like this, and then they're going to activate in order, either clockwise or counterclockwise every single time. So like if this one spawns first, this one will be next, and then this one will be last. Right? So what you're going to do as the player is get to the middle of the intersection of all of these. That being this spot right here. Follow? You're going to wait 2 pulses for each one of these X's as they go off, because they go off in order, and you're going to step into the second pulse. So your movement would be like, this is going to go this direction, like this, and you're going to step in right here. After you're safe from the 1 indicated X line here, you're going to orient yourself and line yourself up with the center point of 2, where I just drew this line. And then after you dodge the 2, you're going to line yourself up with the center of 3. And you're going to step in to the intersections as they approach you. So the cadence goes, stand in the middle of all of them, step into the second explosion of the first one, back up, line yourself up with the second one, step into the second explosion of the second one, back up, line yourself up with the third one, repeat, right? And you'll see that very clear as we do this here. And I'll pause in every step. These are surprisingly very easy.
See.
Okay, so you see how this one's glowing first? As soon as I see this one glowing first here, let's make this red again. This is number 1, this is number 2, and the number 3 is going to be over here. So I'm just looking at the first 2 first. I'm going to stand right here because I know I can do this entire thing in max melee. So as soon as an X comes right here, I'm going to step into it. And as soon as that happens, I'm going to start orienting towards the 2. So here we go.
Ready? Waiting 2.
1 pulse. 2 pulse. Step into the intersection. Line myself up now that I've dodged the first one with the second one. I want to be lined up like this, but I need to remember there's still one behind me right here. So I need to wait for it to move one more time.
Back.
Wait for that.
Up.
Line myself up and back up. Step into the second one.
And
Now I'm lining myself up with the third one. As soon as this one behind me goes off one more time, I'm going to back up and line myself up on this line right here.
back up.
Step in.
And
Sides.
flip.
If that doesn't make sense to you, you need to just watch the footage over and over again, because it's going to make sense for a lot of people visually, but it's going to look like a fucking mess to others. But I promise it's way easier than you might think. Immediately after the third Exeline dodge, she's going to do Akmorn, and it's dependent on what side of the hitbox you're standing on. So her hitbox is split like that, right? She's going to pick one player over here and one player over here to target with the light and the dark Akmorn. It's a single hit, and it hits really hard. So as soon as you dodge those Exelines, you need to split up left and right of her hitbox. So what we did was just look at the boss, group 1 left, group 2 right. Got it? Oh, and before we move on from Exelines, I actually saw a really nice image that Scripe made describing this strat. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, here we go. Scribe tweeted this after the race. I'll just let this play a few times. It's a moving diagram of exactly what I was explaining. And I'll link this in chat too if you want to save it. But it's find the intersection, line up with the first one, second explosion, step in, line up, second explosion, line up, second explosion. This is way faster than the mechanic actually happens too. So then split up for Ockmorns. Second explosion, back up. Second explosion, back up. Second explosion, back up. It's a very nice diagram that Scribe made. Here's the link. Okay, so Ockmorn goes off. Split left and right.
Back up. In. Back up. In.
Sides.
Split up.
First tower spawning.
All right.
First tower spawning.
This next mechanic is the one that is going to wipe you the most in this phase, I promise. So this is the tank awake check. If you want to see it one more time, yeah, we'll back up one more time before we go over this. One more time on X-Lines before we go to the next mechanic. All right. Find the big open space. It's always going to be one of the cardinals in max melee range, where I'm circling. X-Lines is always max meleeable. Always. Find the big open space. In this situation, it's here where I'm circling. Go to the middle of it.
Yeah.
Identify the first glowing lines. Back up.
Ready,
Line
waiting.
yourself up with the center of it.
2.
Wait 2 pulses. 1, 2, and step in. You're going to wait for the third one behind you. Back up and line up with the second one.
In.
Wait. Line
Back
up
up.
with the second one. Step in.
In.
Wait. Line
Back
up with the second one. Step in.
In. Starting at
Line yourself up with the first one.
C. Ready, waiting 2.
2 explosions. Step in. Wait. Back up.
Back
Line
up.
up. Step in.
In.
Back up. Line up.
Back up.
Step in.
In.
Separate left and right for
Side.
Ockmorn.
Split.
First tower spawning. First tower spawning.
All right, now going on to the towers. This is the one where basically what's going to happen is that Reen's going to start glowing. 3 towers are going to spawn either clockwise or counterclockwise in fashion. Each of these needs to be soaked by 2 players, and the tanks are handling a cleave and tank buster combo at the same time. So the cleaves need to be turned in a fashion, there's 2 of them between the 3 towers, to where they will not hit the players in the towers, or the other tank with the cleave if they're taking the tank buster without invuln. Anyways, the towers need to not get hit is the big part. What's going to happen is Reen's going to start glowing, and then one of her wings is going to start glowing really hard, either the dark one or the light one. If her dark wing is glowing, her right wing is glowing, she's going to do a big cleave in front of her like this, and also like this much this way behind her. All of this is going to get hit. And this is not exact, so don't take this for gospel. But essentially, the tanks need to identify which wing is glowing and turn her in a way to where the towers will be safe. The other tank, specifically the tank that is not main tank, the main tank cannot get this tether. A tether is going to spawn if it's the dark wing that's glowing. The closest player to her will receive a tank buster, a small AoE tank buster. If the light wing is glowing, the non-tank, the non-main tank that's furthest away from her will get a small AoE tank buster. So it's a tank swap between the players, between the cleaves, to either turn the boss away from the towers or to take a close or far tether. And in between that, 3 towers are going to spawn, which the rest of the party, the 6 players that aren't tanks, need to soak so that the party doesn't explode and die. So here's what happens.
Close
Paradise
to
regained.
realizing our perfect utopia.
The first tower spawns. And for us, what we did, I believe we did healers in the first tower, ranged in the second tower, and then melees in the last tower. So the first tower spawns here, and what I do is I stand in the middle of it, even though it's not my tower, because I'm going to step out of it in the direction the next tower spawns.
First tower is at
We're
C.
not going to disappear.
Second tower.
Okay. As soon as I see the second tower spawn, I know that I want to stand right here, because the tank is going to bait the cleave in a way that's going to shoot like all of this up here is going to be dangerous. Right? So I want to stand right here so that I can quickly get to the next tower so I can be ready. And we're going to check which wing is glowing.
Is that 2? Going to 2.
All right, it's the light wing that's glowing. You can see the dark wing isn't glowing, but the light wing has all that stuff on it. So this means that Pandora is going to hit in front of her, and then also her left wing side is going to explode like this. And then at the same time, because it's light wing, this tether is going to come out, and it will target the furthest player from her that isn't currently first in aggro. So there needs to be a tank swap between this first one and the second one. Otherwise, Zeph won't be able to take the next tether, if that makes sense. We wiped to this a few times. This is what a lot of people are wiping to in this phase. Healers are in the first tower.
We're too stubborn.
Zeph points her in a fashion standing here so that the cleave doesn't hit us. And High is far out here taking the far tank buster cleave. Yeah, party's always going to be hanging out in the boss ring. What I would recommend is you never go inside the hitbox, though, right here. Because if it's ever Darkwing, like she's charging up next, the tank that is taking the cleave from the tether and not the cleave from the boss is going to be standing right here, and there's going to be an explosion right here. So the reason why I stand in the tower first before I see the second tower over here is so that I can either stand right here or right here as fast as possible. So if you go back...
So close to realizing our perfect utopia.
First tower spawns, and I'm looking here, and I'm looking here for the next tower. And I'm going to stand right smack dab in the middle of this, even though it's not my turn yet, because I will get out of it when it is time to explode, right?
First tower is at C.
Stand here.
To disappear.
Second tower.
I see the second tower right here. I immediately move out of the tower because it's not my turn yet to right here. This spot. If it spawned over here, I would go to this spot instead. Because I want it. This is really fast. Dragoon can do a sick backflip here, yes. Sprint is a good option as well. For pretty much everyone. So it's the same sort of movement rule as P3 DSR. Stand on the hitbox. I mean, if you think about it that way correctly, sure. I'm not really sure what you're talking about. Can it be Northeast Tower but Darkwing first? I think so. I think it can be any orientation. So you just need to be ready for whatever. I want to say the first tower that spawns is always south, but that might not be true. I think it is, but I would research that a little more. As long as you understand how the order of this mechanic works, you'll be fine.
Is that 2?
All right, the provoke call was so that Zeph can first handle the main tank cleave, right, and not hit us with the wing slash, right? But also Zeph is going to have to quickly take the second tether. High is taking the first tether, but Zeph has to take the second one. So the provoke call is made so that after this first mechanic goes off, High and Zeph swap responsibilities. They have to do it quickly, which was why we kept making that provoke call for them.
So close to
Healers are both in the first tower, then ranged, and then melee DPS are in the last tower.
Second tower.
So light wing, Zeph points it away, or High points it away, and Zeph goes out rather. I was saying it in the wrong order. This movement here is very good. I would recommend that you do this if you're not taking the first tower. As soon as the cleave goes off, I'm not going all the way around because that would take longer and maybe lose me max melee. I cut straight through to the far side of the next tower. If I was going from here to this tower, I would move like this. To here and here. The far side of the tower. Less movement. Faster. It's just party preference on which DPS are taking the tower, right? Yeah, you could do whatever 2 players you want in all these towers. All that needs to happen is that there just needs to be 2 players in each tower and they can't take a second tower. So let's play this from the top. So I was saying Zeph was here, but it's actually Hai. I forgot the order they were doing it. So Hai's right here and Zeph's taking the first tether right here. So it's Lightwing, so she's going to cleave her left side and back and front.
1 to 2.
We're too stubborn for that.
And then it's Darkwing after that. So they're going to do a tank swap here. Zeph now has aggro, so Hai can take the second one. The second tether is going to be the closest player, so Hai is going to move from right here to right here under the boss. He's going to take a tank buster tether. The ranged are going to stand at the back of this tower so that they don't get hit. And then Zeph is going to point the boss this way, basically, so that these two towers are safe right here. So watch closely. There's a tank swap to make sure that the towers don't get hit in the order that they spawn, and the far tether and the close tether are both resolved
First
at the
tower.
appropriate times.
Second tower. Is that 2? 1 to 2.
We're too stubborn for that.
Healers in first.
Go.
Range tower, tank swap, closest tether, tank buster.
Go.
Melee in the last tower.
Facing A.
And there's only 2 of those boss cleaves, but 3 towers. So it's just in between, the first tower and the second and third tower. If you're anything other than a tank, this mechanic is fucking easy as hell. If you're a tank, you have to think really hard about the exact way to face the boss.
1 to 2.
And if you need to be in or out. That's all.
Stubborn for that.
Go. Go. Facing A.
All right. The next mechanic coming up is the last new mechanic in the fight. It's called Polarizing Strikes. We're facing the boss to A.
TM.
Happy's telling our order right now. So what's going to happen is, like the Akmorns, she's going to choose a player on the left side and the player on the right side of her hitbox, respectively. This is the right side, technically, and this is the left side. To hit with a big line AoE of light or dark, depending on what side it's on. The right side's going to be dark. The left side's going to be light, right? The player that's first in line in this 4-player party stack line is going to receive a light or dark vulnerability. That means that if they take another light hit after they have a light vulnerability or another dark hit after they have a dark vulnerability, they will take too much damage and die. So yeah, this is kind of the easiest mechanic in this phase, but it's fast is the thing. And the second pulse of the AoE is going to get a lot of people. So the order that we're doing is T, M, R, H. That's who's first in line for each of the hits. There's 4 hits of each color. After you get hit and receive a vulnerability, you need to swap to the other color. And you need to not be in front. Tanks in front first, melees in front first, ranged in front first, healers in front first, in that order. And every time you get hit, if you're in front, you need to swap to the other color. If you take a front hit, you swap to the other color. And the order for being in front is this, T, M, R, H. That's what we did. You can do any order, honestly, but just watch closely.
R, H, T, M, R, H. Fire reprisal.
Polarizing Strikes. Here comes. Tanks in front first. Step out of this line because the line is going to linger on the ground like this on both sides. And it's going to pulse a second time. Nobody needs to be inside of it. In fact, everybody needs to be out of it. Otherwise, you get a damage down. So we're all going to dodge here, like this. The tanks are going to swap sides to the back of the line, and the rest of the line is going to move forward. And when you get hit, if you're in front and you get this vulnerability, you need to move to the other line. A special note, we figured out that the second pulse of these lines is larger than it appears to be. So instead of standing here, I would recommend you stand something like here. Nuber got absolutely fucked on one of these pulls because the indicator for this line is wrong. So don't completely fuck off like this. Just don't hug the line is all. Just don't hug it really close. Make sure you step a good sizable distance away from it. Don't go wide as fuck. Just away.
M.
Can tanks invuln the lines or nah? Probably, but I wouldn't, because you want your invulns primarily for the cleave and buster mechanic, in my opinion. I don't think there's any reason to invuln this because it's super fucking easy. Plus, everybody has to move out of the line anyway, so it's not like it lets your healers or casters plant. It doesn't really provide you any benefit. All right.
8.
From the top.
Fire reprisal.
I don't even have to explain this any more than I did because Happy's just going to do the callouts and you'll see how much sense it makes. Ready?
Dodge and swap. M. Dodge and swap. R. Dodge and swap. H.
We'll get through this, Reen.
Dodge.
Dodge.
Easy.
Yes, together.
All right. From this point on, the boss is going to do a special cast called Pandora's Box. It needs to be tank LB3'd around the end of the cast. You literally get a message on your screen that tells you to tank LB. After that's done, the fight repeats.
Box coming up.
And then it's enrage.
This cacophony.
So just to be sure I understand, it's basically like a wild charge, only instead of the person in front taking more damage, the person in front gets a light/dark debuff. Correct. A light/dark vulnerability specifically. So if you get a light vulnerability, you cannot be in the light stack anymore, otherwise you'll die. So you need to swap sides. Also, the voice acting here is so good.
My head. Be gone from my memories.
It's gonna be another raid wide and buffs will go off. You can pot now. Pot now.
Raid wide. Mid. Don't forget.
Raid wide
buffs
into
as well.
Exilines.
Starting at
All right.
B.
As you can see, the big open safe spot in this orientation is Bravo. All the big space compared to everywhere else. I have a few positional here's, so I go here first and then I join the party, but the safe spot is B.
Waiting 2.
Our friend won't fail us.
All right. Walk into second pulse. Wait.
Better not.
Back up and line up.
I'll let you hear the end of it.
Wait.
In. Back up.
Back up and line up. Step in.
In.
Wait.
Both sides.
Akmorns, left and right.
First tower will be spawning shortly.
All right.
Couple auto
Second
attacks right now.
towers.
First tower is at
Yeah,
C.
it looks like it spawns at C. Maybe it spawns at C every time as the first tower. I can't quite remember.
First tower is at C.
All right.
Provoke.
Second tower is at 2. Second tower at 2.
So it's Dark Wing first. So we need to point the right side of her body away from the first tower. And Zeph, or whoever the off tank is, needs to be underneath the boss on the safe side of the cleave. Or if they have an invuln, they can stand in the cleave to make it safer. But just to be sure, just know that if it's Dark Wing, there's going to be a tank buster somewhere around here. So you don't want to be just like standing here, otherwise you might get hit. The next tower spawns here, so I know that I'm moving from this point to this point, and then I'm going to go into the tower that it will eventually spawn right there. The tanks have to dodge the cleave? No. It just does a bunch of damage. If they're invulned, they can just fucking stand in it. In fact, the tank that is the main tank has to get hit by it because they're, you know, in the cleave.
Go. Go.
It gives them a fizz vuln though, so I don't think they can
That's
take
fine.
it twice,
Get 'em
right?
up.
I'm up. Miss.
It's not facing.
So does she turn to the tank and cleave the side? Yeah, so whatever wing is glowing, like if her right wing is glowing, she's going to hit in front of her like a normal tank cleave, but then also she's going to hit like all of this with her wing. So she needs to be turned in a fashion to where that wing and the front cleave won't hit her. How did Theo die? Just a snapshot? I actually don't know. Let's see.
Go.
Yeah, I think he was just late casting a heal, and he got hit by the light cleave.
Go.
Hard to tell.
Go.
Either that, or he was accidentally in the tower when he couldn't be, and the tower killed him. So he went from the first tower, and he accidentally stepped into the second tower.
That's fine.
It's
Get
one
him
of
up.
those.
I'm up.
He also has 350 MS when he plays on NA, so it's kind of like it could have been anything. we have no idea where he's actually standing half the time, so yeah. All right, polarizing
it's not
strikes
facing.
again.
Careful.
The lines.
Relative.
Zeph was calling out that she was not perfectly facing A, so we needed to adjust a little bit off the markers just to be safe.
False relative.
Dodge. M.
Scary.
Dodge.
I almost died to that pulse,
R.
but I got a bunch of heals right at the last second.
Dodge. H.
Yeah, he's Southeast
Dodge.
Asia.
One more extra line,
again.
and that's it. Raid wide.
Message. Assault.
All right, and then the last mechanic is just Exilines one more time into Akborn and then Enrage.
Starting at D.
Delta.
Delta.
Is there no
Delta.
difference in polarizing
Waiting
strike
to,
versus
waiting to.
path? What do you mean? Oh. Yeah, polarizing paths. I think polarizing strike is just how she starts the mechanic. Yeah. It's the same thing. Polarizing strikes is just like how she starts it. It's like the first initial ones.
Miss.
It's not facing.
It's the same
Careful.
thing.
False relative. False relative.
Dodge. M. Dodge. R.
I actually don't know why the first and the second, third, and
Dodge.
fourth
H.
are different names. I didn't even notice that. It's the same thing.
Dodge.
One more extra
Raid wide
line,
again.
and that's it. Raid wide.
Message.
Are those cleaves baited based off the main tank? Yep.
Assault.
And it's important to note that the tether for near or far player cannot be baited by the main tank. So there needs to be a swap in the middle. So do you keep switching colors after you get hit with polarizing strikes? No. I'll go back and explain polarizing strikes one more time since apparently you weren't paying attention at all. Where is it? Here it is. Okay. Polarizing strikes. She's going to choose a player on the left and right side of her hitbox. The player that's first in line, these are 4-player stacks, by the way, these lines. The player that's first in line is going to receive a vulnerability to whatever color is on their side. So when they get that vulnerability from standing in front, like a wild charge, they need to swap sides and then get behind whoever else is in front over there. The people that were in front, in order, are T, M, R, H. Tanks, melees, ranged, healers. After it is your turn to be in front of your line, you swap to the other line and stay in it, in the back of it, until the mechanic is done. We had a death here, but we still made it in time.
It's not facing. Careful. Boss relative.
Tanks are in front on their respective sides right now. They dodge out, and the tanks swap over to the opposite color and get behind whoever else is in front now. At this point, the melees are going to stand in front. You see these debuffs right here on the tanks? This means that they cannot be in that line at all, even if they're not in front. If you have this one, you cannot be in the dark line. If you have this one, you cannot be in the light line. So after the first hit, the tanks are going from being in front right here to being in the back over here when it's time to go in the line. Vice versa. Remember to dodge the second pulse first, though. Melee's in front.
Dodge.
Dodge and swap. Ranged in front. Dodge and swap. Dodge.
Dodge.
One more extra line, and that's it. Great
All right. Last mechanics is Exolines and Akmorns. Do tanks have to swap aggro at this point? Otherwise, how would the colors not follow them? The polarizing strikes is not based on aggro. Polarizing strikes is based on who's on the left and right side of the hitbox of the boss. No tank aggro. Her basically she splits her hitbox like this on her wing, and then she's gonna pick the closest player on the left side to do the light, and she's gonna pick the closest player on the right side to do the dark. Couldn't tanks be in front for 2 lines then as long as they swap? No, because you want everybody to get a vuln so everybody else can swap. I think I know what you're saying. That might be possible, but there's no reason to do that. That just causes more confusion, honestly. Yeah, based on the wings color, essentially.
Dodge.
Yeah, exactly.
line,
They would get a second vuln, and then they wouldn't be able to be in either stack.
That's it. Great wide.
Yeah, you got 8 players, use all of them, you know. So
Delta.
stop trying to tank cheese everything you see.
Waiting two.
Step into second pulse and wait. Back up, line up.
Back up.
Second into seventh pulse and wait.
We won't give
Back up, line up.
Peter.
Akmorn's coming.
And-
Look at the boss. Group 1 left, group 2 right. 4 and 4.
Let our prayers be heard.
Buffs now. Buffs.
If this place cannot be our utopia.
This should be it.
And then that's just enrage. At the end of this, no matter what, your limit break bar goes up to LB3, and it's kind of weird because it's in the middle of your 2 minutes. If you're going to send the LB3, you have to do it the instant it's available. You cannot finish your 2 minute buffs. You cannot finish whatever GCD is coming up next. You have to slam that LB3 as soon as it's available. If you don't, the boss will enrage before the LB damage goes off. Also, I kind of passed over the fact that the fucking enrage here, if you LB, the Rin and Gaia scream along with you. It sounds so awesome. Yeah, it gives you 1.5 bars, but if you don't have 1.5 bars before that, you're doing something really fucking wrong. So, to be clear, don't send an LB1 before you think you're going to get an LB3, because it only gives you 1.5 bars to finish your LB bar, rather. Yeah, don't pre-LB and try to cheese another one. A team tried that and it didn't work.
And
Please,
side?
let our prayers be heard.
But we cleared before anybody figured that out even, so like,
Buffs.
or at
now.
least before
Buffs.
we figured it out, because it wasn't that popular of knowledge yet.
This should be it.
They're not in existence.
When you get the LB, when you hear the LB tick, you just send it immediately.
Yeah, you can hear him
That's a
scream
little
along with us as we
melodramatic, don't you
clear.
think?
5% to go.
You can weather this.
Video we want.
I know.
Kill it, kill it, kill it.
Zeph said we direct crit a video. We won.
Please.
It's
Let's
Nice
go!
try, guys.
Bro, the coolest part of that Enrage is the screaming and like the buildup of the music, and then afterwards it's like the whining amp of the guitar. And like the band like falling apart, you can hear it. Oh god, it sounds so good. It's so cool.
You just send it
That might be my new favorite Enrage, I'm not gonna lie.
5% to go.
You can weather this.
Video we want.
I know.
Kill it, kill it, kill it, kill it.
Please, bro. Please, please, please.
It's
This fight's easy, bro! Let's go!
Woo! Sushi time!
Yeah, I get a burger
I don't
tonight.
have to wake up in the morning,
Let's
man.
fucking
Thank
go.
fucking
Nice
God.
job.
Yeah, dude.
Awesome.
I broke my
I
combo at the
think
end, by the way.
If it was a little harder, it might be my favorite ultimate. It was my favorite ultimate to Prague.
That was my favorite mechanically.
Where did you
but it
place
is
in the
missing
race?
things for
I
sure.
think we got
All right,
14th.
revenge, don't leave the instance.
Fuck, you guys already complaining?
World first team was presumed
That's a fantastic fucking
to be
fight.
using third-party tools apparently, so they disqualified them. They being like Frosty Mogtalk stuff.
Aw.
Nothing's
That's the
official in
spoil
this
the
game,
end
so
scene in the trailer,
it's like
right?
whatever. And then there was a
Where's the
a
dot?
combo team that finished around like 10th or something.
This is a great screenshot arena.
Yeah.
Holy.
It was like two teams that like combined their groups and then they uploaded their logs twice, once for each group, if that makes sense. So they were technically like just 10th place and not like 10th and 11th place, which it showed. You know what I'm saying? So FF Logs shows us as 15th, but two of the teams in the top 13 are the same team. So that makes us 14th.
Wow. So you have to kill it again to take the pictures. With the
Dude,
weapon.
wait. Are they?
Shut up.
Are they?
They're
Are they?
holding hands. All right, and that's it. That's the entire fight, mechanically broken down and explained from start to finish, every single mech. My throat hurts. Does anybody have any questions at all about the fight?
Would ask in chat, but yeah, no. Asterisk bonk, if you had to rank this ultimate in terms of how fun the mechanics were, where does it go?
Probably my second favorite. DSR is my absolute favorite. And thank you, Aaron, for the donations. I appreciate that. Do you have any general Dragoon specific tips? Not really. I have specific tips for my kill times specifically, but honestly, if I was in PF or if I was just in a group, I would just send everything on cooldown until you met a wall, basically, for a damage check, which probably won't happen. Just press everything on cooldown. If you want, like, this video that we're watching, my clear POV is up on YouTube. Like, this was probably not the best run, like, even if I didn't get killed twice. So it's not completely optimal. But again, I just want to emphasize that the damage checks in this fight are really lenient compared to past ultimates and even Savages. So really, honestly, just don't sweat, like, trying to get the perfect rotation, you know? If you have Picto. Not even if you have Picto. We could have smashed all those checks without Picto. And if you keep saying that Picto is a crutch for groups or like your party finders or you're making Picto mandatory, then you're just bad at the game. I'm sorry to tell you. Sure, Picto does a lot of damage and it can probably make optimized groups really easy, but having a Picto isn't the end-all say-all answer to easily clearing the fight. If you disagree with me on that, whatever, but you're just wrong and you're bad at the game. Sorry. Will you upload this mechanic breakdown to YouTube? Probably not. The victory burger was delicious. I loved the victory burger. For Dragoon, what's your decision-making process for holding ones for ads or sending them in P2? If it's off cooldown, I press it. That's the first thing I did as soon as I got there in Prague. And then we killed the phases consistently with what I was doing, so I never changed what I was doing. And that's what you should do in Prague as well. Off cooldown, push it. Big mechanic coming up, send all of your OGCDs and jumps and shit so you can pay attention to the big mechanic. And not worry about your jumps and bullshit. Yeah, if it works, don't fix it. Don't need fixing if it ain't broke. What kind of beer did you have with your burger? I had a Crangerine Dream cider, and I had a blackberry cider. Is that how you approach most fights as Dragoon while racing? That's how I approach every single job ever while progging. And I would highly recommend that you do the same. You send everything you have on cooldown unless there's a specifically horrible spot to put it, aka you literally can't use your buffs on anything because nothing is targetable. That's like one of the only excuses. Other than that, you just send your buffs when they're up. And then if you ever reach a point to where you're like, fuck, we can't beat this phase as hard as we try, that's when you should specifically sit down with the group that you're in and figure out how you should change around your burst windows. For example, if we were having troubles beating the phase 2 DPS check in our group, what we would do is we would sit down and we would look at what buffs we're using in phase 1. We would say, first, do we need to use our pot in phase 1 or can we move it to phase 2? If that didn't solve the solution or solve the problem, we would then look at maybe saving 1 minute for the start of phase 2. If that didn't work, maybe we would try early buffing in phase 1 and then have our 2 minutes up for phase 2 or whatever. Not exact precise examples, but like stuff like that, you know? If your team can consistently get to a new prog point every single time with you pressing all of your shit on cooldown and not perfectly aligned, there's no reason to change what you're doing. Just keep it the same. Even if you think it'll make you deal more damage and it won't really change much, you're going to have a pull where something's different because you moved around your buffs and you're going to be like, what the fuck's happening? And then you're going to fuck up a mechanic. And you're going to be like, sorry guys, I don't normally have my XYZ up there. And then your team's going to go, you're a fucking dumbass. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we barely switched around buffs, for sure. Happy wasn't potting phase 1 to exactly prove that point. Yeah, exactly. Like, if I'm being honest, we probably didn't need to pot anything in this fight. Realistically. We could have used our first and only pot at the phase 5 enrage, and it probably would have been fine. If anything, a lot of the time, we moved our pots around on pulls that we had to recover because like 3 people died. Yeah, we ended up pausing to kill phase 1 so that, not necessarily for damage buffs, but so healers and tanks could have their cooldowns back sooner. But yeah, fun fight. I'm glad I was able to sit down and break that down for chat. We'll make this a highlight and then, yeah. Any other questions, chat? I think I'm going to go have some lunch soon and relax for the rest of the night. That was a fun stream. Have you spreadsheeted your rotation on Dragoon, or is that just sweaty gold parse chasing territory? I've never spreadsheeted a rotation in my life, and I have double-digit amounts of gold parses. So just remember that the next time somebody shows you a spreadsheet. I am purely a vibes-based rotation player. You can spreadsheet stuff if it helps you, but that's too much work for me, and I also don't give a fuck. So, when will your static play project winter again? They really want to, so maybe soon. Is this a gold ultimate to start with? Yeah. You can start with whatever one you want. This one's good though because it's very indicative of the current job and encounter balance in this game, if that makes sense. If you do the Dawn Trail Ultimate, the Dawn Trail battle content is going to make a lot of sense to you. Yep. For Dragoon, just try your hardest to press all of your buffs and then send all of your jumps and OGCDs. Try to squeeze in as many Wormman thrusts and life surges as you can on heavy hitting abilities during your buffs too, and that's honestly all you need to remember. And like half the time during this fight when we were proccing, I just fucking pressed shit. I think I got a 0 because I fucking died and missed a 2-target 1-minute cleave, and then I had my first 2-minute in phase 5 with Brink, but that wasn't my fault. I'd have to think about it, Wire Boy. I can't really tell you right now. Don't know. No problem. I hope you guys enjoyed that that breakdown. And if you have any questions about the fight or Dragoon specific questions for like something that's happening to you repeatedly, you can always feel free to ask me in chat when I'm streaming 14. Do you think Picto is required to beat this ultimate? Nope. Not even close. Probably helpful, but not required. Ranked Dragoon ultimate weapons? Ooh. I have them all in my basement. I wonder if V's decorating my house still. I asked her to redecorate my house because it was really cramped. Let's see if she's doing anything in here. Maybe not. Okay. The only one missing here is the top weapon. So I'll draw a fake top spear right here. Just top. This is rank 1 easily. Nothing even comes close. Honestly, rank 2 is the Edenmorn one, the new one. And then top. And then T. Top and T are really close, actually. And then DSR, and then UCOB's the worst by far. Yeah, this one's from Uwu. This one's Uwu. This one's FRU. This one's T. Cobb. DSR. Do you plan on commissioning a new starting soon with the weapon? Oh yeah, actually I do. I that's in the works apparently. I have an entirely new like set of stream assets coming at some point, but it takes a long time to get done, so. What snipping tool is this, Mr. Streamer? Exclamation point ShareX. Okay. My throat hurts. I'm hungry. I'm going to go grab some food and relax for the rest of the evening. I hope you all enjoyed the FRU breakdown stream. We will make this a Twitch highlight, so it will be available forever here on my Twitch. It probably won't get uploaded to YouTube because YouTube doesn't really enjoy guide-based yapping like that. But Twitch does, so I'll keep it here. And of course, if you guys have any more questions throughout the week or whatever, when you're progging FRU or whatever else, I'm always happy to help if it comes to encounter-based questions or Dragoon-based questions. Always happy to help. Like, I know I get fucking mad at people asking questions all the time, but if it's something to do with Final Fantasy, like, and it's relevant, I'm always happy to help. No random fucking stupid questions, okay? Not like, how do I play Dragoon? Or like, how do I unlock FRU? Like, no shit like that. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, always feel free to ask me in chat. Okay, I'm gonna get out of here. Thanks everybody for watching. I appreciate you very much. Have a super good night, and I'll be back tomorrow for what's it called? Reset. I'm gonna finish my weeklies, and then let me actually check the raid schedule to see. Oh, we're starting re-clears on tomorrow at 5 p.m. Going for our 8 out of 8 static re-clear, baby. I knew it was gonna be around Tuesday. I'm ready, so. And then Tuesday is gonna be our re-clear day. Wednesday is gonna be getting Revenge his clear. Thursday is going to be getting Pingu his clear, and then Friday is going to be getting Mid his clear. So we're gonna be doing FRU every single day, starting tomorrow for like the rest of the week. Let's go. It's gonna be awesome. All right, have a great night, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. Really appreciate it. Thanks for all the subs and resubs, and I'll see you tomorrow for more Final Fantasy and FRU. Okay. Good night.
"居場所をなくして